The world is a torrent of words. Move the words within your palm, and you will find the omen of a dream come true. House of Prophecies at your service. Please keep it with you at all times and open it under the new moon. I see you will reconcile with the one you love. And you will reclaim wealth and affection. Look at these manipulated fools. I shall control all that I desire until the dawn of tomorrow.
No witness and no murder weapon. The victim simply vanished into thin air. It all began at that hotel. Only those beneath the light are met with pursuit. Walking in the footsteps of giants, bidding farewell to the mundane. Frightful nightmares tread close behind. And yet, they seem not to arouse our friends' concern. Falling the light shadow, a sea of birds! Delicate wings bestowed as offerings unto that deathless radiance.
You mean it's a fatal curse? As bizarre and twisted as all this may be, my instinct tells me that these were not born of a curse. The unknown sparks fear, and fear leads to misguided choices. Science becomes the death to falsehood, while faith seeks eternity through reincarnation. All that is unknown and unsettling shall be proved a hollow fabrication in the end. Merely a means to release pent-up desires.
Time to wake up.
Successful collection of samples. Begin extracting and separating the toxins. I can finally restart the experiment. The subjects are in position. Now it's time for the second toxicity test. They seem to have different visions. That leaves us with one last variable. It's an honor, Mr. Inference.
Amidst dazzling lights and clinking glasses, this game of suits and numbers is but a simple ruse. Who would have thought the pure white powder would be stained with mud and blood? The trajectory of life seems to drift between containers of different shapes and sizes. And you, shouldn't you all be flowers in a vase? So why choose to betray? I already know where you are. Perhaps I should call you Martha.
Do I ever feel afraid? No. All of this is merely a trial of flames. Just like it was back then, when my parents did all they could to save me.
It's a miracle. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
A miracle? Yes, the temperature lies in those seemingly cruel flames. That's precisely what it is. A miracle. Extinguish. And reignite. It's a weapon. One that reduces all dirty secrets to ashes. It's a test. An impartial trial that tempers the will. It's the tender embrace that binds us to the past. In this scorching heat, miracles are what I shall seek forevermore.
I'm certain she sensed death when her soul left the body. Chaos begets chaotic life, yet the attempt to unravel it becomes a ludicrous theater of absurdity. I must find somewhere far away from the world and the sun. Once the soul and mind can be calculated with accuracy, they can be separated from the body and roam the world. I grabbed onto this last straw amid those ramblings of madness. Like an alien creature possessing my body and covering my skin in the mirror and under the shadows.
Welcome, detectives, to day number 2 of IdentityV Southeast Asia Championship preliminary. And joining me is the one and only Chocho. And I heard that a lot of people were singing praises about your new hairstyle yesterday, Chocho. Tell us how you feel.
I'm glad that everybody is liking this hair. I initially was a little bit hesitant, not too confident, but
Yeah, you should
a little
be
bit more
confident.
confident about that.
Yeah, look great. I mean, it looks great. It definitely looks great. It doesn't even seem like a punishment. It seems like a reward or something. But speaking about great, though, today we are going to have 4 matchups, 4 pair-ups today, which are also really great matchups, starting with NG versus MT, RS followed by RS versus CYC. We'll talk more about that later on, because right now the schedule is as you can see in front of the screen. It's on the 10th and 11th of August, where we are still finding our top 8 teams. Yesterday we already found 4, but today we're going to find another 4, Chocho.
Yeah, I mean, the 4 teams that have already advanced from yesterday will be Team FT, UTP, MP, as well as Team GH. So very excited to see how they'll perform in the playoffs. But today there will be the last 8 teams that will be fighting for the last 4 spots in the top 8. Now, looking at our calendar, on next week, actually, in fact, on the 18th, we do have an exhibition competition that will be live streamed, while playoffs will be resumed on the 23rd of August to the week afterwards. So probably will be ending in around
September 1st. September 1st. Yeah, we were saying that. Yeah, September number 1 to crown the one. So that's the pickup line for IVC this time. Yeah. So yeah, like what you were mentioning, it's gonna be 30th, 31st, and the 1st of September for the playoffs and the finals. And I'm actually really excited to see who will win the first ticket to KOA for next year. Although I think a lot of people are already speculating who has the highest chance, right? Who is very likely. But yeah, I mean, why not? Everyone needs to find it out, because boy, oh boy, the prize pool is so bloated. The lion's share at 400,000 bucks, Chocho.
Yeah, that's a lot. Just trying to get the USD so we have a clear understanding of how much this is. All right, for first place, it's gonna be about 11.3k USD.
That's a lot.
Yeah, 11.3k.
That's a lot. Yeah, I could buy a car with that. Yeah. And between the members, they can buy phones and stuff. Go ahead, Jojo.
All right. I mean, splitting maybe around 7 members, since 5 survivors, 2 hunters, it could be around 1.6k for each of you guys. So we'll see who will be the champion. Could it be the defending champions, Team FT from last year's IVC, or if not, GH, fighting for their throne once again. Now, looking at our matchup, looking at our brackets here, we do have FT, UTP, MP, GH already mentioned. They have already advanced to the playoffs, which will happen 2 weeks from now. And the last 4 spots, who will it be?
Who will it be indeed? Just to add on a little bit more, there's also the rise of UTP, right? UTP showing very tenacious gameplay yesterday, alongside MP as well. It seems like their survivors are at tip-top condition. Prospector Gaming, I saw some people chanting peak Prospector Gaming going on there, and it definitely showed yesterday. But you're right, Chocho. Today, the last 4 slots, they have to fight it out to the death, because there's no second chance for this. There's no double elimination. It's a single elimination. Whoever loses will have to leave the competition, unfortunately, while the winners will move on to the top 8, which will happen 2 weeks later on. But so far, here's today's matchup.
Right, so we will be seeing NG versus MT right now, like right after this happens. So I'm very excited to see how they are going to perform. They are relatively new teams that we're seeing here, but hopefully we'll be seeing maybe some familiar faces when it comes to the player-by-player statistics. And also, yesterday we saw pretty much a one-sided victory for the 4 teams that have already advanced. So coming into this today, I'm hoping for something a little bit more exciting, actually.
Yeah, I'm really hoping for more diverse lineups. something that they enjoy playing, because after all, some of the teams are here for the first time in KOA, right? In IVC, right? So you might as well bring out your specialty, show them your favorite character, your expert character, and you know what? Just have fun fighting against the professional teams here, which I can clearly see. Reason is one, being in KOA qualifiers last year, and then there's also 4AW, super strong. I believe in IVA they went 20 or 28-1. They only lost one game in preliminary, just 1 point in preliminary. So that's also a scary line. And EMP, let's talk more about EMP later on. Yeah, Chao Kan and
Sure.
and Skyfall's new team. For now, both teams NG and MT are from Thailand. Starting off with NG, the last. I assume it's human, the last human.
I hope it's the last human.
I hope
Yeah,
so.
for
I hope so too. Yeah. And
Yeah,
Hatari, Typos, Boy M. It took me a while to figure out it's Boy Man, honestly. Followed by DZML and Babel, Boy M.
And yeah, actually I kind of did some research on them and like went all the way back to IBC 2023 to figure out who these people are. Boyman and Babel, they have been a teammates in team test team in IVA, and in IVC 2023 they were in Team RCN. They managed to make it all the way to the live stream stages. And as for Hatari, ex-member of GH and also ex-member of Team Fly High FH.
Fly high. I mean, they're trying and working out with new teams, trying to find the new synergies, right? But here, MT also a few familiar names, like for example, Deathwhirl, and then there's Maroy, notable players alongside IO, Karnde, ZZ, Makima, and Jin. So 2 Thai teams, the better one will be moving on today.
Yeah. So
you still
just
remember
comparing,
Deathwhirl,
right? Of course, I remember Deathwhirl, Kim Tian. I remember you. Yeah, but anyways, I'll be looking at these 2 teams, right? But you know what? Familiar names-wise, we do see NG having a lot more people that have a lot more experience in tournaments. We've seen them before. As for Team MT, relatively new names. I'm not sure if it's a new name, but looking at our player-to-player statistics over here, we have Hatari with the Patient. We also know that he plays the forward and also other kiting as well as harasser characters. So excited to see if he's gonna bring out new characters such as potentially a puppeteer.
A puppeteer, yeah. Matthias, I see some sims in the chat yesterday as well for Matthias as well. Hatari, just to add on a little bit more to who Hatari is, used to play for GH, correct me if I'm wrong, okay? Used to play for GH and then moved on to FH, like what you've mentioned. Just to recap a little bit, and now finally finding a new team in the form of NG. So this is definitely a veteran player on the spotlight here, pitted against MT. I just hope, I feel like he's transitioned a lot more nowadays, right? He's no longer playing the OBers that we used to see him play, right? Yeah,
he's been transitioning and adapting to the different teams that he's in. If a harasser is needed, he'll try to, but coming into new teams, right? I think kiting role is actually quite crucial. If you kite well, the ciphers are able to decode, and that's the primary focus in that game, to decode all the ciphers. So hopefully Hatari will be able to show us a long containment time later on, but we have to see who MT's Hunter will be later. So now NG Babel, and also MT's Makima.
Oh no, Makima from Chainsaw Man, help. She's gonna control everyone. But one thing's for sure, she's definitely going to be controlling the situation, the gameplay during the matchup with her female dancer, because the music boxes are definitely going to be helpful in supporting the teammates, whether it's the fast music box or the slow music box. So let's hopefully we'll be able to see some female dancer action today. But of course, Vera as well. I mean, Jojo, between you and me, like against opera singer, would you gardener or perfumer for you?
Gardener or perfumer? Gardener. Gardener, because Gardener, I think quite self-explanatory, right? There's many times, right? If you guys are perfumer mains, you guys have played perfumers before. When you try to click on the perfume, when the hunter, the animation begins, right? The perfume just doesn't come out. And once that happens, unless you're in a double story area that you can do the drop down perfume trick, you might not be able to carry along. But for the Gardener, there is a guarantee shield and safety net that you can rely on at the start of the matchup. So I would say Gardener, I would lean a little bit more towards that.
Yeah. Okay, I agree. Like especially when you mistime the perfume, right? But yeah, go ahead.
Yes. For sure.
It seems like.
Oh, but it seems like we will be seeing the bar mid. I think when it comes to comparing Perfumer, we will always compare it a little bit more towards the bar mid, mainly because of the regenerating of your health. So with the bar mid over here, Boyman, I've rarely seen him play the bar mid. I see him play more of the painter, the kiting roles, and I was actually quite impressed with Boyman's performance in the 2 IVAs before this. That was when I actually remember Boyman, because Boyman is no longer Boyman. He actually became a man with the playstyles that he had, the kiting that he had. So hopefully we'll be able to see that here too. I'm very excited to see Boyman's performance.
Yeah, no longer a boy man, probably big boy or goat man. Okay, but next up, it seems like we have Matthias in the spotlight here. DZML definitely loves to play the puppeteer. Hopefully we'll be able to see that later on. And Maroy with the aeroplanist, like Jojo, aeroplanist. I mean, aura plus 1000. Yesterday Posh was saying aeroplanist and pitted against the cheerleader. No, aeroplanist, more aura, plus 10,000. Do you agree with that?
Yes, definitely. I think picking that character is one thing, but playing it well and doing something really impressive definitely will add a lot more aura points to that. So we'll see if a player from MT is able to portray that later on. But we were talking about the hunters, but from the side of MT, it seems to be it's going to be Carndo with the N.
Wow, the disciple coming in. I mean, we definitely love seeing the zigzag jumps, the leaps, the beautiful art of leaping by the disciple. But let's not forget the last human as well, with the wax artist. Honestly, wax artist, I'm not really sure about the effectiveness of it now. But yesterday, the wax artist definitely showed some riz. And I'm definitely looking forward to see if wax artist will be played again today. But
I believe that wax artist you were talking about is UTP's Hunter, Pertian with the wax artist. I mean, getting consecutive 4Ks as well, showing the consistency as a hunter. So very excited to see how Hertian is going to perform in the playoffs, but that is going to be 2 weeks from now, very, very fast. So his performance might potentially just overstretch, and just reach even further heights by then.
Yeah, true. I mean, even before this, during our caster talk, we were already saying, okay, the people we have to watch out for. I already mentioned, Hertian. We definitely have to watch out for Hertian. You definitely have to watch out for Glucose, who's playing for Emperor now. And you were saying Miao Pai. Miao Pai ended up in the Survivors lineup for some reason. So I don't know, man. Feels like there's a lot of Rojak thing going on, jumbled up scene. But you know what? Moonlit River Park is going to be banned, and I did not see the map selection just now.
Funny story, because I also did not manage to see it.
It was dark though. It was really dark.
It was a conversation that I just completely zoned out and was listening to it and didn't see it.
I'm so sorry as well.
Oh no.
It might be the Ever Sleeping Town. Yeah, but we'll see later on, because yesterday, like speaking about Ever Sleeping Town, right? Yesterday was kinda interesting because there were 2 teams. They took turns banning the Ever Sleeping Town. It's like, oh no, we don't want to go to Ever Sleeping Town after what happened with Kuga getting run over by the tram. No Ever Sleeping Town for me. And I feel like it's kind of weird, right? I mean, there are some people who said that maybe it's because of the tram incident. They want to avoid that curse. But do you think there's a reason why they actually banned not just one team though? Both teams banned Ever Sleeping Town. Year 1, Year 2.
Maybe they don't feel like that could be the optimal map for them to play the Hunter or Survivor lineup that they are potentially trying to go for. I think that could be the potential reason. But as of now, I managed to get insights from Night Owl, which is one of the veteran hunters or OG player in the games. So, we talked a lot about IV yesterday, but we never really saw like a clear-cut understanding as to what characters is a good pick against an IV, the Shadow. So, upon discussion with Night Owl, this is the insights from him. You know how like when the hunter could potentially just switch bodies or teleport to the tombstones?
Yeah.
In order to avoid that, you have to get out of that circle area, right? So to avoid the 40% scare. So characters such as the acrobat, the ones that you can just immediately bolt out of that area, that could be good. We have the my memory is failing me once again. But I'll let you guys know once I recall it.
If I recall correctly, I think I know which match you're referring to. There was an acrobat by Adi, right? Was it Adi?
Oh yes, acrobat.
They were village, right? Acrobat, coordinator,
yes.
And then there's a first officer, and then there's an antiquarian, right?
Yes. Oh my goodness. Speaking about that, now I recall everything. Thank you so much now. FT Survivors, the way they did their band pick in BO1 Lakeside Village, the Survivor side, is actually quite brilliant. If we actually kindly look back to that, right, we see that team comp, we have first off Coordinator, Antiquarian, and the Acrobat. If you look at the team comp, it can actually counter both the Opera Singer and also the IV. So they managed to form a team comp that could counter two of the best hunters that we have right now in the game. So I felt that it was actually so smart and actually rather not quite talked about, unfortunately. So I think we should really pinpoint that, and hopefully we'll be able to see FT's this kind of interesting strategy going on.
True. I feel like the meta nowadays is no longer like, let's just take a hit and go. It feels like everyone has a weapon to respond to the hunter, right? I feel like FT is moving on from like, yeah, let's pick something tanky, like a gardener. Okay, yeah, the shield's gonna, yeah. And the idea is, we'll just take one hit, and then we go. Using a shield or protection or tankiness, let's just take one hit and go. But now their mindset, it feels like their mindset is shifting from just taking one hit and go into like, I don't even want to give you one hit. You notice, right? With that lineup, it's like, I don't even want to give you one hit. So maybe that's the thing that you're trying to bring out as well, the brilliant meta, the lineup that they're trying to go in, because everyone doesn't have extra layer of protection. They don't have extra heals, like a psychologist heal or something. They don't have anything. It's just one gun, one flare gun, the bombs to secure distance, and then there's the first officer, the watch to zigzag, mind game, and then there's also the antiquarian to beat up the hunter. So it feels like, yeah, I'm not gonna take that hit. I'm gonna fight back. Maybe that's working somehow. Maybe other teams can emulate that success. You think?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's definitely possible. We've seen like MP, create a blueprint, and I feel like FT is actually quite a great example when it comes to making a blueprint in terms of character selection and also what to pick, what to ban, and letting us know as to letting us on as to what the certain strategy is right now, what the hunter could be picked as well. So I'm actually quite intrigued by how FT's planning has been going, and also the inclusion of Bobo as their coach, right? Is definitely show.
Exactly. When you brought up Bobo, I was like, yeah, exactly. That's why they got a coach to up their game, because they not only do they need to improve their individual skills and teamwork and communication, they need a master drafter, a master band picker as well, right? So you're right. The coach definitely played a significant role here, because, I mean, to come up with that in the spur of the moment, unless if you already have that experience, or you have someone that is in a professional team showing you the ropes.
Yeah.
One of the two, right?
Yeah. And the fact that it will be actually really great help, sometimes coaches, they're able to look at the matchup from the bird's eye view, right? When the match is ongoing, screens, practices by themselves. So they're able to give direct feedback immediately to the players, and I think that is actually quite amazing, and telling them, you know what, this is the meta that is ongoing potentially in the Chinese mainland side. So let's keep up, learn these new characters, and let's try to implement them into our strategies.
Oh my god, I need to keep up too. That's going to be, before we head into the game, there's a little bit of toss-up going on here. So before we head into the game, it's me, Chocho, Nello Mello, and Chocho bringing the commentaries for this first half. And I see the prisoner, Chocho!
Oh yeah, and one thing that also Niall mentioned that right now, prisoner being picked in BO1 is actually relatively popular, in fact. So we might potentially be seeing a lot of prisoners being picked up. We did see UK
Yay.
survivors picking that as well.
Yay, I'm so excited to see a prisoner gameplay. Oh, but wait, the tram, okay? Ivy! Oh my god, the tram stopped right in front of the queen. It's fine, Carndy can just safely come closer. And the scare, beautiful scare going on, Chocho. DZML taking the first hit.
Yeah, relatively early into the game, but I believe, the insolence being popped up there. So we do know now that it's insolence detention as the hunter's build, and the blink as well. So this blink might potentially be the final hit onto the prisoner before this ends.
Yeah, and trying to create a tombstone around the cipher that first officer is decoding on as well. So so far so good, not being super tunnel vision, making sure that he does whatever he can during the journey. And now open again. Did he manage to get it? Oh,
He
nice!
out of the 100%. So right now he's able to kite out a lot more than he usually does. And now we do see that the scare right now is at 0%. So the blink is here though. So I believe a blink hit.
Oh my goodness!
No way.
The shock has shocked him, but it doesn't really matter because he caught up in distance and hit DZML. Otherwise, oh my god, that could have been an opening for the prisoner to kite even longer around this area, Chocho.
Yeah, he did everything right other than like a little bit traffic jam situation at the pallet area, but other than that, the flywheel was done perfectly, and also the hunter misstep with that blink. Hopefully, it's not gonna hurt his mentality a little bit too much during this matchup, because this is not the end. This is just the start. Now Hatari will be coming for this rescue.
Yeah, Carnday coming. Okay, getting that one hit onto Hatari. Never mind, it's fine, it's fine. Just take that damage. Psychologist can easily do the remote heal later on, but DZML has to be really careful. There's only one place for him to kite here, and he's running straight into Carnday. Thank you so much for the pronunciation lessons there. But the scare is not there. It's only at 8. Oh wait, okay, it's there. I jinxed it. Sorry. Prisoner's gonna go down. Jojo.
Yeah, we'll be seeing that. So this will be the second check that we're seeing here. And let's look at the survivors side. It seems like their only tight turner character, which is the first officer, has already been expanded. So who will come for this rescue, or if not, are they gonna sell this person?
I mean, if I'm the one on the chair, I definitely want to say, please, don't leave me alone. I'm alone here in the chair. Please save me. Please rescue me. I mean, everyone's at full health. Please save me. But Hatari, I'm not really sure if he's really trying to commit to it. He only has 25% scare so far. Probably trying to buy a little bit more time, but has to be really careful not to waste too much time. Otherwise, it might end up as a terror shock. But no, he's going to tank that hit. He's going to rescue. And now, prisoner, last choice. Oh, nice. Hatari trying. Hatari trying to body block, actually, but the ethereal is going to go on the prisoner. Prisoner at the scare, and he's going to get hit. Oh, my goodness. Beautiful gameplay by Carnday. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. The prisoner is going to be sent back to the manor. Chocho, nice rescue, but Carnday seems to be ahead of the first officer. He couldn't even body block for that matter.
Yeah, and also, I mean, from the side of Carnday, right, we didn't really see the IV's map control much. So coming into this right now, the ciphers are actually quite fairly spread apart, so it shouldn't affect the rest a little bit too much. So, boy, man, we're getting a drop down hit.
Oh, nice! Oh my god! The drop down blink hit, but now, boy man, fortunately the presence of mind, okay, this kite is going to be super important. They've already opened up a 6 cipher, a 7 cipher, boy man. Okay, the scare is going to get boy man in the end, but it's really, really okay because Hatari has already started another cipher. But Carnday, wait, he's not going to chair. He wants to pressure the cipher. Beautiful mind game by Carnday, just constantly trying to stop the survivors from being able to prime that cipher. And now up to Hatari next with 62 scare. What's going on, Chocho?
Oh my goodness, absolutely. Yeah, just use your item at this point in time. Don't give any chance, because right now we have the Gardener actually kind of situated at the center between all 3 ciphers. So now we'll be cheering the Gardener. First officer will be decoding that 60% cipher. Hopefully it will be enough and in time while Psychologist attempts for this rescue.
Oh my goodness! And the ethereal mode is still guarding there, so he has to be really careful. But Hatari doesn't care. He knows he needs to get this done. Even if he gets scared, it doesn't really matter because he knows that Karnde is not going to teleport here. And then Psychologist manages to get that rescue happening on. And now Gardener, what's happening? The Gardener to be stuck with in between his legs. And now Bebo. Yeah, you saw that, right? You saw that happen, right?
my
It's like,
goodness.
a little bit, and then down. Yeah,
Very
it's like-
interesting description there, but we'll be seeing a free rescue by the psychologist successfully. Now 99% cipher, it will be an immediate one. We'll be popping immediately to prevent anything from happening. Now Boyman is free, but Karnde, will he teleport over?
He's not gonna topple over. He's gonna bring that ethereal mode over to him instead, trying to infect Bubble instead. Okay, he's gonna infect Bubble here. Oh my goodness! And just missing by 0.5 seconds. Bubble, though, has the 100% scare and it's gonna go down.
Alright, we'll be trying to just chair this person and also trying to make a mad dash towards the other gate, but I think Hatari will be able to make that gate and Gardener as well. So this might pretty much secure the tie. So entering successfully.
Yeah,
Right,
not too bad, not
so-
too bad. Yeah, I mean, we sort of anticipated that this game is going to be neck and neck, right? Because both teams they have notable players on both teams. I would say that it's going to be a tight game. So it might not be like yesterday's game where everything was 2-0 sweep. This might turn up to a BO3. Hopefully we'll get to see more of that. We can predict more of that later on once we see the conclusion of game number 1, second half. But yeah, getting a first draw. Any notable moments that leads? Is there anything in particular that you highlight?
I felt that Prisoner, in fact. Prisoner, which was played by Matthias. I think he definitely did a relatively, but I think he could have made a longer kite. If a longer kite could have been processed there, right, the ciphers would have but might potentially be done actually, but by the time he down for the second time. So I think it's really unfortunate. There was an ultra freedom situation. I think the nerves were actually getting to both sides, but Matthias ultimately succumbed to that pressure and saw that down the first time.
I mean, the nerves definitely played how would you say, it definitely played a role there, right? Especially since you know that I know this guy. I mean, I played against him. We're both from Thailand. We both played in rank. We met each other in rank. And now in this situation where I want to get that advantage as a prisoner, nerves can definitely kick in, but it's still not too bad though. It was a 3 ciphers kite at the beginning, right, Chocho, if I remember correctly?
I think it was slightly lesser, if I remember. Slightly lesser. Then afterwards, he kind of just he didn't really met pressure at that point in time. Usually, we would see after chairing the individual will try the Ivy would try to go outside and put tombstones, potentially leech, but unfortunately, we didn't really see all of that happening. And also, one thing that Survivors actually did really smart was to try to decode the center cipher first. By decoding that, it's not gonna add that map pressure. So, good job for the side of Survivors. But we did see 2 center ciphers actually.
Yeah. I mean, we gotta remember the game from yesterday where the last cipher was in the double story Ever Sleeping Town. I believe it was an SG game as well, right? Versus like FT. So since there's a lot of action in the middle, having the last cipher in the middle is definitely something very, very scary. But I mean, besides that though, like I'm just looking at the replay so far, and the drop down blink hit onto Boyman, and that time the ciphers were even done. Like, is there a reason why they're doing a 6 and a 7 cipher? Because that time it was like 5, 6, 7. All of them are at 50, 54, 56, 60% cipher.
I guess they don't really want to get pressured by the hunter, because the moment one person gets eliminated, right, and then the IV is just gonna go outside and roam. So I think the servers just didn't want to get that cipher pressure at all. And I'm not too sure why they decided to decode the middle double story area. It was actually quite interesting that they wanted to decode that cipher, because the last 3 ciphers were the shack area, the graveyard area, and the middle double story area.
Yeah.
So I would have wanted to see them force 2 of the opposite ciphers instead of wanting to spend more time at the middle double story.
Yeah, it's a cursed location. Honestly, you jump down and we've seen so many people fail
For
at
real.
that location as well, right? So, but hey, it's not too bad. I mean, it is a draw after all. NG has already shown what their survival lineups can do against Karnday from Team MT. So I guess it's up to MT's survivors to show what they are made of now, because it's definitely not easy going up against Ivy, right? You think getting a draw against Ivy is
I
yeah
feel like it's an acceptable
result?
Yes, I feel like it's an acceptable result, especially if you're not Dongxuan. I feel like it's still an acceptable result. We haven't really seen much successes of from Ivy players in our preliminary stage right now. But if we have to name individuals that have successfully played it yesterday, we have GH Gaji in BO1 against ISU.
And that was crazy. That was super crazy. 4K as well, right?
Yeah, because it was okay. The thing was that, right, we were watching that matchup, and then Eli and I were thinking like, oh, God, Jay switching to abnormal now. Is it really the right choice? But ultimately, at the very end, we see how the effective use of abnormal at that point in time when God Jay changed it really just changed the entire matchup. We thought that, oh, the Cyrus could potentially go for a tie, a 3 escape with that kind of momentum they were going for, but. Gaji just flipping it all around with that single abnormal trade swap and ultimately getting that 4K.
Yeah, I mean it pays off, right, in the end. If I recall correctly, there's also some viewers saying that even in IVL we've seen this strategy going on, warp and then changing into abnormal to stop the late game. There's also another statement I want to ask about your opinion, which is when it's only 2 survivors left in the late game, even though the ciphers, there's already the last cipher, if there's only 2 survivors left, it's more or less GG, well played. 4K already.
Yeah.
Do you agree with that?
I sometimes do, but we gotta go back to COA, B4U, Schmitty at Chinatown. Even though people thought all hope was lost, he still managed to somehow drag all the way to the point where his teammate bled out. He went to the dungeon and still escaped. People thought all of us thought it was gonna be a definite 4K checkmate situation, but it turns out that sometimes not giving up one escape is totally possible.
Yeah. But then again, that's a professional team we're talking about. Maybe that's maybe the standard that all the teams will have to strive for, right? But yeah, while all of that's happening on, guys, if you guys have just tuned in, we are Nello Mello and Chocho bringing you the commentaries for today. And yeah, I would like to give a little bit of shout outs to all of you fans out there, because I see a lot of familiar faces and very proud of the country as well. A lot of Filipinos in the chat as well. Hello, kamusta? Kamusta everyone? Kamusta po? And shout outs to Hanako, Danny, Chiu, the usual suspects always here in the stream, and Finky as well. Hello, Finky. From Thailand, if I believe. Sawadee krap. And I don't know why I'm just using all these languages.
Yeah, literally like, oh, I know this person is from this country, and then you start greeting in that language.
Yeah, I know, right? And then there's good job, man. Wala pa ata sinda stable. Mamaya pang apa.
Huge respect, though. I mean, you're able to know a little bit of everything from every language that you know. So I think that's really awesome, because for me, as someone that I really need to like get into it to know like what to talk about, what to say. But for you, you just happen to have this like installed in your head. It's like an app. You
know what? The only reason why I can learn a little bit about this is because you gotta try and talk to friends who are from, like, for example, you have friends from the Philippines, you gotta start asking. From Thailand, you gotta start asking. From Vietnam, from Indonesia, from the only friends that I don't recall having now in Southeast Asia, unfortunately, I really hope that I have some friends from this country, Myanmar. I don't recall having any friends, so I can't really speak Myanmar as well. So that's a little bit of a regret. But yeah, I mean, I mean, you're also not too bad, right? You also know so many languages. You also know Mandarin, Cantonese, you have English, you have Bahasa, you have...
I try my best, but I would definitely
Korean.
not be able to be like same length as you, you know? You're still better.
You know Korean, so you're better.
I understand. Not that I know.
안녕하세요. 진짜?
Oh.
진짜? That's the only thing I know. 진짜? Every time someone tries to speak Korean, like, 진짜? Okay. I'm like, okay. Alright. But yeah, okay. Enough about the chinchas because we have to head back to Ever Sleeping Town. Not Korean town, yeah? So Ever Sleeping Town, where the last human... Wow, I'm so excited to see this, right? MT has gotten a draw in the previous game. So let's see if NG, the last human, will be able to break that draw and try and turn it around into a win in this second half. Because Jojo, this is crazy. The prisoner is actually getting banned, apart from the seer and the coordinator. So he's worried about the prisoner, Jojo.
Yeah, could be a potential hunter that is unable to potentially cipher control very well, or if not going, because this hunter definitely does know the current meta right now, which is prisoner being a popular pick in BO1. We've been seeing that very often recently. So yeah, just banning that out to prevent that cipher rush is definitely optimal. But also, I mean, Aeroplanius, right? A very popular pick too. I mean, we've been saying aura points, right? This guy, no debuffs when it comes to decoding, and also his presence in the team will help them decode faster too. So actually, this character is... I feel like initially when it was first out, very underrated, but now we do see him coming up a lot more often.
More aura.
Yeah. But I feel that
aura.
yeah, but I definitely feel that this team column, they're aiming towards an IV. They are gearing up towards an IV.
Well, they have to be careful because the last human not only plays... I don't think he only plays IV. I mean, I'm pretty sure I saw a Dream Witch as well in the previous days when he was playing for GH sub as well. So that's definitely the threat of Dream Witch. There's also Opera Singer. So you gotta be really careful. But you can never go wrong with a Priestess, right? Like Priestess in this game, in Ever Sleeping Town. Yeah, I love seeing a Priestess action. Yeah.
Oh, an Opera Singer. Interesting.
Let's go. Opera Singer is not gonna be Ivy. So what is MT gonna do against Opera Singer? Is this lineup good against Opera Singer, Jojo?
Opera Singer, I think it's relatively okay still. Able to help them transition, right, the portals, but I think main part here we have to see how they are gonna spawn. Their spawning locations might potentially determine who the last Opera Singer is gonna aim for at the start of the matchup. So also I think this is actually quite the best time to play Opera Singer. Play it to your hearts out, because we heard that Opera Singer will be getting a huge nerf soon, or maybe in the tournament server, because currently they're still in the normal server. So fingers crossed. There's gonna be a huge nerf of Opera Singer.
It's okay losing Opera Singer, but getting the GOAT, man.
Oh, that one is gonna play with the minds, man. Like, what is going on? But I'm excited to see how people are gonna play that out. I'm gonna be watching a lot of clips about the Goat Man. I need to see the Boat Man. The Goat Man.
The Boat Man. That's a new Hunter League, perhaps. The Boat Man collects coins, and if you don't give him coins, he's gonna chop you. Maybe, I don't know. But yeah, it looks like the last human has settled on Opera Singer, Sangria, up against MT Survivor. Remember, guys, MT has already gotten a draw. The Hunter has already gotten a draw in the first half, whereas in the second half, MT Survivor needs to survive. You know, at least, even if they can't get a 3-man escape or a 4-man escape, at least survive and try to drag it out. You know, at least don't do worse than a draw. Right? Because, yeah. So let's see how they are gonna fare against the last human. So bringing the commentaries is me, Nello and Chocho with her new hair.
Right, heading right into the matchup. It seems to be that it has already started. We'll be chasing the Aeroplanist, and Aeroplanist is doing a very smart move here, which is to run in the open air so that it really prevents the last Opera Singer from just dashing straight and coming straight for him as well. Now, but Marriott will put the belt down.
Yo, I love this skin. Yeah, that's the first thing I noticed. But the first portal of the game, I love it. We're gonna see that portal helping him to transition to the middle part of the map. Maroi still has a little bit of gonna leap right to the air, try to buy a little bit more distance, but distance is not your best weapon against the upper singer. Oh no, Maroi has to take it. There's actually a portal there, but he did not take it, right?
Oh, interesting.
Wasn't there a portal there just now?
I think so. I think we definitely saw a portal there, but now looking at this, it seems to be that he's in a rather sticky situation. Oh, unable to bait him to vault that pallet. So it becomes a situation where they are just kind of nothing really happening. You teleported back, but the airplanes did not vault. So as a hunter, you kind of try to need to help force that vault to happen, but unfortunately that did not happen. But MT will be having a slight pause here. It seems to be that there might be technical issues here that we'll be seeing, but that's all right.
It's all right. It's all right because we have all of you guys to accompany us. So time for what? Time for chit chats, guys. Because right now I'm seeing a lot of people in the chat. Hello, Ewol. I remember Ewol. Ewol's also from the Philippines. Hello, Ewol. And just a girl as well. Phantom Queen, guys, do check out Phantom Queen as well, an avid IDV influencer as well. And of course, I'm not sure if I see TVT, Tevat Gaming. They invited me to like their page, and I liked their page, and I saw their post, and yeah, guys, keep it up, and good job, man, as well, in the purple side. So shout out to you guys, and Tuber Rose Kisser, I'm so great. I'm so delighted that you're here as well. Thank you so much for the support. And of course, Chocho, anyone you see in the chat?
I think I have to make a special shout out, but okay, I'll make the special shout out later on because this match will be happening right now. The airplane is trying to get away from
Flywheel!
Nice flywheel.
Go! Oh my god! I'm like, go! Okay. I wasn't saying go Terra Shock, I was like, go Volt. But yeah, it's like,
oh no.
Yeah, unfortunately. But you know what? Nothing to lose there because you're half health anyway. So a Terra Shock doesn't really change much anyway. It just gives an extra presence. But it's okay. The last human, so far so good. Getting a survivor down. Unfortunately, at around 3 minutes mark. Chocho, this is the funny stuff, right? 3 minutes and only one cipher done. Weird.
Yeah, and coming for a relatively, I would
early
say,
rescue.
Yeah, relatively early rescue. So Mario will try to kite it out here with the jack. Oh, unfortunately, unable to change the directions. But
nice.
over there, the long portal seems to be that he will be able to enter it as well.
Oh
So now-
my god! But he has a warp though. He has a warp. He can just warp over if he wants to, and that's the thing.
Let's go.
Let's go. The warp, first warp of the game, right in front of the tram. So the tram's like, oh, the tram hit! Oh my
same
god!
The same corrector.
Heal! Oh, heal! You might as well heal now. Oh, he manages to heal, and now Maro is still alive and running. But for how long? Not long enough apparently, because Maroi has expanded the exit path, has gone down another time. But good execution though. However, if you fall here, you know what's waiting for you? The basement.
Yeah, it seems to be that rather interesting situation. Every time Nell is here, it seems to be that there's gonna be a traffic jam situation, hit and run accident. Right at the alleyway area. So, now yesterday was with FT, today it's with NG.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's it with me and trams. I think maybe I have a problem with public transportation. Or maybe public transportation has a problem with me. But whatever it is, it definitely has problems with the hunters in this match today. The last human has already eliminated Maroi. Is gonna try and find the next target. I'm really surprised at the cipher progress so far, Chocho. It's 5 minutes. Oh my god, not another tram. Okay, it's safe. It's stopped. But Jin taking the next kite.
So we do see that the mercenary will be taking the next kite, as you've mentioned, unable to get a full swing, and also the pallet stun. Oh my goodness, it did not happen. Everything did not happen as to what was planned.
Oh, the tram!
No!
The tram hits again! Why?
Oh no. This is
I
getting...
did not expect.
No, this is like gold medalist already. Do I give it to the tram or do I give it to you?
The tram for sure. SG, tram, oh no! Shock! no!
Oh
The
wait,
karma!
how did that happen? That
Oh my
is crazy. A
God.
Terra Shock just given like that. Free gift. Take it. And then,
Take it.
oh my goodness, this is getting from slightly bad to worse. And now, Princess is the only one that can come for this rescue. A long portal was set up as well. So, wait, was it
Yeah.
cancelled? It seems like it was cancelled.
Yeah, it was cancelled, unfortunately. Jin didn't want to pick it up or cancel. I'm not really sure what's going on. But Pikachu, sorry, not Pikachu, Pinkchu is going to come forward. Still has 2 portals to work with. Let's see how he's going to work and this rescue up. But honestly, yeah, he definitely needs to set up another portal for Acrobat. But Acrobat still has bombs to work with though. So let's see what happens. Okay, preemptive bomb. Oh, and a slow vault. Okay, fast speed vault, but yeah, it's not gonna matter much because he's zooming. He's zooming really fast. Oh my god, the last human. He's not even gonna chair. He's just gonna go. He wants to sweep everyone. Okay,
Oh my
taking out the portal.
Oh my goodness.
Pinkchu! They're stuck at
Pinkchu.
2 ciphers, Jojo. They're stuck at 2 ciphers.
Yeah, and honestly, if we kind of combine the ciphers together, they could be close to done with that last cipher. But unfortunately, that is not happening anytime soon, Mercenary. We'll be seeing the next chase here, I suppose. Trying to go for that rescue as well.
Okay, he has to rescue now that he's already injured, right? But how much can you kite as a priestess here? Okay, the portal, nice! Beautiful. 0.1 second earlier, but there's nowhere for him to kite here. Pinkchu! Okay. Yeah, he's gonna go down here. Mercenary's gonna go down. Pinkchu's gonna get chaired another time. Acrobat's the only one left standing. Honestly, I felt like this could have ended in a draw for Team MT, but the last human, he's angry. He's ready to devour. He is cooking, ladies and gentlemen. Jojo, what a game!
This is definitely a rather interesting game. The snowball from the last human is definitely very eye-catching and also very interesting. I think later on we kind of need to break this down all once again. The fact that he got 2 tramp hits and still be able to gun down that 4 kill, I think that is extremely impressive. And now we will be seeing the last human trying to spot out, and the Tinnitus is on. Jin is right in front. Will he hit for that or hit back?
Yeah, he head back. I have no idea what's the game plan here, but whatever it is, the hunter definitely has the advantage because he's just slowly draining the resources, draining all of their self heals, and now look at the last human just running around this area, and he's gonna get that hit onto Jin, and now Jin has lost his exit path. So, and using the warp straight away, he knows where the acrobat is. What's going on, Jojo? Oh my goodness. What a beast! Oh, and the bomb as well. Yeah, the bomb was very short. And the charge
regardless,
attack is gonna end.
regardless of anything you throw at the human, you give him 2 tramp hit, you give him a red bomb, anything, and he'll still be able to make it such that it is his time to shine. And that's exactly what happened in this matchup. A very impressive matchup, but now I kind of want to ask for your highlights or potential lowlights of that match.
Definitely the double tramp hits. The double tramp hits into a Terra Shock.
Oh.
I would like to name that event. I would like to name that situation as the karma counter. The karma counter. So what happens here? Listen to me, okay? Bear with me. He gets hit purposely by the tramp. Okay? He gets hit 1 time, 2 times, and then he uses that karma counter to get a Terra Shock. How's that?
How's that?
That's the theory.
What a great
That's the theory.
trade!
Karma
What a great
counter.
trade.
I get hit by tramp 2 times, and then I get a Terra Shock on a perfectly healthy acrobat. How's that?
I'll take it. I'll take it.
So,
I'll take it any day.
I'll get hit 10 times just so that I can Terra Shock all the survivors the entire game. But jokes aside though, he, despite the tramp setback, I feel like MT really didn't utilize the advantage as much as I hope that they can. For example, Aeroplaylist, you can see that it's a little bit of a bumpy dash at certain points, right? The rotations wasn't clean enough, if you notice as well. But At the end of the day, he still managed to buy 90 seconds of containment time. Makima has bought almost 60 seconds. Acrobat, despite the Terror Shock, still bought a respectable 70 seconds. And Jin, with the longest time, 120 seconds. So Chocho, being the expert professional player here, what went wrong?
All right.
What went wrong? It was okay. Maybe the Acrobat Terror Shock, but is that really the reason why they?
Okay.
Everything went wrong.
Okay, if we look at the decoding chart, right, it seems to be that the ciphers are rather not progressing as fast upon that first and second cipher being popped. So yeah, it back to the question, right, whether it's really cipher progress that is the main issue here, or is it the kiting that is not enough? But you've mentioned, in the matchup, it's already been 3 minutes, only 2 ciphers popped. So what exactly is the issue?
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, what happened? Was the opera singer chasing anyone else? Was he like, okay, detour? Was that what he was doing? No, right? He was just chasing a single target the entire time, right?
Yeah.
He was just chasing aeroplanes the entire time, so the ciphers were really slow. It was like, I don't know how. Okay, this is the secret, guys.
Okay.
I kid you not, Chocho as well. FTSG, same map, okay? Same map, 1 minute, 20 seconds, 3 ciphers almost done. This game, 3 minutes, almost 3 minutes, 2 ciphers barely done.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, maybe that's the factor that happened, right? Because when you play Skirt and you don't rush the ciphers, you don't manage your ciphers well enough, I think, yeah, that's gonna be a problem as well. You think that's the case? The cipher which one's worse? The cipher progress being the worst factor, or the Terror Shock being the worst factor?
The Terror Shock. I feel like it's still the Terror Shock.
Still
like, as much as the cipher progress is the primary focus, right? The kiting is the one that could help the cipher progress kind of move along, right? And the fact that Acrobat, I feel like he didn't really look back, didn't really see where the hunter was coming from as well. So because of that, didn't really predict that, oh, hunter is gonna go this fast, come towards me like that, and a hit and a Terror Shock happens, registered just like that. A potential matchup that could see a certain light at the end of the tunnel just became completely dark. So,
yeah. Oh my god. Reminds me of Resident Evil. The tunnel. You run to the light and then, oh no, it's all blocked by zombies and you can't go out. So yeah, very good analogy, Chocho. Getting 4K by the last human, and this is exactly what I was worried about for Team MT, right? Because Team MT, you're supposed to like with the draw manage against Team NG. Getting a draw here would still help you to propel you to at least fight back in BO2, BO3. But here getting 4K and ending with a score of 72, the only way they can come back in game 2 is if they win. And it's not even a tie. If they tie it, we've seen this happen a lot of times, right? You get advantage in BO1 and then tie in BO2 and then BO3, it's like you gotta do something like 8-1. You gotta do something impossible like, okay, survivors need to 3 escape, 4 escape. And so much pressure. For reals.
Yeah, and from the side, right? I mean, looking at this, I feel like, MT in the losing position, right? This is the time for player swap. And you know who we are expecting, or who we should be expecting? A potential MT hunter swap to Death World.
Death World, yeah, Death World. DWD, we've seen him in action before. He's definitely one of those OG IdentityV hunter players, right? So I'm definitely very excited to see if he's going to make something happen. But it still goes back to the question, Chocho. Damage has been done. 7-2. And it's not even from it's not even from the hunter's fault. The hunter still managed to get a draw, because even if DWD comes in, gets a 3K, 4K, do you think anything will change? Because for me, if the survivors of MT cannot manage to get 1 or 2 survivors escape, I don't think DWD coming in with a 4K is gonna matter much.
That's actually very true. We shouldn't really push this to a hunter side problem, but more of synergy within this 4 survivors, and it just feels a little bit like not smooth when it comes to support coming in. We did see the priestess portals. Like, it feels like communication wise they definitely need to work a little bit more on. And also when it comes to priestess, it's not actually easy to communicate in a team. Especially when you're 4 different individuals, right? Maybe you come from different countries, I'm not too sure. But when it comes to different locations, right?
Oh.
Wow,
Yeah,
okay, we'll put that
different
into a pause about Priestess. We'll put a pause on Priestess first, but let's look at the player change. It seems like Makima, the survivor, will be subbed out, and ZZZZZ will be sucked in.
Wow. I keep hearing ZZZZ. I'm like, okay. Is this a sign?
Time to fall asleep.
Oh my god, yeah, for reals. But they're not doing the substitution of Hunter, though. Maybe after this. So,
I hope so.
With the substitution now, it's a clear indication that MT survivors will be playing first, and they have to face the last human again for the second time in round number 2. So, yeah, right.
We saw that. The split moment you look away from the screen, at the bottom it says that Death Row will be subbed in as a hunter.
Why
and
so fast?
There you go.
Oh, thank you.
Hey, production, what's up, man? You just 1 second zone and then come back in.
Yeah, I was like, okay. Are my eyes playing a trick on me? But yeah, you're right. Karn Day is going to be subbed out, and Death World will be coming into Han. So, again, you gotta see how the survivors fare first. Because if the survivor factions of MT goes first, and you still get 4K'd by the last human, then Death World getting a 4K, yeah, it's good. You still go to BO3, but you're kind of delaying the inevitable. You know what I mean?
That's true.
Yeah.
We have to see who will be picking the map first. I don't really recall who picked the map ever slipping tongue just now. But if MT manages to get the faction selection right,
yeah,
for me, but definitely put Death Row first. Death Row as the hunter first.
True. They have to put Death Row first, so that the survivors have some breathing space, right? And it helps them to at least give them morale to at least get 1 survivor out. I agree with you, Jojo. Talking about all this, this is the moment that we are looking forward to see whether MT will be able to come back despite the predicament in game number 1, or will NG continue to go on and win round number 2. I mean, if you're the coach for MT now, because I've seen a few viewers, for example, Hanako, Chiu, talking about, like, they were talking about maybe it's the lineup problem, right? Because you say that this lineup counters Ivy, but not necessarily opera singer. Like, maybe a coordinator would have been better there.
Coordinator would be good. It really, if you're good at predicting or knowing what exactly the hunter is gonna do, whether it's gonna come straight for you or is he gonna make a certain sidewalk so behind the wall. Yeah. I think coordinator would be good if you successfully hit with the gun. But I feel like people they might feel like the kiting potential of coordinator might not be the best. They want something a little bit more. You have the items to kite. For example, magician. You have the wand. You become invisible. Invincible. Imagine being invincible though. Then you don't die. You manage to decode everything. Hunter wants to hit you but cannot. That's gonna be really amazing. But this is IDV we're talking about here.
Invincible.
So invincible is definitely not there. But I think you mentioned something about what Chu said, right? I think also one thing very important that Chu mentioned is about communication. Just now we were talking about the priestess, right? When it comes to 4 different people coming together, synergy is so important, especially if you want to play a priestess in your team comp, because at different places in the map, you call it different things. Maybe in Chinese you call it this way. When it comes to direct translation, it's not exactly the same as the one in English. So having to practice a lot more, be comfortable with each other, and coming together maybe after practice session to kind of consolidate, okay, this is the map and this is what we're going to call this place, so we're not going to confuse each other. etc., etc. I feel like there isn't much communication done from the side of survivors as well. And also when it comes to priestess portals, right? This is very funny. Because when I was a Nor, Owl was our priestess. Night Owl was our priestess main, and we always initially at the start he'll always say like, oh, I've already placed the portals, and then when we try to like run past it and like we don't see any portals, like, wait, where's the portal? You said there's a portal. Because when it comes to portals placement, right, there is either sometimes diagonally across, and there is, if it's a building, right, there is 2 diagonals. Which diagonal are you coming from, and where are you placing it from? So there are so many questions that is unanswered, and it really depends on the synergy that will be made up over time.
Through communication.
Yeah.
Yeah, but speaking about communication, well, it seems like the teams have finished communicating, and NG is going to be banning Arms Factory, which means NG will be the ones choosing the faction. MT chose Sacred
New
Heart
generation.
Hospital. Yeah, so New Generation, they gotta send Last Human first, right? They gotta send Last Human first.
Yeah, destroy every morale left from MT survivors, because
oh no!
and
Okay.
I mean, we saw Last Human, right, second half of BO1, and then now BO2 first half. They're really feeling demoralized. Make them feel worse. You know, that kind of mentality from the side of NG. That's what they want to do.
That's brutal. Yeah.
It's truly brutal, honestly.
Yeah. Okay. Let's do a little bit of role play. I'm MT team member. Okay, I'm the MT member now. You're my coach. Okay, so I come in and my face, I look like I'm dying. What? Please say something for me, for MT. I'm MT player. Please.
All right.
Say something to me for round number 2.
Okay. Oh my goodness. If I'm the coach, this
Coach,
is a different way I will do it. Because everybody's tension is really high right now. Maybe there is certain unhappiness because of miscoms and potential 4K just now that we saw.
Talk to me like a coach.
If I'm the coach, I have a very weird way of doing it, but
You're the coach. Okay, do it now. 3, 2, 1.
I can't actually do it because there's a lot of cursing involved. You know, you gotta
okay.
like,
Oh my God.
you gotta throw your opponent like yo, they actually like not so good. You know, they
Okay, maybe not then.
deal on their weak points or something like that. So, but if a very professional coach, I think you should already know where the weak points are in your opponents, and try to target it down. From the hunter side, okay, maybe among these 4 survivors, you know that this survivor is not relatively good at kiting or not very good at rescuing, then you want to target that specific points when it comes to inside the matchup. But if you're talking about survivors, communicate more, talk to each other, you know, because
So you
if
want
you guys
me to
don't talk to each other,
to my teammates?
of course, communication is really important in a survivor matchup.
Okay. Yeah.
Super important. If you don't communicate, be angry.
But everyone's shouting in the VC, coach. Everyone's shouting in the VC. I cannot even put my point across. Everyone's just shouting their own things.
How?
I don't.
How?
Yeah. How? Yeah, but that's definitely one very valid point that Chocho has made. Communication is definitely key. You gotta have a key leader to shout out the commands, and everyone else, please keep quiet. You know, things like that. Do you think that works? Like, one key leader. Okay, shout out position. Shout out where you are. Only when the hunter is chasing you. Or, like key important. One word, 2 words. You think? Like, okay, precise.
One key lead commander would be good as well. I mean, having a main commander is great already, but sometimes the main commander could be the one kiting. A sub commander that is also taking note of where the ciphers are being decoded, what the other teammates are doing is also would be important to their success. So if we actually have a chance, right, to look into FT's VC, right, we'll probably be able to see one person being the main shot caller, and the sub one that will be voicing out if the main shot caller happens to oversee certain points in the map.
Yeah, in the end, establishing control. Yeah, okay, I agree with that, definitely, for sure. But now, heading back into the game, MT survivors, they've gotten their priestess and the aeroplane is banned due to global bans, right? And now coordinator and antiquarian are also banned. Wow, the last human, really brutal, banning all the disruptive, so to speak, OB characters that can slow down his hunting. But MT's gonna respond by saying that, Coach, I'll feel better if you buy me chicken adobo tonight. It will definitely make me feel better. Yeah.
Yo, you know what?
Buy me chicken tonight.
Buy you chicken.
Just kidding. Sometimes, team members like, okay, if you win, yeah, we're gonna have a good meal tonight. Stuff like that. Maybe I know. But
yeah, I always want a good meal.
Jojo.
I always like a good meal, like after commentating, because as commentators, we don't really eat behind the scenes. We eat like if we have a break or it's after our shift already. So huge.
Oh my god.
Huge respect to us, man.
Yeah, but I feel sad because I don't get a good meal. I just eat noodles. So
Eat healthy at least.
Eat healthy at least. But hey, looking at the lineup, Jojo, very interesting. There's a prospector, there's an acrobat, so more than capable of taking care of themselves, right? But now, a lawyer. So this, I don't know, man. I'll kind of like this composition because they're not playing defensive. But how about you, Jojo? What do you think in hospital with this lineup?
I personally think that initially when I first saw the prospector and the acrobat being first picked up, and also the bands from the last, I thought that he might be going for Ivy. But the survivors, instead of picking a first officer, which is a better option against an Ivy, they picked up a mercenary. So right now I'm not too sure as to whether the survivors are actually trying to cover all grounds potentially, but there's a high chance that the last is gonna go for Ivy now. Their BO1 lineup already shows that they tried to go against the Ivy initially, but it just didn't really work out. And as we predicted, right, NG did pick their hunter to come up first to really destroy everything.
Yeah, I mean, psychology-wise, this is the best choice, best course of action. You already know that they suffered a 4-man defeat, and now finally, when they were expecting Ivy in game number 1, and now they're Last Humans bringing Ivy in game number 2. Wow, this is definitely gonna put a lot of pressure onto the survivors. But hey, do or die, they gotta survive this. And if they want to have a fighting chance, they want Death World to come back in the second half. This round, they definitely need to work and fight towards a 1 or 2 man escape.
Yeah. They definitely have to. And looking at our spawn locations, this is actually rather a standard one for if you're going to get against the IV. You want to just spread out as much as possible, and this is exactly what we're seeing here. Now, the last will be spawning between the Prospector and the Mercenary. We could potentially be seeing him going straight for the Prospector. Actually, we just have to wait and see, honestly. The last is a little bit hard to predict which one he's going to go for. Could he just make a mad dash towards the lawyer just because he feels like it's an easy chase? Or just hit for the Prospector. So this is that matchup.
Anything goes, just whack anything you see. But before we start the game, shout outs to you. I can see CQ me. I'm just starting to learn about competitive play. This is exciting. Shout out to you. Welcome to the channel. Please do keep playing. Shout outs to Misty as well. I'm excited to see how this goes. Say hi to all the newcomers and Feeny as well, emotional coaching. So hello. If you are here for the first time, please do say hi so that we can give you some shout outs later on. Okay? So right now, heading into the game, that's what we've seen, Jojo. Bringing the commentaries is me, Nello, and Jojo. So, and we're heading right off into deduction.
Right. So before we barely started, but there was a pause already. I guess there is internet connection, maybe. I'm not too sure, but hopefully everything gets sorted out because we really want the best condition for these players, and especially with MT survivors, they are actually kind of losing quite a bit. They kind of want the best kind of conditions now. So hopefully we give them the time, the patience for them to get everything set up, as well as for our production crew to get everything sorted out as well. Now, this is gonna be exciting. We have this BO1, right? We have the last IV, and it's been quite some time since we last saw the last human.
True.
And now coming back with the opera singer and IV debut pick.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of hunters. This is what I love, right, about these players. They don't give up. Do you guys know that some of these players, they used to be the reserve player, the substitute player, the benched player of their teams, their previous teams, and now they're finally coming out. For example, Hershen. You don't see Hershen playing when Kuga's in the team or Meowpie's in the team, right? So I love to see this, and now it's last Humans debut for Team NG going up against the survivors of MT. Will MT survive the onslaught of Last Human, or will Last Human get a 4K? Take it away, Jojo.
Right, so we'll be heading straight for that acrobat now, but unable to get that onto the acrobat as well. So he's looking slightly lost, and this is kind of normal actually in IV matches if we've watched already. They tend to get really lost at the start of the match. It is normal, for IV at least. So now the last will be able to infect the acrobat 60% right now on the scaring ratio. Will he be able to get it to 100 to get that first hit?
Wow. I mean, very, very close, but with the help of the pallet boost and the help of the bomb, it might help him. But no! Couldn't gain that damage at that distance, and he's gonna be moved towards the direction, getting a damage. But this is a very, very hard place to kite. I mean, for the hunter to catch up to the survivors here, it's a very, very strong area for the survivors. Will Ivy continue to commit to this ruins area? Oh, he changed target.
Oh my goodness. We'll be infecting the second survivor as well. So Prospector will be getting the 100% scare ratio. Oh my gosh, the blink missing once again. The last. This is the second time missing his blink, I believe.
Ayya, what is going on? And the Prospector, I love that pushback. I love that pushback. Okay, put it down. It's fine. He knows that he has no more blink to work with. MT is in very good position so far. It's already close to 3 minutes, but seems like that hit is gonna register onto Maroy. And with 89% scare, oh my god, if he actually scares here. Oh, and it's actually attract instead of propel. So is that a misstep there going on? Jojo?
I feel like he probably didn't expect the hunter to catch up so fast, or either he didn't really change it because of reaction time, or he just assumed that it was in the push you away kind of feature right now. But unfortunately, we'll be seeing the Prospector on the chair. ZZZZ. We'll be seeing the next leech.
Okay, nice rescue, but it seems like Last Human is not even going to try and hit the mercenary. It's like, yeah, I want to farm off the Prospector. It's fine, I'm just going to get him down as soon as possible. Then I'll deal with 3 survivors. Then I'll slowly dwindle their resources. But hey, the Last Human trying to look on for his next infected survivors. Yeah, moving into that direction towards the shack. I can hear all the ciphers.
I know,
sound.
right? Yeah, but we do see Mercenary kind of destroying that tombstone. Potentially might be coming for this rescue again since he's full health, and the last should try and prioritize infecting the Mercenary when he comes to this rescue instead of the Prospector now. We'll see if that will be happening. The last, did he not see the Mercenary running by?
Probably saw and probably like, yeah, I don't really care. Just come in, just rescue, but I'm gonna farm him off.
Able to
anyway.
infect? Nice.
See, he's not even gonna try. He's not even gonna try. You see, he's not even gonna hit. You notice, right, Chocho? He's not even trying to hit. He just wants to farm him off. But now he has no choice. He said, enough is enough. Don't test my patience. I'm gonna hit that survivor. And now going straight to Maroy. Maroy, this is his last chance. Has almost 2 magnets to work with. Gotta be really careful. Okay, Maroy. Maroy. Oh, Maroy! He waited so long. What's going on?
Oh no! Unfortunately, that
He
is
was
that.
scared of the
It was-
He's scared of the blink, right? He's scared of the teleport in, but then leave the
It's
area,
better if you
right?
force it out, you get what I mean? It's better if you
Yeah.
force everything out, even if it's a blink or what. So it's such that your second survivor that is in your team can kite it out a lot better. Now we're seeing a second skill Ivy over here trying to chase ZZZZ. He has no infections in the map right now. We have to see happen soon. Tombstone.
Yes! Okay, getting that hit onto the acrobat. Well, at least it's not the terror shock anymore like the previous game. But hey, it seems like Last Human is slowly picking himself back up. But this is something really scary, Jojo. 4 ciphers are done. It's almost 6 minutes in, and they don't have a last cipher. Same story, different chapter?
No, different story. We have the lawyer this time round, so I'm hoping for something a lot faster in the 5th cipher. He is now fully stacked, alright, because of the lawyer, so we should be seeing a very fast decoding. But oh my gosh, if we're looking at the 3 ciphers, they're actually quite close to each other. Double story. Oh, sorry, that is not the cipher, that is the tombstone. That is the same color as the machine. The double story. Oh my goodness, my eyes. I thought it was a
I
teaser.
know. I thought so too, but it's okay. I mean, he's just making the rotations here. No one's touching the cipher yet. Actually, there is. The lawyer's touching the last cipher. Last human has to be really careful because the lawyer's decoding speed is absolutely insane right now, and they're even doing a 6th cipher. And this is exactly what happens when you want to go up against an Ivy, right? You gotta have 2 ciphers on standby. But now, while time is going on, the last human still not. Oh, what? Okay, he's finally going towards where the
Okay,
lawyer
he finally
is.
found the lawyer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think took him quite some time, right? The cipher is already 73%, and he finally realized that he should be focusing on the lawyer who is fully stacked when it comes to decoding. I think that is rather interesting, I would say. But now looking at the double story cipher, it is also being worked on by the mercenary at the bottom left.
Yeah, he better cut off that mercenary first. Yeah, because if he cuts off the mercenary, or at least try and get a damage dealt onto the mercenary, it could pressure the survivors to make a little bit more mistake, right? You know what I mean? So Jin,
That could definitely happen.
yeah, they're healing up actually. So the last human, I mean, he's not the only one confused. I'm also confused. What's he doing actually?
He's trying.
he lost?
He's trying to map control and everything, but the thing is that the more he tries to stay at the ciphers, which prevents them from decoding, they can just go ahead and kill each other up.
That's true. That's true. And the lawyer's getting healed as well by the mercenary, as you can see in the bottom left corner of the screen.
You see,
yeah.
he doesn't want to commit anymore. Once again, he's heading back to the ciphers. He doesn't want to commit.
Yeah. I mean,
Oh, there's a chance here though.
there is. I mean, he has a blink to work with, but does he want to commit the blink? He doesn't need to. He doesn't need to. He could just hit. Okay, finally, the acrobat going down. Fine. He doesn't have to worry too much about the ciphers at the moment because while he was chasing down the acrobat, well, they were healing each other. So rest assured, the ciphers progress couldn't have changed that much from the previous time. But now he has a problem. He has to deal with 2 survivors at full health, and the other survivor can easily go and decode, while the other one would stay and divert his
no.
attention. Wait, change
The
direction.
spirit here
Pressure.
though, there is a tombstone.
Okay,
You wanna go?
okay.
Scaring, unfortunately.
Oh,
did not
Terror
happen.
Shock!
Oh my gosh, a terror shock!
Terror Shock! Wow, that's game changing. Now he can just go towards where the lawyer is. Like, in case he feels something's wrong with the lawyer, he can just go straight for the lawyer. Oh my goodness, what a game changing moment! And he committed the blink! He doesn't even care! What a play by last human! It seemed like he was a
That's
little bit lost
crazy.
in the middle, right? But he finally picked it up. He knew. I'm sorry for doubting you. We're sorry for doubting you. He knew exactly what he was doing. He was just waiting to find the moment to strike, and that's what he did. He has 2 survivors on the chair now, Chocho! Cypher has been primed, but he's the only one left running!
Oh
He
my
has
goodness.
nothing to
He
help him
might
out.
not make it. He might not, yeah. He is able to see, but the hunter. And also right now the lawyer is on cooldown when it comes to his infection, so he's unable to infect him right now. But right now he could potentially do that. We'll see if that's gonna be happening.
Oh yeah, the lawyer. Oh my god, and that's a 4K. The hope empty head, and they were doing so good too. But in the end, I feel like they dragged the time a little bit long. 10 minutes in. Oh,
Wow.
right. I'm not sure.
But
I mean,
seriously though, seriously,
4
that
minutes.
one play.
Yeah, that's crazy. That one Terror Shock as well. I don't know, man, Jojo. Talk to me how you feel after that game. It was 10 minutes, and how do you feel about that game?
Things were kind of slow paced, and you know what, we were thinking like, you know what, potential tie there is definitely there, but that one terror shock made it such that mercenary will be downed. The blink hit, double down situation. The only
Yeah.
full health person is the lawyer, that is the only person that can decode. So it becomes a situation where he has no choice. Lawyer has no choice but to just pop that cipher.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate, because if worst to worst, he could at least come and, he could rescue a second time. He rescued before half, right? He rescued before half. He could definitely have came. If only the Terror Shock didn't happen, he could have came and rescue again for the second time. But that Terror Shock, man, wow. Last human. As if the Terror Shock in the first game wasn't enough, he needs to do it again here, even without the tram.
This guy, I am not too sure if this is the last human, right? For sure. Why did he take a break? Like, we should be seeing more and more of him, and like, this is actually quite amazing. I mean, coming from his opera singer initially at the second half of first match, and then now this IV. I think other teams that might be going against them, if they do make it to the playoffs, have to be cautious about.
Yeah, true. But there's also the factor where I notice a pattern with Team MT where it's kind of sussy. Okay, so I'll point out a few things, and I hope you can give some comments about it, because number one, the spawn location was so sus. It was like 4 corners of the map. Remember? No one's at the hospital at all. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, in 2 games back to back, the Cypher progress is so slow. 3 minutes in, you saw, right? 2 Cyphers done, only like at the 4-minute mark. So, what's going on with this?
I think it's that
I was thinking, what's going on?
Like, the thing is that, okay, Hunter was pressuring the Cyphers, at the start, and because of their spawn location that they've said, okay, let's just put a pause on that. We'll get back to that with you now, but let's look at this. So it seems like the moment
Therefore,
MT...
needs to 4K.
Yes, he needs the 4K. He needs the 4K for a VO3. Like, that's
the only
stop.
thing.
Anything else?
Bye-bye.
2-0.
Yeah.
But getting back to your point. That 4 spawn locations, right? I felt like it is quite reasonable in a sense that because it's an IV, you don't really want to be so close to each other. And also, it just allows IV to have to travel a lot, and that's why we kind of saw the IV kind of lost at the start of the match. They are all rotating, and because they are all rotating, nobody is decoding, which kind of explains why the Cyphers were so slow, and the fact that IV is able to infect as well, pressuring the Cyphers once again, might potentially slow the third Cypher. So if the first 2 Cyphers pop early, that's understandable, but afterwards, there was a lot of chances for them to decode more and more, and honestly, I felt like the kite wasn't like super duper shot because he kept changing targets.
Yeah, but I still feel like, transitioning. I understand, but I really understand that rotations, transitioning is super important, especially when you're up against a hunter like this, right? But the thing is, in 2 games, though, not just one, not just twice, it's clearly not fast enough. You know what I mean? It's clearly not fast enough, and it's clearly not giving enough pressure, because usually at a time like this, based upon my previous viewing of the hunter itself, right? A lot of the times it's just one person when they don't have any presence. It's just one person kiting, like you saw Adi with the acrobat kiting as well against the Ivy, right? And he bought so much time, 3 Cyphers kite. And the time he used to kite, it was like three how do you call it? It was 3 Cyphers during that moment, right? And that was all done within the time frame of before 2 minutes, 1.5 minutes to 1 minute 50 seconds, right? So clearly something is not working, and I don't know about you, but I feel like it's the Cyphers that really messed them up. Yeah.
And also, if you think about it, right, the hospital matchup, their team comp, right, is actually not really like support reliant at all. So
solo everyone.
Everybody was like solo YOLO. You kite, you try to survive as long as you can, and we try to decode as much as we can. But it's just really unfortunate. Like,
it is.
They need more time, I would say. They need more time to train and gear themselves up, because I think this might be some of their first time being in a live stage like this against relatively known players from NG. We have Hatari, The Last Human, Type Pose, Boyman, Matthias, and Babel. These people have already competed in multiple tournaments, in fact.
Yeah. And they came together, make this team, new gens. So even the name suggests that this is something new that they want to try out, right? So kudos to Team NG, because right now they are just one game away from moving on to top 8. And all they need is just one survivor out. So will Deathworld will Deathworld be able to do it? Ladies and gentlemen, do we have any MT supporters in the chat? Because right now, do your best, chant Deathworld's name, because he needs to 4K. 4K or nothing.
Yeah.
Anything less than the 4K, NG will be moving on. Oh my god, Chocho. I mean, if they want to counter Ivy in the first place, here's another question. If they want to counter Ivy in the first place, wouldn't choosing a bigger map be the solution as well? Because you notice that nowadays, the top tier teams, right? They choose bigger maps. They not necessarily want the smaller maps. They choose like Lakeside Village. They choose Moonlit River Park, right? And Ivy's like, oh my god, I have to travel so far and stuff like that, right? So maybe wouldn't that be even better though?
Double-edged sword lah, I would say, because if it's a big map, right? I mean, Hunter, you've mentioned, have to travel very far distances, but for survivors, same. And also to know survivors run slower than the Hunters too, and having to rotate, run to the next cipher, decode, is gonna take a whole lot of time. So I think from MT's point of view is that maybe also, right, they also only train smaller maps. They're more comfortable with and this is also their comfort pick, this comfortable map that they pick, yeah. So I think that is possibly the reason why they pick Hospital. But coming back to the point, right? MT, that's what will be their Hunter in a survivor-sided map. Survivor-sided map here. Alright, so from the side of survivors, we do see the Antiquarian and Prisoner. Not too surprised, honestly. And the first officer, I feel like they're gearing up for an Ivy here, but the Ivy has already been banned, so the next step we have here would be
Sculptor. Sculptor. You behind the stage here. He's probably like, yes, my sculptor. But honestly, even though they just need to get one man out, right? Chocho. They're not playing scared. They're not even playing defensive. That's not even an bomber. That's not even those things characters that can help you a little bit longer. Yeah. Instead, they're playing very, very balanced lineup. As a matter of fact, I already love their lineups here. Like Antiquarian, First Officer, Prisoner. I really love that. And even with the female dancer, also buying so much time with the slow music box. So at this point, right, I just feel like they just have the better draft. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like that's the only thing that's separating NG and MT now. So I mean, I don't know about you. Like, do you like this? Oh wait.
BQ. Hey, no, let's not question it. Let's not question. The last time I questioned a BQ at Hospital, that person got a 4K. Okay, so
that's Lati. Yeah, but that's Lati. Everyone's like, yeah, respect bad Lati's bloody queen. But here it's Deathworld. Okay, I mean, I can see some damage being done left and right, but oh my god, unless if the spirit of Lati possesses Deathworld or something. But you know what, guys? Let's have a look at the spawn location. Nothing like the four corners here, but female dancer will be spawning in the church. Sorry, not the church, the hospital. I mean, I just think about church. It's a Sunday after all. So, and the prisoners out in the safest area, I feel, like the kiting. But as you know, the mirror doesn't really care about the terrains, the walls. So, might not even be the best position to kite at, right?
Actually, guys, I'm not sure if you guys have seen Deathworld's Bloody Queen before, but I definitely did. Very accurate mirrors, yeah. Very accurate mirrors, but it's been some time since I last saw his Bloody Queen. So I'm not sure if the time would affect the skills that I last saw him with that Bloody Queen. So hopefully, fingers crossed, things do work out for MT because they do need a 4 kill, or if not, they will be eliminated. So this is round 2, second half of at Secret Hospital. We have MT, Hunter versus Sync, and G Survivor. So I'm Chocho. Joe Memi will be Nello Mello. We'll bring you the live commentary of this match.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, let's see. The first mirror already been used. Okay, the mirror has found no one. And now Death World's like, okay, who exactly am I supposed to hit here? Okay, transitioning straight to where the prisoner is. So prisoner looks like he's not going to be a decoder main today. He's going to be a kiter today. Because all Luca mains need to kite after all. So let's see what's gonna happen here. Okay, he's gonna preemptively vault the pallet in order to get the speed boost to run. But okay, second time's the charm because that one mirror has gotten the prisoner. So Chocho, Blink's coming up soon. Pretty fast down, you think?
Sorry, I was sneezing, but I think he will be able to. Sorry, that was like 6 sneezes in a row.
Oh my god, sorry.
I think he's. Oh my gosh! Love it. I'll take it.
If he actually shocked the Bloody Queen's Blink,
And flywheel then, right?
That would be so epic. But wait, such an early rescue? What? Oh, no, he's buying time with the watch. Okay, buying time with the watch. Okay. I like that. Just don't get hit, please. Just don't get hit.
Interesting. One thing to negate. Oh, okay. Relatively early rescue, I would say, but we'll be able to get that safe rescue. DZML has a flywheel to work with, and also the
Atari. Oh yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
And Atari.
Yeah,
And we have
he wants to
Atari
chase
here being
Atari.
the next focus point here.
Oh, he got the Bloody Queen with a pallet stun, but Atari's down, and that's exactly why. Like, he rescued early because his cipher was being disrupted. But it gives a new opportunity to prisoner to connect ciphers now. So this is scary. Like, Atari sacrificed himself and took the attention of Death World, and now prisoner's up and alive.
Yeah, hopefully this heroic act will be able to translate into something even bigger for the survivors. Now, they only need 1 escape, so they should be gunning for that. Now, Boyman will be zoned out here. Still getting that hit regardless of that flywheel being used as well.
Oh no, no one can rescue Atari now.
Oh my god! Mirror 2 hits! 1 mirror, 2 hits! No way! And a flywheel expanded too? What is this guy made of?
What is this guy made of? Apparently the Wind Queen so far, because now everyone in Team NG is like, oh my god, what's going on? We gotta go in for the rescue now. And Hatari will be rescued, still has another watch to work with. But again, it's the female dancer that's injured. 1 person's on the ground. Oh my goodness, that mirror is so crazy. It's so close, but I think Hatari will be able to make it. Hatari should be able to make it, right?
Yeah, he will. He has to swap over now. Alright, perfectly does that at the right time. Atari will try to cut it out here. Blink will be up in about 20 seconds, but the mirror will be up in about 8 seconds. So the accurate mirror will be out here. The blink should not be forced. So we'll see Hatari kite it out, but we see him going further and further backwards. Will he be able to negate this mirror?
Yeah. He's doing the 250. Okay, nice, Hatari. We can see the veteran play coming in. Okay.
No.
He doesn't want to use Blink if possible. I think therefore wants to save it for late game. But at this point, he should know that no one's decoding, right? He should. Yeah, he's just gonna use it. He knows now.
Yeah.
He's just gonna use it. Doesn't matter. Now he's gonna change his trade, probably to teleport. Yes, it is. And the decoding is gonna continue, but damage has been done. So Chocho, Death World, stopping the cipher rush by the survivors with that one mirror 2 hit.
Death roll, let's do this. Okay, right now we do see, look at ciphers, right? It's at 79. Adding together, it's actually not 4 ciphers done just yet. So we definitely do have an opportunity here. We'll see if prisoner or female dancer will be the next target. And Current is healing up the prisoner, so it will be 3 full health survivor. But Death roll, will he be able to spot out the 2 survivors over there?
Yeah, they're not out of hot soup yet, Death World. Death World's definitely... Remember, the goal is not to get just a 1k and win. The goal is to get a 4k. just to bring it to a game number 3. NG survivors need to be very careful. So they're playing it really safe. They are just going to heal up. Everyone's healed up. Like what you mentioned, Chocho, the connection is going to be destroyed. It doesn't really matter because another connection can always be made. And Prisoner going to resume decoding. Antiquarian as well, already going to his station, working on the 5th cipher. And Deathworld is still trying to look for someone to chase, Chocho.
Wow, and the moment they touch the cipher, you will be the next target. Now, Dancer, touch that cipher. Will it hit him in the back? But it seems like he will not. He will be way up the double story area, so Death Row forced to turn over, but nothing really happened. Survivors. Oh, we do see at the bottom left, Prisoners opening the 6th cipher as well.
No choice, right? Because he knows that his teammates are... yeah. Wait, Boyman. Yeah, and that's exactly why, because Bloody Queen, the mirrors counter the Antiquarian stick. So Boyman, I feel like instead of running so far away, maybe he can stick to close quarter combat, you think?
Close quarter combat.
Yeah, like, pop. Oh, teleport!
Wait, teleport. Wait,
wrong cipher! Wrong cipher! Death World! Oh my god, and the survivors are slowly crawling their way back. Jojo, look at the ciphers! It's slowly crawling back.
This trick or treat, definitely this Deathworld got tricked, and the servers got a little treat with that free teleport being used, and nothing really much happens. Now, DZML does have an electric shock, he has a flywheel, he can potentially kite out 3 mirrors, so I shouldn't see a instant down, especially when there's no blink.
True. So it's round number 2, Prisoner versus Bloody Queen. Let's see if DCML will be able to buy enough time, because right now, Jojo, 2 ciphers remaining dangerously close. Okay, that first hit is gonna register, but look at the ciphers, Jojo, and he has no teleport. The ciphers are both prime. This is a critical moment for Death World, and they're just gonna...
They just pop.
They don't care.
Oh my gosh. The right
Prisoner has no ball time.
Side. Yeah, because they only need 1 escape, so they can just diverge their attention and just hit for both gates, open it, and just hit out. Like you've mentioned, there's no teleport. Teleport's only going to be ready in 26 seconds. Gate is being opened. 30%. This charge attack does not register onto the Prisoner as well. Will be forced to switch over. And the dungeon is right there. There is the electric charge too.
Oh my god! Will he be able to make it? Get the hell out of there! No, he's not gonna make it. But it doesn't matter because NG only needed 1 survivor out, and they have 2. Bubble and Boyman already out. For a moment there, it seemed like Deathworld had the chokehold onto NG, but beautiful communication coming back in. Congratulations to Team NG. What an outstanding comeback. I call it a comeback because that was supposed to be Deathworld's game. It definitely looked like it was Deathworld's game, right? So Chocho, my goodness, what is...
Oh no.
What happened?
Can you imagine?
Yeah, can you imagine?
We gotta get back to BQ, right? BQ being a Thai queen.
Yeah.
Exactly that. So...
Well,
even though there was a 1
wrong.
mirror 2 hit situation, right? Antiquarian with that misstep, such a big misstep, by the way. And unfortunately, Deathworld was unable to capitalize on that. Prisoner being a huge playmaker here with that connection, tricking Deathworld to force out that teleport. That was the most crucial play, I have to say.
Yeah, that was super crazy. Like, I was just flabbergasted just looking at the way... Like, the way that they pulled themselves back up, it was Deathworld's game. Hatari was rescued after half. He was rescued after half, and then Antiquarian was on the ground. Everyone was injured. So that's why I'm like, okay, what's going on? But as a matter of fact, deep in our hearts, I think we kind of figured out that it's just the experience showing. They knew how to deal against a Bloody Queen. They took their time in heal, and like what you pointed out, the wrong teleport costed Deathworld even more than it should have, right? So congratulations, Team NG. A 2-0 sweep. Yeah, very dominant. All the teams so far are doing a 2-0 sweep, and I think you kind of have to have this kind of performance
Yeah.
going into.
Assert dominance, right? Right at the
Yeah.
start, right at the get-go. You
True,
don't want
true.
people to deem you as a liability or a weak team. Of course, you want to show that you're the best team out there
Yeah.
for this bracket. And that's exactly what NG, new generation, shown us. And
True.
they are indeed the new generation. I mean, showing us an impressive play. Even though all those missteps happened, they were still able to get together, pull that matchup back, and gain advantage from all the mistakes that Death Row actually just placed out there. And I think that is really amazing. We've seen that from FT, right? FT with the Terror Shot
Yeah.
rescue, but still 3
Yeah.
escape. UTP as
Yeah,
well.
true.
Instant down with
True.
Acrobat, but still 3 escape.
Yeah. Yeah. True. I mean, but you gotta hand it to Death World as well. He came in at the very last moment and facing the situation where your teammates just got 4K by last human, and now you got to get the 4K. It's definitely a tremendous pressure onto Death World. So we cannot overlook the fact that he was indeed carrying the entire weight of his team during that moment.
Yeah.
So as a matter of fact, getting a draw is still very respectable, but in the end of the day, it's not enough for them to make that comeback. So, like I said, the streak of 2-0 sweeps continue. Congratulations, NG and MT. Hopefully, we'll be able to see MT again in future
Yeah.
tournaments.
And also, I particularly love the MT name when it first came out because it stands for magnetic, and their team slogan is "This time I want to win." Unfortunately, did not. Like it's magnetic. So, really love the creativity with the team name and also the slogan. But unfortunately, this is the end. We'll be seeing you guys. But of course, it's not the end of your journey. There is definitely other tournaments. By the way, I managed to get information. Jong's tournament will be held in September, if I remember correctly.
Nice. So guys, you heard the news. Invisible Jong. Do check him out on YouTube. You can definitely find his channel. And he constantly hosts community tournaments, namely the Manor Regulars. I looked it up. So yeah, so please do check it out. And it's definitely worth joining, especially if you are residing in Southeast Asia. Definitely a training ground for you after IVC. So yeah, I mean, Chocho, so far so good. NG, MVP goes to the last human.
Very well
very
deserved.
well deserved. Yeah, I agree with you.
Look at the Terror Shocks, man. 1.5. That means in the 2 matches, total 3 Terror Shocks, alright? Yesterday, I think the most we ever got was maybe like 1 on average. Here we have the 1.5, and this Terror Shock is not like, oh, half health and you Terror Shock. It's a full health survivor getting a Terror Shock. And
yeah,
oh wow. And unfortunately, today this will be the end of the tram Karma that we saw here.
the karma counter. But it's true. I mean, with a prisoner in the game, right? I mean, I see Defo in the chat now. He's like, yeah, it's not my fault. I saw the cipher shaking. But that's exactly what's scary about having the prisoner. You know what I mean? Like prisoners
Yes.
decoding, pushing the other cipher, and then the hunter thinks, oh yeah, that's probably where the prisoner is decoding. So another reason why you should pick up prisoner if you haven't already.
Yeah, and also special message to 2 individuals particularly, right? 2 individuals. Death World. Yo, Death World, you know, we friends. Chimkin, I love you so much. But play more competitively, man. Like, you were playing so well the last time I saw you, but I'll definitely see you once again, alright? I definitely know that it's the pressure. That 1 mirror 2 hits was a statement to all of us that you had that potential, even as a single hit hunter at that point in time, okay? It's alright.
Okay.
And also, second message. I was unable to give my shout out just now, actually.
Okay, go ahead.
Alright, this is one individual. He will be coming out later on for the next matchup, so definitely you don't want to miss it. It's RS versus CYC. This member from CYC, his name in the game is unstable right now, but it's actually Carol. Shout out to you. We've been kind of talking about a lot of movies, and I was telling you about how I was crying a lot for when I watched the movie about the Million Grandma thing.
Wow.
The Time movie. And
Wow.
also, yeah, we have very good, chemistry, so all the best for your matchup later. Fingers crossed everything works out well. And good luck.
Good luck. There you have it. A message for Chocho for Unstable from Team CYC. And by the way, Team CYC is from the Philippines. So for those of you who are wondering, woo, let's go. Lakot Matatog! Yeah, that's a Tagalog, by the way. But yeah, Chocho, I'm so happy that we shared the mic today and commentate such an exciting match. So Chocho will be taking a break now, and I'll be seeing you guys after this. Chocho, see you.
Right, so guys, see you guys. Bye bye.
I'm certain she sensed death when her soul left the body. Chaos begets chaotic life, yet the attempt to unravel it becomes a ludicrous theater of absurdity. I must find somewhere far away from the world and the sun. Once the soul and mind can be calculated with accuracy, they can be separated from the body and roam the world. I grabbed onto this last straw amid those ramblings of madness. Like an alien creature possessing my body and covering my skin. In the mirror and under the shadows. My body becomes its vessel.
Goodness me, would you look at that?
Man lives with lions. Yes, with lions.
Observe, imitate, communicate. These are the keys that can forge a bond closer than any other. At least, that's what I believed at the time. Animals, much like humans, are trustworthy companions.
Wielder of a mystical power over animals, Jeffrey Bonavita.
Until his eyes gradually revealed an avaricious thirst. Profit is the only shortcut to communicate with their kind. Observe, imitate, strike! Under the cloak of night, the prey becomes the hunter!
A letter from Demori Academy.
Who got it this time?
The mob student.
Did you get it?
No, it's for the black sheep.
Who was the letter sent to?
The swan.
Who got the letter?
Nobody. Quiet. Before we begin, let me introduce a couple of new students.
All of this feels like a never-ending nightmare. Sometimes, I cannot tell if I'm really awake.
A puppet without strings. My proudest.
Matthias.
Thank you for coming tonight. Please come see my next amazing performance with Lewis.
And again, countless times. I want to wake up from this nightmare. Happy birthday, Matthias.
The world is a torrent of words. Move the words within your palm, and you will find the omen of a dream come true. House of Prophecies at your service. Please keep it with you at all times and open it under the new moon. I see you will reconcile with the one you love. And you will reclaim wealth and affection. Look at these manipulated fools. I shall control all that I desire until the dawn of tomorrow.
No witness and no murder weapon. The victim simply vanished into thin air. It all began at that hotel. Only those beneath the light are met with pursuit. Walking in the footsteps of giants, bidding farewell to the mundane. Frightful nightmares tread close behind. And yet, they seem not to arouse our friends' concern. For in the light shadow, a sea of birds. Delicate wings bestowed as offerings unto that deathless radiance.
It's a fatal curse. As bizarre and twisted as all this may be, my instinct tells me that these were not born of a curse. The unknown sparks fear. And fear leads to misguided choices. Science becomes the death to falsehood, while faith seeks eternity through reincarnation. All that is unknown and unsettling.
Hello and welcome back to IdentityV Southeast Asia Championship 2024, day number 2. Joining me is the one and only Kuroshiro Gaming. How are you doing, you?
Not too bad. How are you yourself, Nell? It's great to be back for day 2. We had quite an exciting, match 1 as well, with NG versus MT. And of course, I think throughout that whole matchup, of course, especially for game 1, we could definitely crown you as the, tram hunter, tram commentator of, this series, because every time you get that, prediction correct with the tram.
I mean, I should get a gold medal for that for some reason. Yeah, tram predictor. I don't know. The tram has some problems today with me in particular, but hey, it didn't deter the hunter from getting that terror shock and that comeback 4K in the end. So
yes,
I mean, they gotta be happy, right? But enough about that for the moment, because right now I would like to talk to you about the next matchup, which is Reason versus CYC. And I'm really excited about Reason because there's one very there's a popular, I would say a significant figure coaching Reason, and that's Muyo. Yeah, that's Muyo, and he's from the Japanese division. So watch out, guys. For those of you who know Muyo, he's coaching Team Reason. And then on the side of CYC, we have the pride of the Philippines. Wow, give your shout outs, make some noise for Team CYC from the Philippines. So this is going to be it's going to be a Philippine pride versus the Chinese/Japanese pride.
yeah, it is semi-Chinese/Japanese team. A little bit of a mix-up there together with Reason. But with the character introduction, player introduction, here we go. You're going to be able to see Ores, Link, Midori, Jalia, Ayane, Tofu, No Mercy, and Kaga here coming out from No Reason's Survivor team. Overall, with this team, if we check their player stats, and of course it will be shown later on screen as well. This
Yeah.
team comp consists of quite a little bit of a heavy, support comp, with No Mercy having Prospector, Antiquarian, and you do have, Ayane with the Cheerleader and Lawyer. So, with Prospector, Antiquarian, and the Cheerleader on hand, one Harasser and another Supporter, I'm quite sure we'll be able to see quite a lot of, team fights going on from Reason's Survivor side.
Yeah, not to mention that Jala will be the hunter that will be doing the huntering for Team Reason. But moving on to Team CYC, okay, the team from the Philippines, we have you. It's not you. It's
not
you.
me this time,
It's
sadly.
not you. But we have the Konyo Cafe team, you, Cypher, Six, Unstable, which is Carol, Zenadine, Hina. I'm not sure if Hina is the Hina that I knew from quite some time ago. But then, last but not least, there's Nyashi, the captain for Team Konyo Cafe. I have no idea what Konyo Cafe is, but go Team Konyo Cafe.
They seem like they do have quite a lot of, they have a really good variety Survivor comp as well from, from CYC Survivor side. You do see, of course, the Prospector, Gardener, and we did see the Journalist Showcase at the starting screen too. But if we move on towards the key player stats here between CIC and RS, it will be Midori's Cheerleader and Cypher's Cheerleader as well, with both players having an average, about the same escape rate of 25%, but it seems like win rate here is a little bit more heavily favored for CYC, with a 59% win rate on the Cheerleader. From Cypher, CYC, containment time is 58 seconds, decoding progress 130, average rescues of 0.7 from both sides, and it seems like Midori doesn't really get that much pallet strikes here, so maybe when it comes to pallet containment or tie kiting, Midori doesn't really see that much throughout the game.
That's true. And it's really heavily reliant on the teams that they've faced along the preliminary, right? Along the ride during the preliminary journey where they faced different opponents could play a factor in that as well. But stats can only tell you so much, because at the end of the day, we will be diving into the game later on to see how they will be playing their characters to perfection. So without wasting any more time, another spotlight onto RS Lin, spotting the journalist. Unfortunately, we've seen only one journalist being played yesterday. It wasn't really working well against the opera singer, right?
Just a bit too fast, I think, Nell. Because, for journalists in that match in Chinatown, I personally do think maybe we spawned journalists in a little bit of a better containment area with longer pallets. Maybe it could have definitely worked better against the opera. But, in that case scenario, when journalist spawns in the middle, sadly, opera is still just, too fast.
Too fast, but nothing beats the speed of the forward by Zenadine just now. But now, moving on to the next pair, there's Tofu on the Entomologist, and you, since it's you, as the cowboy, take it away, you.
My favorite character, the cowboy. Of course, we know all about the the recent cowboy buffs. Well, it was 2 seasons ago, but we haven't seen it yet in IVC just yet. Even though he is pretty good in rank, I assume. I do see Southeast Asia players playing cowboy quite a lot, but it would be nice to see them coming out one more time. Even though there is no balloon rescue anymore, but instead, once after you lasso, it is an in-cap survivor, and you need to drop them on the ground afterwards. But we're going to be moving on towards the next batch of survivors, and this will be Unstable and Kage. Maybe we'll see another Postman coming out now for this game, similar to yesterday's Future matchup.
Yeah, I love Postman. Honestly, with the recent changes towards the Postman, I feel like he's definitely a very good choice in a team lineup, right? And up next also, Entomologist player, which is Unstable, aka Carol, aka Anubis. A lot of names, but one thing's for sure, he also plays the lawyer. So he also plays the lawyer, he also plays the composer, which we seldom see. And if you need him as an OBR, he has the battle in his arsenal, right? So okay, look out for Carol. But up next, the Hunter mains. Cool, talk us through it.
Seems like we're going to be able to see Oris Jalia here with Butcher that definitely with Knight. And of course, here we see Nyashi with the Bonbon from Bowhunters win rate. They're pretty close here with 77.8% from Jalia and 74.7% from Nyashi here. With the average Cypher machines almost about the same as well, with 25% and 28% remaining. Attack hits on average is 13.74. And for our Bonbon here, it's 14.48. Average Tower shocks about the same. Average knockdowns and average deduction points is just about the same. But you know, Nell, I feel like whenever we see these key player stats for hunters, it's never really these type of meta characters. It seems like for our hunters, we usually put characters that we like to play for them. Because you know, we saw Disciple Anne, we saw Wax Artist as well, but always for game one, it seems like it was either always Opera or Ivy.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they kind of have to grind out certain characters when it's in rank, right? So maybe that's why it leads to them constantly using those characters that they love to use. But right now we are seeing the round 1 map ban picks. CYC will be banning Lakeside Village. So banning the big maps, and RS will be bringing Arms Factory. So taking out Lakeside Village, maybe to stop the Ivy, you think?
Yeah. Well, I do think a lot of times when we've seen, a lot of times in Lakeside Village, Opera always comes out, right? Like, we haven't seen much Ivies. Yes, Ivy is highly countered in Lakeside Village because of big small boat and, so many stairs around the place. But if we do decide to play Arms Factory with the Arms Factory pick out here, Ivy, it could be a good potential. But I do think from our match 1 of day 2 today, we have seen Prisoner coming out. Hey, Prisoner linking up Cypher machines. Even if there are Ostracons near the Cypher machine, Prisoner can just finish it off for you. And I do also think it's because of the fact that, hey, look, in game 1 of NG versus MT for Ivy, what did Ivy do? Ivy catched up towards Prisoner first, and then immediately landed the 60 stacks to get EETN off leech. And then 43 seconds later, another immediate leech, and then an immediate, around a 60-17 blink down. Because it seems like with the recent Ivy movement nerf, our hunters are now adopting newer playstyles for Ivy.
Yeah, I mean, it's still very scary to face off, so maybe that's why they take it away. But it does open up a little bit of problem for CYC, because RS going to Arms Factory, it's kind of sealing off Nyashi's Breaking Wheel, Wax Artist. Yeah, I mean, Reason definitely has this well thought of. They definitely researched their opponents here. So let's see what Nyashi will be doing. Already taking out the Coordinator and the Seer first. And RS will be responding with, is that Matthias?
Oh, Puppeteer, finally?
Oh, first pick.
Okay.
Nice. Nice. Okay. We're in for a treat. Matthias the Puppeteer, and then we have the Magician. So both of them, one goes invisible, the other turns into a puppet, gets more damage reduction. How much do you like Matthias though in this? Because I think it's gonna be opera singer, right?
Yeah, it seems like it will be. But with Nyashi's female dancer band there, it seems to me it might be more Ivy sided if the female dancer is banned. But for the Survivor side, it seems like we decided to pick out Acrobat instead. Well, you and Shushu have talked about Acrobat, being like not a good counter against Ivy, especially with the ball jumps and dashes out of the radius of Ostracon. But in maps like this right now, it is just a little bit too small compared to maybe Lakeside, maybe Moonlit, maybe Hospital. So Ivy here might gain a lot of advantage points, even though she did have a movement speed reduction on her Phantom.
Yeah, I mean it wouldn't, and that's why this band pick, even the map band pick, is so important to them, right? Because right now it seems like Reason has already made up their mind about what they're gonna play here in this map in order to counter Nyashi as much as possible. So it seems like it's going to be the Puppeteer, the Acrobat, the Magician, and locked in with the Rescuer First Officer. So against this, Nyashi is still going to go for the Ivy. So talk us through this, Kuro. Like, what are the chances of Ivy against this lineup in Arms Factory?
I do still think at the end of the day, survivors do have a little bit more advantage point here. No matter who you really chase after here, you've, Acrobat with the distance pulling, you have Magician who can immediately delete off himself. And, for Puppeteer, we have talked about Puppeteer quite a lot of times when Puppeteer, IV forces Puppeteer to gain the 100 revelation stacks just so he can't use his puppets anymore. But even so, what I do feel like is if Puppeteer can force himself into the, fear radius with, when the artifact has been placed down, he can then immediately put down his utilize his little puppet. It's still an 8-second cooldown, 8-second duration. So then that's kind of not a bad counter for IV2. For so Nyashi here alongside with a spawn location, we're gonna have to see if we can actually map control this, or will the survivor be able to Cypher Rush the IV instead.
Cypher Rush is definitely very important. I mean, you've already watched the first game, right? Where their spawn is clearly to make IV move a little bit further away. But 3 minutes, 4-minute mark, and only 2 ciphers barely pop. I think that's really hard. So we're gonna get into it straight away. Joining me is Kuroshiro Gaming, and it's me, Nalomelo, doing the commentatings for you. Take it away, Kuro.
Yep, let's see here. It's going to be Eaton going straight towards middle. We're going to be able to find Acrobat here, but Acro, we're deciding to lock up a middle Cypher Machine first before switching our target here to Magician. But even if you do wish to chase after Magician, that's 1-1 just to get Eaton out of the way. But it seems like Magician here decides to double back with 71% revelation stacks and 24 seconds left until Blink. We did get Eaton off the hands of Magician, but if that's the case, can we get revelation on him and then follow with a Blink within 60 seconds, I wonder?
Yeah, I mean, he's still holding on. Lin still making the corners, rushing through the corners. Yeah, doing a good job so far, trying to avoid the area of effect, but nope, not gonna be able to avoid it. But let's see. Oh, he has enough time to run away, and he still has the magic stick to make the rotations. Nyashi has not been able to land that first hit yet. Still trying to find the Magician in this tough spot, and that's so hard, Kuro, because of the high walls as well. And
yeah,
is he doing what I'm thinking he's doing? He's changing targets?
Oh, we're looking for Tofu here, but it's okay. Tofu is in factory right now. He did get 19 stacks. Sadly, it was on 20, but going up against a Puppeteer here, even if you do get revelation stacks on it, as we've talked about before too, once you get 80, you can force yourself to go into the Ostracon range and then use your little puppet to counter it. But it seems like we're going to scream using ETN first, and overall 100-second containment, almost 3 Cypher Machine done here. It's not looking good for Nyashi at all.
Yeah, Nyashi, the Cypher progress as well, Kuro, it's almost 2 minutes, and here you can see an upgrade. It's almost 3 ciphers being done. Tofu's gonna get that first damage. It's fine. He couldn't activate the puppet mode, but it's still fine because of the cipher progress that's going on by Team Reason. It seems like Nyashi is the one that's getting pressured into making something happen now.
Yeah, but even with Tofu here, it seems like he doesn't really have that much of an issue with hero containing against IV2. You have 2 windows here to play around. For IV, her ETN is way too slow to catch up. Yes, we can leech up now, but even if you do decide to leech up now and the teleportation over, there is Blink, but you're gonna have to see if we can try predict the Blink. No, we decide to do it immediately first, but in exchange for that, we didn't get Revelation. So I guess that's quite a bit of an even exchange from both Hunter and Survivor. We did Blink out now. Okay, there's no flywheel, and of course Tofu will be going down with a charge attack hit.
But damage has been done, Kuro, because look at what's going on. 3-minute marks and 4 ciphers pop. They're already working on the last cipher. This is amazing cipher management, amazing cipher rush by the survivors of Reason. So, Nyashi, what can he do in this situation?
It's a little bit hard here now, because Oris did a really good decision here in decoding the Cypher Machine furthest away from the chair. They're at 1 corner each, and yes, we managed to leech on towards Magician, but it took Nyashi a good 10-15 seconds to reach, and the Cypher Machine is already 70%. Even with first officer coming in here, we hit the chair there, I think, and that's a beautiful body block from first officer.
My goodness, at this rate, Nyashi really needs to be playing to get at least a draw here, right? I mean, teleporting straight away, okay, getting the Tofu. Last effort's been popped, but will it be enough time? Going through the windows, Cypher is prime. Will they pull it though? They primed it! Late game is in effect, Kuro.
Yeah, but even so, you can't chase after Puppeteer anymore because you have already leached on towards him. There's a 30-second cooldown as of now. Meanwhile, Lin is going to run away from this area. And you see Midori as well as the first officer opening up Factory Gate. Right now, one gate will be opened, but Yitian is at the Moon Gate instead, so we won't be able to stop it. And we might just tunnel vision for Tofu here to try get that 3-man elimination. Oh, no, 1-man elimination.
Keep going, Nyashi. Absolutely cannot allow a 4-man escape here. He definitely needs to get one survivor before all of them escape. The dungeon's actually here, though. Oh my God! What's going on?
And they were standing next to the wall, hidden next to the wall, but Magician couldn't get out on time. You see bottom left, Magician did not get out.
God, reason. There was absolutely no reason for them to stick around. He was right on top of the dungeon. That could have been a 4-man escape, but looks like Lady Luck has smiled onto Nyashi. That could have been the worst nightmare possible. A 4-man escape. He managed to get that 1-man. Otherwise, that looked like a perfectly executed plan, but I don't know. Where was the magician that time?
Magician seems like he was running in
looking for something in the box.
Maybe he was trying to look for dungeon location for Puppeteer, but then they just read, oh wait, dungeon's actually at Shack. And the moment Puppeteer got there, Puppeteer did position himself really well in, hugging the wall. So then Ivy hits the Puppeteer towards the wall so he can crawl into his dungeon without moving that much. But I do think it's one of the other reasons why Magician didn't make it was because he didn't have any of his wands remaining for the speed boost to get out. Because, he was first chased there as well.
True. First chase and still managing to get out, but it's okay. I guess CYC is gonna have tofu for dinner. Get him as a dish, and it's like getting a 1K, not too bad. But I think this is where the strength of Reason really shows. It's just the Cypher Rush was just unbelievably fast. Look at the timeline itself. 4 ciphers done before the 3-minute mark. That's crazy. Any hunter would crumble under that kind of situation, right, bro?
Definitely. And I also do think, it's the team comp here as well from ORS Survivor side. We did see Nyashi leeching on immediately towards Magician and then teleportationing on him and then using Revelation on Yitian to get that 71 stack. Because of course, it is a Magician. The moment he uses his wand, immediately leeches. What does that mean? That means that you can't land that easy 40 stack Revelation, that 40 stack Fear stack. So then in the scenario where, yes, Nyashi did manage to catch up, did manage to get 100% Revelation, it's just unfortunate that, the Ivy was just too far away in that scenario in which it allowed Magician to utilize his wand once again and to get out of the area, and it forced Nyashi to change targets.
True, that's very true. And that's also the problem with playing in Arms Factory, right? The high walls. You can infect someone, but getting to them is another story as well. Once you use up the teleport, what else can you use to catch up? A blink, but then use up both of them. It's gonna be really hard to bounce back. But Kuro, looks like Team Reason has found the success story of breaking Ivy's dominance, right? So apparently you need to play in Arms Factory. Is that the case?
It seems like for this time, yes. And I also do think, we have talked before as well. Arms Factory is a really good map for Ivy, right? But this time it seems like it's not. After none of the teams are willing to choose Arms Factory, and it seems like for our matchup today between ORS and CYC, it seems like ORS chose Arms Factory just to counter the Ivy as well, because there's so many long walls. There's also so many windows and pallets for, the survivors to, have easy access to, and to take those speed boosts and run as far away from Ivy as possible. But of course, with the Yitian, movement speed reduction once again, we do see, yes, it does give the hunter a little bit of a harder time here when it comes to switching between the main body and your phantom body.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a really, really hard thing to be hunting in this map, especially against this lineup that you mentioned, which is very, very hard as well. But you gotta give it up to Nyashi. He's definitely done his best despite the immense pressure coming from the Cypher Rush that was going on. And yeah, I guess that's the way to go for it as well. One way to pressure hunters, Cypher Rush. But moving into the next game, which is going to be the Reason Hunter coming out. You think CYC could employ the same tactic, or you think that they should play a little bit more of a balanced lineup which can counter both in general to counter most of the hunters?
I think CYC can copy ORS's Survivor team comp, because the team comp that you can copy them. You can actually copy and paste it, because with that team comp you have the Puppeteer, Magician, and the Acrobat. 3 characters. It does work pretty well against Opera Singer or Ivy, especially in a map like Arms Factory as well. If you think about it, yes, there's a lot of pallets and windows. Survivors can definitely, spam the pallets and vault over as much windows as they can, in which it kind of does force the Opera Singer to bring confined space attention instead. There's way too many easy access to pallets, and if you do destroy pallets too slow, then it's just more of a reason to Cypher Rush. And I do think it's also, hey, what does Acrobat do? Acrobat can voluntarily vault over windows and pallets pretty easily, and we have seen how well Acrobat works in Shack. Magician is kind of like a Perfumer 2.0, or maybe an extra, psychologist, but Magician being able to put down Illusion's wand in between the Shadow Realms to prevent Opera from dashing and forcing the hit. The team comp that ORS have shown us, CYC can actually take that into effect as well and try to use it against ORS's Hunter.
There you have it. I hope that CYC is listening, because yeah, I mean, use the weapon that the enemy has shown you, right? Use the weapons that the opponent has gladly shown you in the first half, and then apply it, and hopefully they will be able to come back in game number 2 against Jella from Team Reason, right? But yeah, I mean, just talking through about it, actually I was considering a Hunter to play in this map.
Oh?
I was actually thinking, you think Naiad or Sculptor would have been okay here?
Nah, in that team comp, the previous team comp, I do think Naiad might have been a little bit harder. Sculptor, on the other hand, maybe with Insolence and the Warp. Because the biggest issue, when it comes to playing Sculptor is Acrobat ball jumps. The distance pulling is always going to be infinite from Acrobat, so Warp wouldn't be a bad option to catch up towards Acro if you want to go after him first. But even with Sculptor there, it might just be a little bit harder compared to usual, because of course, once again, the amount of windows to loop and the amount of pallets that survivors can drop down and use. In maps like these, unless you're a really good fast chase hunter, or you can pressure survivors with the Cypher machines or around the map, fast pallet breaking is a definite must, or else you're just gonna get Cypher Rush because of the fact that the factory just has way too many items that a survivor can use.
Yeah, I no matter how I think about it, right, I just feel like it's so... The hunters are having a hard time. I feel like hunters by right should be having a hard time, simply because of there's just so many characters. Like you can, for example, what do you think about it? Like you get to ban 10, you get to ban 4 survivors on top of the global bans, right? You get to ban so many survivors, and yet the survivors just need to ban 1 or 2 hunters, and that's it. You're like, oh my god, I lost my main killing character. You know what I mean? So
yeah, I do. But I also do think, Nell, it really comes down once again to survivors' communication. It's as you and Shusha has said too. It's the communication that matters the most. Even if we saw the match with Bloody Queen, right? Bloody Queen managed to get prisoner down really fast. It was everyone injured, but even so, with a small mistake from the hunter and really good communication from the survivor, having a female dancer up in 2-story, giving Tinnitus as much as possible to let the other 2 survivors heal, we did manage to still see a tie game, even though it seems like a 4-man elimination game for us commentators and the viewers. So when it comes to hunters or survivors, it's more or less going to be how well can the survivors perform in order for the hunter not to take advantage of them, in which that is what ORS Survivors has done last game. But we're going to have to see if CYC can do it this time for their hunter.
Yeah, I mean, they're already pivoting and getting a Seer, which is actually also a good choice. And getting the Prisoner, so Seer, Prisoner combo. yeah, getting a
Not
support,
bad.
getting a decoder. Yeah, not too bad. Especially since they need to pressure ciphers, right? Go ahead.
Yeah. But I do think, right, from one of the last matches we saw as well, there was, I'm quite sure, Priestess and Aeroplanus first two picks, in which our two meta characters is already gone. I do think in this case scenario, yes, even if you do want to get points, let's not be too focused on the first matchup and see how we moving on forward. Because like with that game, you didn't really see that much success, even with such a meta comp against Opera here. So for round one, let's just cool it off. Yes, it was a 3-man escape here from RS's Survivor side, and this time CYC Survivor, let's see if we can go in for the tie first. But you know, with this team comp as well, Mercenary and Magician is currently being hovered and locked in. And overall, not too bad, but aside from everyone being able to contain, there's only one support, that's from the Sears Owl.
Yeah, and it looks very solo-ish, right? I mean, it just gives me solo vibes. Like, hey, that's it. If you can kite long, good. We get to win. But if you can't, that's it. You're on your own. It gives me that kind of vibe, right? Except for the Seer, like you mentioned, with the owl and stuff like that. But I kinda like this composition. It's still okay. Namely the prisoner because of the Cypher Rush. And yeah, I mean, you can easily just place him in a factory, right? So Jella's gonna respond with an Ivy here. Do you think Ivy will have more success against this lineup though?
Ivy against Prisoner, there definitely should be, because like when Prisoner gets chosen out of V, isn't first chase he can always Cypher Rush, right? But in this case scenario, since it's such a small map, I don't necessarily think we can rotate around that much, unless this one location is a little bit unpredictable from CYC Survivor side. Because like, look, if you put Prisoner in factory, you're just going to get locked up in factory because of IV. Once you get the leech, oh, there's a terror radius within the radius of the factory. Hey, you're gonna either have to run out of the area, in which it basically forces you to take a hit, or you're gonna have to get a 100 stack first and allow IV to get a free hit.
Nice. So a pretty similar spawn location coming out from the survivors of CYC here, right? And while just looking at the spawn location, I'm looking at the comment section as well. Team Reason is from Singapore and Malaysia. So shout outs to all the fans of Team Reason out there. As we head into the game, where to recap, first half, RS survivors have managed to get 3 survivors out. So CYC here, their goal is to get 3 survivors out as well to draw it, or even better, get a 4-man out to win game number 1. But honestly, I feel like even a draw here is not too bad, as long as they don't end up in a 4K kind of situation, right?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah. But all has been said and done. The ban picks has happened. Spawn location has been determined. We are going to see what they can do against Jala with his Ivy. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is me, Nello, and Kuroshiro Gaming bringing the commentaries for round 1, second half.
Righty, we're going to be able to see Jala here using her Yi-Tian to go straight towards you, who's the Seer, locking the Seer Cypher machine first. We're trying to look for Prisoner. Prisoner is at quite a little bit of a bad area here because he wasn't able to rotate out. And Prisoner getting that 4E stack revelation for free. Are we going to leech? We're going to leech right now, and no teleportation just yet. And it seems like a first hit here will register pretty early. There's one electrocution, but... okay, we're through the pallet.
Yeah, at least there's a pallet to work with, right? Oh, but no! The 100% is gonna work. He's waiting. What?
Oh, he was waiting for the revelation. He was waiting for Prisoner to finish the stun first, yes, and then spray screams on him. So that's 44 stacks on Prisoner still. Meanwhile, Jala is looking for other survivors here to leech on, but they're all so far away from Prisoner right now that even if you do decide to do this, Prisoner might just get a free 100-second containment.
Yeah, he's already going towards Cipher. He's going to leech Mercenary right now. And Unstable seems to be kiting into the area of the Mercenary as well. Probably doesn't want to run too far away. Unstable getting getting sprayed on the second time. It's already 100%. Oh no, he's gonna get 100% scared. And He's already down, and in reasonably fast fashion as well, Kuro. Not only one
Yeah.
cipher has been popped.
I do think the main issue that led up to this result is prisoner's spawn location. Spawning at top right corner or top left corner really wasn't the best idea there, because prisoner didn't have any chance in rotationing out of that area, in which it did give Ivy a really fast 100 stack and free hit. And now we're just gonna map control Cypher Machine as much as possible. Mercenary here, we're gonna have to be careful of the Terror Shock Bush, because we've seen so many of them through the last few days, but that's gonna be a normal hit, normal rescue. But even so, Mercy might just get a double down situation. Can we get Revelation? We don't need to.
Oh, wow. What a beautiful play. I mean, Cipher has the right idea, right? Trying to dash away before it reaches 100. Unfortunately, the dash was a little short. Jella caught up, and now it's going to be a double down situation. So Unstable needs to really be running and not hiding at this point. I feel. Yeah, it's already 100. It's going to go down. It's hiding a strategy.
I'm not too sure, but we saw Unstable there standing at the corner of Shack trying to dodge the revelation from Ivy's Phantom. But that did work really bad against him, because then that took even more time for Prisoner to get out of the Ostrakon range, in which there was a free 74 stat before we got the revelation from the Phantom. Right now, Mercenary has used up his self-heal. We've no one currently nearby aside from the Magician, but even if he does come in now, if we get a hit on an immediate leech, it doesn't really matter. We do see Magician, we do get a 40% revelation. Stacks Magician currently on the run, but Jala is going to go back to play this a little bit more safe.
Wow. They just...
Hey!
Oh my god, Xanadin trying to force the rescue at the very last moment, getting spotted out by Jala. He's already ready to swing that attack. And I know you're talking about this, Kuro. It's hard to get a Terror Shock on Ivy, right? Because of the swing back. But it happened.
Again? This is our because last match it was Mercenary, this time it will be Magician. The thing is, right, Seer was also looking, Seer was also on Magician there too, trying to give Owl, but we didn't really expect that immediate rescue. We thought Ivy would play around with us for a little bit because we were getting Revelation stacked. As Seer comes in for the rescue, we do have an Owl, but we can't give it towards Magician just yet.
Oh my god.
Are we gonna teleport? No, we're not.
Kuro, I just realized the owl is still there.
Yeah.
And it's not... Oh my god. The owl is still there the entire time. It could have been used in any one of those situations. What's going on?
Yeah, I mean, now the only time you can use the owl is to allow Mercenary to come into rescue, but you need to give an owl rescue this time. But not even that, you is gonna have an even harder time here with being forced out of his own Cypher Machine. Our Corruption Transfer is still on 15-second cooldown. Mercenary will be spotted out here, which... the owl has been cancelled because of Revelation Scream. Jalia, nicely done on that. And it seems like this time there will be no owl supports, and Mercenary goes down. Seer on the other side, but even so we can get the Yetian out of the way to leech on towards Magician, who's very closely near us.
Yeah, but it's okay because he still managed to rescue despite getting that hit, right, and going down. So now Xanadin still has one wand to work with, has to be really careful, but no, a full presence Ivy. Teleporting in straight away, getting that 100% scare. Yeah, it's really hard at this point. He still has exit path, so let's see if you will be coming in to rescue Mercenary, which he did. So you... Okay, at least managing that rescue, but now it's been going on for a while now, but it's been 2 minutes. The ciphers have stopped altogether. And it was looking good actually, Kuro. It was actually looking good. The ciphers were actually like this 2 minutes ago.
But I do think from Seer's point of view here, if our viewers don't know, if Seer is on a survivor looking from their point of view and Ivy gets a revelation stack on them, Seer's owl will be immediately cancelled, so he will be forced out of vision. And it seems like Jala took that hugely into advantage as Seer goes down here once again, not being able to utilize the owl. And now we're gonna try to for Mercenary, in which
this is very unfortunate.
Yeah.
He actually tried to flywheel out of it as well, but the flywheel didn't connect, and he was still at 96% scare. And now the hit onto Cipher. I guess you will be keeping the owl and be unable to use it, unfortunately. But Jala, he's done exactly what CYC did not want to happen, getting a 4K. Use the only one left here. Still has an owl, but if he doesn't share Cipher, if Jala doesn't share Cipher, what can you do in this situation?
Yeah, you're gonna have to. We're gonna be able to get a 100% revelation factor, and once again, the owl did not come out, sadly. But even so, we know that Cipher doesn't have any exit path remaining, and Seer also with no exit path. But in this case scenario, the survivors will get formal eliminated. We'll be able to see a surrender here, but let's congratulate Restless Hunter there with that, beautiful formal elimination. I would say there, right now. Yes, the survivor, the main issue was a prisoner spawn, but once again, why did the owl not come out? The owl didn't come out simply because of the fact that each time Seer is on a survivor, we're looking from his teammate's perspective, it seems like Jalia always gets that opportunity to revelation stack on towards the survivor and force Seer off his owl, which indeed turned it really badly, especially with that terror shockdown. They probably were thinking, oh, a magician came in to rescue. Hey, you give me owl, I'll rescue immediately. That's definitely what they were thinking. But the moment when Ivy Revelation stacked on towards Magician, Seer was forced out, Magician went into rescue, and lo and behold, the most unfortunate thing happened with that terror shockdown on Magician.
Yeah, and the owl being kept until the very end game as well. Did that just happen during the early middle stage, or did that just happen during the end? Because I definitely did not see the owl getting cancelled in the early stages. It happened in the end, right? Yeah, I think I saw it being cancelled at the end. But yeah, very unfortunate. I think Unstable definitely could have made a longer containment time if he has a little bit more support in the form of an owl. But yeah, after all has been said and done, I think it's just, for me, I think it's just Jala utilizing the Ivy a little bit better.
Yes, because we have also talked about that as well. It's so hard to do that because you don't know if the Seer is looking at one of his survivors getting ready to body block or to use the owl to block the hit or not. But for Jalia, mid to end game, every single time when Seer was looking at the survivor, she used Revelation, and then 20-second cooldown on the Seer's owl. There's nothing a Seer can do to help his survivors.
Yeah. Maybe if they just gave up on Seer altogether.
Maybe, yeah.
And went to the psychologist instead. But you cannot forget the moment when the terror shock happened too, right? Yeah. You think he was going in for the rescue and getting the terror shock because he thought that he got the owl that time? But the owl got cancelled?
Yeah, I do think that's what was on their mind initially. I do really think that's what's on their mind initially. Because when we recap Jalia's chair camp, it seems like the Ivy always tries to get in front of the survivors' faces when the survivors are hugging the chair, and they use Revelation Screen on them before she actually decides to hit. Right?
Yeah.
So in that case scenario, it seems like Jalia did have a little bit of a, not thought, but she did have an idea. But it seems like Sincere didn't really bring the owl out immediately. That just ended up not in a good scenario here for CYC survivors.
Yeah. I mean, you cannot forget that team reason. Again, it just brings me back to what I mentioned in the early stages, right? They have Muyo as a coach, and he's a top tier hunter. And Jala by himself, I feel like Jala, he himself has already like this very grounded foundation, very grounded skills that makes him a really great hunter. So I feel like with the fine tuning from his teammates, from the coach, I feel like that definitely played a factor as well. So yeah, I think the survivors of CYC definitely has done their best. It's just that Jala, I think it's safe to say, Jala played Ivy to perfection with the map control and the cancelling attack and all those things.
And it's also the fact that yes, even if Prisoner went down that early, during that early game, it doesn't really matter because we saw how fast the Cypher machines were going. We saw that Mercenary did. Yeah, it was actually really fast. Yes, Mercenary did get down using up his exit patch and then going over to decode the Cypher machine. But they still managed mid to end game when Prisoner was second chair. They still managed to get at least 3.5 Cypher machine done. But if it wasn't for that terror shock hit, then I'd say for if I say for the survivors, they would have a really high chance in tying still.
Yeah. I mean, I guess that's what happens when you try to depend on the owl. I mean, this is coming from something personal because you know, like, you keep hoping, you keep thinking, okay, I'm kiting. Have you ever experienced this before? Like, you're kiting and then you know that, like, yeah, I have an owl, I have a seer owl just in case I need it. But then when you keep thinking about it, you keep relying on it, and when it doesn't have, and like you get complacent, and then all of a sudden your kite becomes short. So
because it's like sometimes we see in professional tournaments as well. Sometimes Seer's Owl even comes out slow. So by the time you get the hish, then the owl comes out instead of the owl tanking the hish for you. Yeah,
it's like,
at least we didn't see that happening this game.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it happens to the best of us. Even PP Xia did it a few times in his match during Koa as well. The yellow owl. So the only thing I can say right now, I think from the both of us as well, I think we can both agree that CYC definitely needs to take this time to catch a breath, probably listen to some NSYNC songs by the Deadpool theme song. Yeah, you know, the bye, you know, just meditate to that. According to Kuro, you gotta meditate to that. Catch some breather, reset, and then hopefully you can come back in game number 2, play fresh, and you know, just play your heart out.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the only thing you can do here. With nothing to lose, everything to gain mentality. I feel like that's what CYC should be doing now.
Yes, of course. And you know, it is a regional war, you know, between the Philippines, the Malaysians, and the Singaporeans. But you know, like it is still top 16.
Sorry, for peace, not war. Sorry, wrong statement. Make peace, not war. So
yes, but you know, it is still top 16. Once again, this is top 16. The one moving forward will be on to top 8. But you know, top 16 is still a really good experience from both team sides. See what this is. I'm quite sure CYC's first time participating as well. They're not doing bad. They're already in top 16. They do know what they were doing. They had a clear and concise strategy going on. But once again, sadly, it's really just Ivy is going to take it all away from me because Jala's revelation was just too good throughout that whole game as well, you know. So then, like, from here on out forward, maybe we can see some pocket picks from CYC's survivors side or the hunter side. But with the round 2 map ban pick here, CYC will be able to choose, and it seems like they're going to go for Ever Sleeping Town. Might be a really, really, really good map for, you know, as you said as well, the Breaking Wheel, or maybe the Waxart is coming out.
Oh yeah, or they just want to recruit the tram to their side. I think that's what CYC is trying to do. Recruit CYC. Shout out to Novi as well. Can someone tell me where the teams are from? CYC is from the Philippines, and RS is a combination of Singapore and Malaysia, right? And with a coach from Japan, I believe. So yeah, good luck, have fun, and Ever Sleeping Town. I hope that there's not gonna be any more tram hits. Just to prove that I'm not the one making it happen. I'm not the one conjuring the tram visits. But yeah, Ever Sleeping Town, they gotta ban Ivy now, right? Do you think at this point they gotta ban Ivy or go back and ban Opera Singer
for
CYC survivors?
You know what? I think let's ban Opera. Let's just leave Ivy still. I think Ivy on this map, since it's so big compared to Factory, you could just spawn irregularly, right? And then force Ivy to chase after someone, just one person, and not allowing her to map control at all. It's like, look, Arms Factory versus Ever Sleeping Town. The map is like twice the size of Factory, to be honest with you. And like the Cypher Machine are also very spread out across. Even if you do decide to bring Ivy, the best you can still do is a tie. Now, you know, with day 1 and for day 2 up until now, the only times when Ivy win is the times when she get a Terror Shock. If it wasn't for any of the Terror Shocks, it could have definitely almost always been a tie for the survivors.
That's very true. The Ivies definitely turn the tides with the Terror Shock, right? I also notice a pattern here, but we'll have to wait and find out because it seems like Reason is choosing to let the Hunter of CYC come out first. Yeah, so maybe they just want to solidify their standing. Like, hey, we got a 3-man escape. I think we'll do just fine. We'll do just fine. Right.
Or maybe they want to induce fear onto Nyashi, since Nyashi did get 3-man escaped by ORS's survivors, and this time seems like with the first 2 bans, with the Cordy and Anti-Korean ban, Opera will be banned this time on this map. Okay, so it seems like for ORS, they're gonna go look for a little bit more of a solo containment and a little bit of a harass here from Prospector. But you know what, Nell, right? I suddenly just got this inspiration of why they decide to play Prospector. If you throw magnets onto your survivors, and they're 100% stack fear, you can pull your survivor back and immediately cancel out the fear stacks. Or you can leech onto Ivy.
Yeah, that definitely. I think that could work as well. But I believe the previous team has also tried a Prospector against an IV, and it didn't really work out in the hospital, and he attracted himself to the hunter instead of paddling. Yeah, but I see what you're trying to say, and I definitely see the idea behind it as well. It's definitely very doable, but are you gonna be the Prospector who tries to make that happen and neglect Cypher duties? Because in order for that to happen, if the hunter's not chasing the Prospector first, then he pretty much needs to do ciphers, right? And if the teammate needs it, he's like, okay, I need to leave my side. Oh my god!
Oh,
it's going to be the breaking wheel. So Nyashi settling it with a once and for all, go big or go home. And apparently Nyashi wants to go big with the breaking wheel.
Right.
Thoughts?
Let's not forget this is Everest Leaving Town now. Let's not forget this is Everest Leaving Town now.
This
might be a little bit hard for, Nyashi to play around. Especially with the Priestess there too, just by walking. Priestess doesn't necessarily need to do anything unless she get her first spike or wheel changes forms. And with a spawn location, here we go. Nyashi's gonna spawn in Graveyard just to lock up that long window to basically lock up the routes of Lin or Tofu to get in towards that area and to basically long contain against Palum. We're gonna be able to see Mercenary in middle here and Kagesh at Schoolgate.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to find out how Nyashi is planning to handle this situation in Ever Sleeping Town with the breaking wheel, because he kind of needs to secure the kills in order to allow the survivors of CYC to have a little bit more breathing space against Jiala, right? And Jiala, I don't know, man. I just feel like Jiala is already very, very menacing. It's very hard to play against him. So here, Nyashi definitely needs to make a stand, right? Make a stand, pressure. I mean, there's always the factor, there's always the full presence, peeper, late game, slugging strategy, right? So who knows, maybe that might come into play.
Or maybe it could be Paulin accidentally snapping and making 241 escape game, maybe like Block 4. But we'll move on straight to the game that you're going to be able to see Priestess here immediately dropping down that portal and forcing Wheel off his breaking wheel form. But like for Wheel here, it's a little bit hard now. It's really a little bit hard because like for Priestess here, the moment she gets up towards balcony, there's nothing you can do except for change forms once again.
That's true. That's very, very true. And in an open area, right, you can pretty much just circle. I mean, anyone can do it, honestly. In an open area, just keep circling like what he's doing now. Force him out of the wheel form. I thought there was going to be a slam. I mean, but Tofu, good job so far. Forcing the breaking wheel out of the wheel form 2 times.
Finally first spike. We do have a flywheel and another pole already, but there's no excitement on Yashi here, sadly, so we can't get an immediate excitement pop on. But Blink with the flywheel counter! There's still one more trap though, let's not forget about Reticent, but it seems like Priest is going to portal away. Another small stun, but let's see here, 2 pallets nearby. Are we going to be able to dodge it? We did! Tofu, pallet? No, we didn't get the hit right over a pallet, and this time it seems like Yashi will be the one. No, Cham!
It's me! I know it's me! I'm sorry! The tram has been summoned by CYC! Nyashi! That was the break that he needed. And now he's gonna change target straight to Midori, trying to land the spike. And wow, that extended spike's gonna hit him. And now, my goodness, who would have thought? Who would have thought the tram came in to help Nyashi?
Well, we learned for the past 2 days road safety is the most important thing. Be careful out on the road.
Looking left and right, please. But now Midori's going down. Okay, he's going down, circling through the stairs. Nyashi's still around the vicinity. He's still trying to buy time, pull off the spikes. And yeah, gonna manage to pull off the spikes while the ciphers are being rushed.
Midori has to come in. Midori has to tank the two traps there immediately. We have to be very careful. They might go after half. This might go after half. Tofu. It's Tofu. Tofu went after half. Hit him. And there goes Priestess. Priestess only has one bowler right now.
Does Midori not remember that there's this strategy of stalling with the traps? I think
he might be too focused.
Yeah, I think it's okay because of the portal. The annoying portals! Oh my god, he's gonna buy so much time! And look at the ciphers! Yeah, it's
the
fast.
ciphers. We're gonna come out here.
Go ahead.
We're gonna come out here looking for Priestess. Priestess still circling around this area. This area is a little bit harder to play against for Wheel, but Priestess dropping down here immediately. We are gonna change into our human form, but even with a human form change, we don't have our spikes ready to trap onto towards Priestess or to snap her down. Now with a 90% cipher machine decoding progress, Priestess has a flywheel, almost has another portal. As long as Midori here can do one body block, Priestess can still survive, but 15 seconds left until our blink is ready. Priestess, that's gonna be a portal away, and it seems like we decided to break the portaling set, and Cypher Machine has been popped.
The Cypher Machine has been popped. The Cypher Rush was just too crazy. The Tram Summon wasn't enough in the end. Yeah, he definitely needs to get this onto the Priestess. The Priestess is still running. Oh my goodness. And that's the thing as well. The spikes No! And he flywheels the spike! Wait, did he? I thought he did.
No, he didn't. He tried to flywheel the snap.
But again, a 3-man escape by Team Reason. What an outstanding performance by Team Reason. Like, I mean, that tram hit was supposed to help Nyashi move on forward, but the Cypher Rush is top tier, I have to say. The Cypher Rush.
Yeah, because like, if we went out throughout that game once again, like we saw that wherever the survivor spawned, they just immediately went on towards the Cypher Machine, and by the time that the tram helped out Priestess, well not Priestess, helped out Pollen to get the Priestess down, it was still almost 3 ciphers. But what I would probably say is, it's the area in which where we shared the Priestess, yes, it allowed Pollen to get that after half rescue, but it also allowed Priestess to utilize the remaining of her portals, forcing Wheel into human form and, you know, having to take a really long time into catching up towards that Priestess, in which, yes, it allowed a really long Cypher Machine rush from the survivor side.
Yeah, and the up and down, I think one of the most annoying thing about a Wheel playing against Priestess, it's the up and down, the elevations that forces him to go into human forms, right? You can see 155 seconds containment time from the Priestess. And mind you, Kuro, the Prospector factor is just there for decoding. There's not even... There's no need for the magnets at all. It's like, okay guys, I think we don't really need anything. You don't need me, right? I'll be at my cipher. And it's a perfect ciphers as well.
It is. And like, if you see from the survivor side too, Acrobat and Prospector has not met the Hunter at all this game. Meanwhile, Mercenary 96.2 seconds is mainly with the body block scenario, but like I say for Priestess there, even if she didn't get the body block, she would have still been able to contain for such a long time as well for endgame. And you know, once again, I do think it's chasing after Priestess first. That was the main issue. Maybe chasing Priestess at the balcony is kind of a bit too hard.
Very hard. I mean, it's just a known thing, right? Elevation is what really... The elevation, the portal from top to bottom is really annoying to Breaking Wheel. And then there's the spinning around, spinning in a circle in an open space, also another issue, right? The moment he breaks Wheel form, boom, portal, bye, see you. And I just feel like Tofu really played that game well. He's definitely the MVP for this game in my books, right?
Definitely. And I also do think, like, with some props to Priestess as well, the way she placed down her portals was near the drop-down area of all 2 stories, in which if Palu wants to take it, he'll drop down instead, and the portal just still stays there instead of Palu taking it. But if we see the victory conditions here, if it's a 4 escape or a 3 escape, it will be we'll be moving on towards match 3. But if it's a tie, 3-man elimination, or 4-man elimination here, we will be moving on to, it will be a win here for ORS.
Yeah, that's a very tough score. I do not want to be in that position, nor do I think anyone wants to be in that position, right? 3 escape, and that's only just to prolong the game into BO3. Remember, guys, they got a 8-1 score in the first round. So even if they get a draw here and manage to tie it, going into game number 3, I think that's really hard. So, if there's ever a time, I think this is the time where CYC, just go crazy with your picks. Just go crazy with your picks. Cowboy, bring it out. Painter, whatever you want to play. Fun picks. Enchantress, go ahead. But you were saying, Kuro?
No, I was just saying, look, it wouldn't, like it's as you said as well, even if we do manage to get a 3-man escape here, the point difference are just a little bit too much here. But like, also it's with the Hunter's mentality for game 3, because Nyashi has been consistently getting 3-man escaped by ORS's Survivor. And when it comes to round 3, you get to have 8 bans. And with 8 bans, it means you should have a little bit more advantage against the Survivors. But like with ORS's Survivors here, asserting their dominance with, good calibration with the Cypher machine, good communication across the map, and really good Cypher control as well from the Survivor side. Even if we do move on towards match 3, who can we really choose when ORS is going to be the one that chooses the map? So it's as you said as well, this might be the ultimate deciding round. We will have to play our hearts out here from ORS's, not ORS's Survivor, CYC Survivor side. Let's see the Cowboy. Yeah, let's see the Cowboy.
Let's see the Cowboy, man. Come on. Bring out the Cowboy. Bring out the batter. I don't know. Play Tarot. One person decoding the entire game. I don't know. Maybe that would frustrate the Hunter enough. But yeah, in all honesty, please don't do that. But definitely go creative with your picks.
Yes.
We've seen certain plays. I mean, the Cowboy is still really strong now, considering the 1-tap lasso. I mean, you talk about the changes, the recent changes, right? It just happened this year. The recent changes towards Cowboy, where the survivors will no longer be at half health upon getting hooked. But the return of the 1-tap lasso is making things harder for the Hunter as well. So, would you say you prefer this new method, this current version of the Cowboy, or the previous version?
I do think this current version might be better for multiple reasons as well, because of the fact that, hey, you need to at least aim for 1 to 1.5 seconds before you can get the balloon rescue of the survivors. And with the Hunter, you can just be Giant Claw and mischievous to walk towards the chair anyway. So like, with that in mind, it hurts Cowboy before his recent adjustments as well. But now, aside from that, we'll be moving on directly towards round 2, second half of ORS versus CYC here. With the ban picks, here we go. The permabans are Seer and Prisoner. And right now, we're waiting for Jialia to ban the 2 survivors that they want out of this map.
Bring out the Postman. I mean, it's still a very good Cypher Rush, and then the dog can now stun the Hunter and slow him down for the additional 2.5 seconds. So I would love to see the Postman and the Cowboy. Okay, so let's see if that's gonna happen. But Jala, you think they're gonna ban the Ivy here? Yeah, they're gonna ban the Ivy. They're gonna ban the Opera. They wanna face the Opera instead.
Maybe Cowboy will come out. Since Ivy has been banned, maybe Cowboy can come out, because Ivy does counter Cowboy pretty hard. It'll be a good question here on mind, as the survivors here are currently hovering on anti.
True. But hey, at least I love these first two picks. That's the Antiquarian to provide harassment. There's also the Acrobat, so not too shabby. At least there's a way to fight back, right? And not just get attacked by the Hunter. And just to answer Oz in the chat, you can still take the portals on wheel form unless they fixed it. You cannot. You can take the portals only if they're vertical. Wait, vertical. This is vertical, right?
Yeah, you can take the portals only if you can basically stop moving during wheel form, which means you need to like be near a wall. And with last game there, for those of you who are wondering, the reason why wheel had to change to human form is because it was near the pothole. And that pothole, if you go straight, you just jump down anyway. So like the portal still remains.
True. Yeah, so that was a very smart play counter towards it. So I hope that answers your question. And yes, now let's have a look at the remaining bans and picks, because Matthias is being banned by Jala. So interesting ban, taking away the tanker, but is there a reason? Lawyer.
But Lawyer
Okay.
is finding out.
Finally, yeah.
I'd say more or less right now for this Survivor team comp, right? Yes, Anti-Current can kite. Yes, Acrobat can kite in, can loop in Graveyard. For Lawyer here, being near Shrine might not be a bad idea, especially with the fact that he cannot get Terror Shock, so he can vault as much as he wants. He gets movement speed buffs, he gets decoding buff if he is not chased, and he also gets a vault buff for every new window/pallet he vaults. I do think from CYC Survivor side, what they're looking for right now is either Lawyer to contain for 5 Cypher machines, or for Lawyer to Cypher Rush and, to prevent any mishaps from happening compared to game 1.
With the support of Antiquarian, that might happen. Or he could just rely on the map and just hide for the entire game. For the entire duration, the hunter's there. Just play the hiding game. Maybe that would be better. But yeah, I think there's no doubt. Without a doubt, Jala's gonna revert to the opera singer now that Ivy's been banned. So against Ivy, this lineup,
against Opera, this lineup it's a bit harder for Opera. It is a little bit harder for Opera here. It just depends on how fast we consume our items. Because look, you can designate Anti-Current anywhere, but Acrobat's gonna have to be near Graveyard, and Lawyer has to be either near Graveyard or the Shrine, near the corner house. Or else, for Ivy, it'll be too easy for them to catch up. But moving on towards this area selection mode, here we go. You're going to be able to see you, Acrobat, Skuge, Cipher Mercenary in middle, Zenadine, Antiquarian, Ash Balcony, and of course Unstable Lawyer here at the entrance of the Graveyard.
Is there a reason why Jala's not positioning himself next to the Lawyer?
I would say it's more or less because of the fact that Lawyer, there's not that much dash availabilities for Jala to use, or maybe Jala wants to lock the Cypher Machine Ash Corner House to stop the survivors from decoding. Because for Jala right now, where he spawned, there are a lot of dash spots where the Opera can do and to catch up towards the survivors immediately, compared to where the Lawyer is.
Nice. So that means he has plenty of leeway to pivot, right? While making his decision, making up his mind on who to chase first. But hey, guys, ladies and gentlemen, now it might be the potential last game for Team CYC versus Sing RS, because if RS Jala gets a 2-man elimination, then RS is going to win and knock CYC out of IVC, the tournament. But if CYC manages to get a 3-man escape, or even better, a 4-man escape, they get to move on to best of 3. So watch out, guys. Giving you the commentaries is me, Nello, and Kuroshiro Gaming. Take it away.
Yes, let's see here. It's going to be you here with the first chase as Acrobat. Acrobat first chase here isn't necessarily bad, but for Jia here, a little bit of a narrow corridor. We're not going to use our Fireball just yet. We are going to use it now, but there is still speed boost. We can charge attack it and maybe get a hit here, but no! Seems like that isn't necessary. A little bit of a faster hit here on towards you. Maybe could have used the Fireball a little bit early, but this is a really good start for our Opera Singer.
Yeah. I mean, the right idea, but maybe the timing a little bit, right? But you're preemptively using the bomb to reach his next location. Jala's not even going to break the palace. You has to be really careful. The rotation, the transitioning a little bit short, right?
I do think from you side, he wanted to flywheel and immediately vault over the palace, but from Jala's point of view, it seems like Opera kind of tried to prevent that from happening, which is why the Opera Singer did hit a little bit slower compared to usual, because if Opera hit it immediately, then yes, that fly would have definitely came true. And with that rescue behind the back, Mercer, no damage rescue, which is good, but that's a really early rescue on towards the Acro with no pilots left in this area. And that's a
My
hit.
god. Yeah, a hit. And he's gonna give that 4th hit. And with one more hit, it's gonna be full presence Opera. This is really bad. I don't know, man. This seems so... Yeah, just on time. Just on time. And 2 minutes in, not even 2 minutes in, it's already a full presence Opera Singer. Jia, applying the pressure left and right really, really fast. And I really did not expect... I did not expect Jia to get the acrobat that soon.
Yeah, her dashes are really smooth. Her dashes are honestly really smooth from Jala's side, so we do know that she has a lot of proficiency on the Opera. But then Mercenary, since he did get a no-damage rescue, he'll be coming in here once again. But how long can Acrobat really rebound Kai for the 2nd time?
Nice. Okay, let's see if you will be able to make it through. Oh, nice pallet. Okay, CYC showing signs of life. The Cypher progress is pretty healthy as well. But let's see if you will be able to make that rotation a bit longer. Jella obviously spotted you. Nice job on trying to leave this area, trying to make it to another spot, but without a bomb. Oh, still has another bomb. Okay, might work this time. You need to put down the pallet.
Hey,
It missed! And the flywheel is just ready as soon as he went down.
That's so unfortunate. That is really, really, really unfortunate here. With you
It
here
is.
being eliminated, return back to the mainer. Like, Lawyer is very close to you, but he just wants to finish off that 98% Cypher machine. But at least, right, Anti-Current and Mercenary now healing. We are going to be able to see... We are going to be able to see a 3-man endgame anyways, but can we get the 3-man escape here, I wonder, from CYC Survivor side to move on towards game 3? But no, Blink is going to open it up here. Still trying to get the Lawyer down as soon as he can.
I think this definitely still has a chance. As long as Lawyer is able... No! Lawyer! Preemptive jump down! He has the map! Why did he jump down? Why? He could have seen the Hunter from that position. He didn't need to preemptively jump down. And that's a problem because he's dying next to the last Cypher as well.
That's a little bit unfortunate. But Anti-Current's coming in for the backdoor rescue. Anti-Current's coming in with the backdoor rescue, so this could potentially be a no damage rescue here as Mercenary does tank the hit here. But it's okay. Remnants are currently disappearing. We don't teleport back as much as we thought we would. Mercenary just has to handle the pressure here a little bit more. For Lawyer as well, he needs to get healed. And Mercy's point of view, yes, he's still contained, but can he get out of this area without any items left and without getting injured?
Yeah, mind you guys, Jala just needs one more kill in order to win, whereas CYC needs a second. Oh my goodness, the terror shock. And the reason why Jala is so comfortable here is because both Cyphers are in between. Okay, wait, Tram, okay. Alright, the Tram is not gonna be a factor this time. But he's putting the Mercenary at a position where he can easily cypher pressure.
Yeah, and I do think it's also with the fact that we're now changing targets to unstable. Nice vault over, nice flywheel as well, but that moving speed booster will be cancelled out by the tram here once again. But I hit right over the polish.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate. And that's going to be the Lawyer's last chair?
I think second chair. I think it's second chair right now.
Okay, yeah. If they can push it, there's definitely a chance. Zenadine's around, okay. With the help of Antiquiet, okay, they might be able to make this happen. Just do the ciphers. Do the ciphers now. And
body block.
Body block, okay, nice.
Charge!
Don't...
We need Auntie to harass her a little bit. If Auntie can harass... Auntie, does she have flute? She does not have flute. It's still in cooldown.
Wait! Wait!
She used all of it. She used all of it during rescue. So she doesn't have any more left remaining to harass for Lawyer.
Oh, that's true. That's very unfortunate. I think, okay. Yeah, nothing could have been done. And the Lawyer didn't even have borrowed time. So
yeah,
it doesn't really matter. I mean, you try to force heal, doesn't really matter. Oh my goodness, getting that hit onto the Mercenary as well. as the pallet goes down. Zenadine's gonna be the last one standing here. Still has a little bit of bamboo stick to work with, but
But it's an open area, so you can't disarm here, Nell. Are we... No, we got the fly with it, okay. But Tram is nearby. Can we maybe utilize Tram here to get a disarm on? Or are we trying to... Okay, we're going to try push. Okay. Okay.
I like the idea. Yeah, we tried.
I did too.
He tried to push him to the tram. He's like, no, the tram belongs to us. Come. But I think it's safe to say the moment Jala got the lawyer down, it's already settled. Okay, the tram.
Yeah.
All right. Come on.
A lot of close calls. This is scary.
True. That's very true. But yeah, the dungeon's actually just next to the mercenary. But at this rate, Jala's gonna get that 4K, and that's it. Jala, back-to-back 4Ks. Wow.
Very consistent. Yeah, very consistent here from Ores's Hunter side. Let's congratulate Ores for winning here once again. The team is Midori, Tofu, Lin, Kage, and Jala, with a double back-to-back from elimination and a double back-to-back 3-man escape here from both the Hunter and the Survivor side. Well, how do we feel about that now? Sure, I think we got that tram hit from Anti-Korea and pushing the opera on towards the tracks. I feel like I think CYC would be pretty happy with that result.
True. I mean, I know CYC members, and they participated in IVA as well, and they've always seemed to be a very happy bunch. So I feel like this is just a tournament where they're learning and having fun. I don't think it's gonna affect them to the point of depression, right? So I feel like this is just so they're definitely a bunch of a very happy, merry bunch. So just take it as a learning curve and come back stronger. There's gonna be another community tournament. Jong is hosting it on Mana's regular. Then there's IVA, and then come back for the C qualifiers. Because CYC, I have to be really honest, they played way better in game number 2.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, like
definitely. Because if we see right, Acrobat did get down a little bit fast. In which, look, it's an Opera at the end of the day after Opera and Ivy's nerf. Seems like Ivy took the hit, but Opera is still, pushing through, going on, getting that 4-man elimination pretty consistently in our IVC 2024 here as well. But I would say okay, even with Acrobat going down that early, we still managed to almost get a tie there. It was just a little bit unfortunate in which, we either need to get Anti-Current to utilize up all her bamboo sticks in order to buy more time for Mercenary to decode, or we just get forced hit and then rescue, and then let's see if we can body block for the lawyer there or not. But in this case scenario, seems like with a charge attack hit from Jala, we were able to land the hit on towards lawyer, and of course without any flutes remaining that are on cooldown. It is just unfortunate from CYC side, because they definitely could have gotten a tie there.
That's true. And with a final score of 16-2, RS is going to be the second team today with a 2-0 sweep. So, fun fact, guys, out of the 8 matchups, and we've already done 6 so far, every single matchup ends with a 2-0 sweep. So, wow, asserting dominance, the assertion continues right here, ladies and gentlemen. Please do join us in congratulating Team Reason for moving on. You will be seeing them in top 8 2 weeks from now.
Yes.
Whereas for CYC, please do come back. We definitely enjoyed watching you guys play. But for the MVP, it's not the Hunter. It's not the Hunter, Kuro.
It'll be Tofu this time with a Priestess MVP of Containing Wheel for 155 seconds in Ever Sleeping Town. I would say it's deserved. I would say it's pretty deserved, especially with the fact that Priestess contained for so long without anyone supporting her as well. It was a solo containment throughout that whole game, and you don't really see that often as well.
But oh my god, yeah, I mean, I'm really happy that there's a survivor as an MVP. But the 4K back-to-back though, Jala must have felt he's been robbed or something. But definitely, it's a win is still a cause for celebration for Team Reason. Whereas for CYC, they're celebrating all the time, so it's fine.
Yes.
yeah, hopefully we'll be able to see them in future tournaments. For Team Reason, take the 2 weeks off. I think they have the 2 weeks to train, to practice in order to face their next opponents, because mind you, top 8 is gonna be way more intense. Top 8 is not gonna be a walk in the park. It's gonna be these 2-0 teams, the sweeper teams facing off each other. So it's not gonna be a sweep anymore, I feel.
Caster might go overtime for a lot now. Caster, we casters might actually be looking for overtimes for top 8. But that's, you know, what the difference is between top 16 and top 8. We do see a huge power gap. And, you know, with these 2-0 sweepers, look, yes, it might be, you might think, oh, we got 2-0, you couldn't even get one, but you're already in top 16. It's a really, really, really good place to be in already. It's just that other teams have more experience and more coaching staff to help them out compared to, you know, community teams and, you know, just playing with your friends. But like throughout this whole tourney too, I do think, hey, look, RS is going to be able to manage to go through. We are going to start off our match 3 as well. So there's even more fun to come out.
Yeah, true. Next game is also going to be super intense for AW. For those of you who don't know, MX is in that team alongside CZ, alongside Potato, alongside Hershen, Zeno. So don't go anywhere because we'll be right back. Actually, that's our time now. So take care, guys. See you later.
Thank you, everyone. Look forward to Game 3.
I'm certain she sensed death when her soul left the body. Chaos begets chaotic life, yet the attempt to unravel it becomes a ludicrous theater of absurdity. I must find somewhere far away from the world and the sun. Once the soul and mind can be calculated with accuracy, they can be separated from the body and roam the world. I grabbed onto this last straw amid those ramblings of madness. Like an alien creature possessing my body and covering my skin. In the mirror and under the shadows. Its vessel.
Goodness me, would you look at that?
Man lives with lions. Yes, with lions.
Observe, imitate, communicate. These are the keys that can forge a bond closer than any other. At least, that's what I believed at the time. Animals, much like humans, are trustworthy companions.
Wielder of a mystical power over animals, Jeffrey Bonavita.
until his eyes gradually revealed an avaricious thirst. Profit is the only shortcut to communicate with their kind. Observe, imitate, strike. Under the cloak of night, the prey becomes the hunter.
A letter from Demori Academy.
Who got it this time?
The math student.
Did you get it?
No, it's for the black sheep.
Who was the letter sent to?
The swan.
Who got the letter?
Nobody. Quiet. Before we begin, let me introduce a couple of new students.
All of this feels like a never-ending nightmare. Sometimes, I cannot tell if I'm really awake.
A puppet without strings. My proudest.
Matthias.
Thank you for coming tonight. Please come see my next amazing performance with Lewis.
And again, countless times. I want to wake up from this nightmare. Happy birthday, Matthias.
The world is a torrent of words. Move the words within your palm, and you will find the omen of a dream come true. House of Prophecies at your service. Please keep it with you at all times and open it under the new moon. I see you will reconcile with the one you love. And you will reclaim wealth and affection. Look at these manipulated fools. I shall control all that I desire until the dawn of tomorrow.
No witness and no murder weapon. The victim simply vanished into thin air. It all began at that hotel. Only those beneath the light are met with pursuit. Walking in the footsteps of giants, bidding farewell to the mundane. Frightful nightmares tread close behind. And yet, they seem not to arouse our friends' concern. unfolding her light shadow. Delicate wings bestowed as offerings unto that deathless radiance.
You mean it's a fatal curse? As bizarre and twisted as all this may be, my instinct tells me that these were not born of a curse. The unknown sparks fear, and fear leads to misguided choices. Science becomes the death to falsehood, while faith seeks eternity through reincarnation. All that is unknown and unsettling.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This will be IVC 2024 Day 2 Match 3. You're joined by me, Kuroshiro, and here we have Posh Spice coming back for our Match 3. How are you feeling, Posh?
Kuro, I'm glad you asked because this 2-0 streak has been a phenomenon so far, and I know you want more IDV action, so you're pulling a double shifter now, so I can't wait to see how this next match will play out. We'll see if the trend will be continuing, or maybe I might be the one to kind of go overtime in this one, or maybe this next team would. But so far, the way everything's been seeded, like you said, you know what, this is the top 16 to top 8. Maybe once we get to the top 8, that's when things start to get really neck and neck, because right now you can kind of see a bit of skill parity or elo parity here with teams that are known versus teams that, you know, are just up-and-comers. So now that might be the same case with this David versus Goliath story. But giving a shout out to each and every one of you that's joining. CYC, big shout outs to you. I'm from the Philippines, so I was super biased. I was chanting their names while watching, and yeah, hopefully they'll come back stronger, but it does go to RS. And now we're gonna see another team another team move on for us to kind of round out the top 8 here.
And of course, for our match 3, we're going to be able to see for AW versus IFN. And as Posh has said as well, the difference between top 16 and top 8 teams are quite huge, as we've seen the, you know, back-to-back 6-time 2-0 streak. But even so, with that in mind, a lot of factors does come into play as well, right, Posh? Like you have, you know, helpers from different regions, you have, you know, better coaching staff, and sometimes some players just might have a little bit more time compared to others. So, you know, some teams do get a little bit more practice time. But moving on towards this matchup, though, we're going to be able to see for AW, who was our top 3 contender of IVA. Let's not forget about that as well. And going up against IFN. Infinity is a relatively new team, I'm quite sure. I haven't really been too in tune with Southeast Asia.
Yeah, I mean, you've been in tune technically. Don't sell yourself short. You've been present in IVA. You had a front row seat with a lot of that action. But I guess with regards to other tournaments, they might have been around, but we're not quite sure. So chat, if you guys know a little bit more about Infinity, let us know. I think there's one Thai player there. We'll give her a shout out when we see her, if she will be part of the lineup. But the story is kind of David versus Goliath S, because for AW, kind of a known team. We're going to break things down for you once we introduce them, because these are some known names. We have Zen, Hushin, A11, CZ, Zushian, I hope I pronounced that correctly, Potato, and MX. These are powerhouses of names, if you would. Back in IVC last year and the previous year, kind of a mix and match of different teams from ZT, from FT, from all across Southeast Asia, and now they have formed for AW.
Yes, and they do have quite a few strong hunters here too. With Hessian, we've seen Hessian with, a lot of different hunters coming out from for AW side, and of course their survivor comes once again really good powerhouses, with MX and Potato being showcased in Koa 6, if I'm not wrong. But this time we'll be showcasing Infinity here with Cold Snow, Lady Gaga,
baby, born this way. Let's go.
Lucky, Ta SBK, Maomi, and Mellow 20 from Infinity side. But with Infinity's team here too, it's going to be Lucky who is our hunter main. They do have Opera, Nightwatch, and Disciple on their hands. So we'll probably say for game 1 moving on forwards, it will be really nice to see an Opera versus Opera this time, and maybe Infinity will give 4AW quite a little bit of a hard time here in game 1.
I think the previous match yesterday with Crit and Carl, I forgot what the name of that team was. It was actually FT versus, the name escapes me. Let me try to remember as we look at the players. I'm looking through my notes. It is actually, give me a few more. Scroll up. It's SG there. SG versus FT. That was, SG definitely made a name for themselves. So hopefully Infinity can come into this matchup with that same amount of energy and that same amount of fire coming into them. Because if you make a name out of MX, if you make a name out of Hushin, these are known survivors and hunters in the Southeast Asia region. If you get a victory over them or have a winning moment, you can definitely cement yourself in Southeast Asia IdentityV history. So looking at the key, the player stats here, again, it doesn't really paint the whole picture, because it seemed like actually kind of does, because MX is the main kiter of the team. It was 20% escape rate. Well, on the other hand, it was a 40% escape rate on his adversary side. So definitely the favored team will be for AW.
Yes. But looking at the stats here as well for Mommy and Potato here, both good containers, where Potato is maybe a little bit more on the supporting side with a psychologist compared to the acrobat. But of course, moving on towards the next two tier, Professor, we have a Professor pocket pick from Mellow 20. But we have seen Professor before, and Posh, with the recent adjustments on Opera, with her attack animation being slowed down by a little bit, in which it helps out the survivors a little bit. I do think maybe Professor wouldn't be a bad pick for game 1, but that's really only if he gets chosen as well. But aside from that, it seems like 4AW also has a Professor here.
They have the same idea. They're listening. They're taking down notes, Kuroshiro. You know why? Because they like, share, and subscribe your channel. So there you go. Listen to this, man. Break stuff down, folks. Now, I'm going to leave that conversation on pause, because CZ has also made a name for himself. I've watched him from relative unknown, from being part of the team, I believe it was ZT, or one of the top 4 teams in IVC of the last 2 years, to making his name now running with the big dogs of 4AW. So hopefully he'll be able to give some amazing kiting moments and OB moments. But talk to us about the hunters we have on screen.
Hessian has been very known throughout LVA for his warp cleric, but Lucky here with a sculptor showcase. Well, hopefully we'll be able to see it, but we do see quite a little bit of a big difference here between the two hunters, with a 78.1% and a 45.9%. Sculptor might not be the best option here, so we do know that Lucky does have the Opera, but look, if we do move on towards game 3, and if we want to try go for that 4 elimination, Sculptor might not be that much of a bad hunter, especially with the incidence buff alongside with Warp as well that has been introduced recently.
Oh yeah. So now we are gonna look at the map selection. Seems like Sacred Heart Hospital has been the most unpopular map as of late in the IVC 2024 roster, but now we are going to see Moonlit River Park as the map that we will be using now. So this is a map that we relatively haven't seen that much, so I'm super excited to see how they'll fare. I know Opera Singer has been all of the rave in round number 1, but how we feeling, bro? How you feeling about the Ivies so far that have been showcased?
I do think Ivy has been pushed down a lot throughout our, ranked tier lists as well. Like in rank, yes, she is good, but like in tournaments where survivors like map so big like this, it's a little bit harder for Ivy to actually map control. Like, even when you get a survivor down, it takes her a little bit more of a longer time to actually reach on towards any of the other survivors. So like at max before, when Ivy's Phantom wasn't nerfed, you're able to see Ivy be able to lock up at least 2/3 Cypher machines, which is basically all across the map. But now after Ivy's nerf, it seems like Ivy at best can only lock up 1 Cypher machine and has to get ETM back as soon as possible before the rescuer comes in to do a no damage rescue. So like with this map in mind, it does counter Ivy now, because Ivy doesn't have as much movement speed as we thought she would. And of course for Opera, now for Opera, you can just get Patient out here once again, because we know that Moonlit is, really notoriously known for Patient to be played in against Opera.
Right. We've seen a lot of rotations, especially in that 4th stop area with a grappling hook. So it's kind of like that's what the showdown we usually see. So we'll just have to wait and see how this will play out. But rest assured, Opera Singer will be coming out, or it's a safe pick for Opera Singer to come out. But when it comes to other hunters, do you think this is the time for Infinity to kind of, if you're Infinity and you're the ones that are the underdogs, should you go right off the gate and go like wild picks, or kind of save it for round 2?
I do think we might need to save it for round 2, because round 1 is still relatively survivor side, especially with only 4 bans against a 4-man team. Usually what I would say is when you get the wild picks out is usually round 2 or round 3, as we have seen, in previous games before as well. But it seems like, Seer and Priestess first 2 bans quite normal, especially on such big maps like this.
We've also been seeing a rise of the prisoners coming out. Because of, the shocks that we've been seeing. But I wonder how this one is going to shake out, especially in a big map like this. So it seems like, if it's MX that's using it, we don't question MX. He plays his own meta and his own little game, and he makes it work. So obviously, if MX is going to use the prisoner, we just have to trust. But I'm really excited to see if anyone else will be playing this type of survivor, because if you guys haven't been inaugurated in MX's world, it's like he creates his own tier list and we just have to follow it. And he just makes... He made Lawyer work before the buffs. He made Gardener work before the buffs. So, yeah, he's got his own thing going, and we are going to lock in with the first 2 survivors and possibly the Mercenary. We're still waiting on that since the Toy Merchant was banned. So I'd say Lucky having a good ban on that Toy Merchant, because she's really good on this map.
Yeah. But look, at least MX doesn't pick up Lawyer, because I think he was the reason why Lawyer was buffed. But aside from that, we do have, 2 rescuers here. We're going to get rid of Anti-Current, which I do think it solidifies the Opera Singer pick quite a lot here from Lucky. Lucky does have that Opera. From the Survivor side, we're going to be looking at that Psychologist to maintain Cypher Rush and allow Mercenary to continuously rescue and to not disrupt any of the survivors here from decoding. So with that Psycho Lock here, I do think we're going to solidify the Opera pick. But if that's the case, who's going to be the one spawning at 4 stop? Because now that is our issue. Who's going to be the one spawning at 4 stop and maybe taking the containment if Prisoner isn't going to be chased in 2-story?
That's the same question I had, because now it's kind of hard, because the strongest one there was to make that 4th stop loop, and the Patient wasn't even banned. I thought they were going to actually pick that up, but we just have to wait and see. I think MX would want to take that first kite, but since he's on that Prisoner, I'm not quite sure if that's going to be optimal. Then you have either Coordinator or not Mercenary, but Coordinator or Psychologist. So possibly Coordinator, and then use the flare gun once she gets hit once. But I'm not really sure how that's going to play. Or maybe a sacrifice strategy, since Coordinator, since Cypher Rush will be on the table since the Prisoner's there. So that's just my 2 cents. What about you?
I personally do agree with you, but I do think it's what you said as well. Let's maybe try run no borrow time and let Cordy be the sacrifice of this game. Because Cordy, once again, yes, she does get speed boost, but no, we're gonna go Gamekeeper round 1.
I like
okay.
it. I like it. Lucky making us think that it looked like he was kind of going for an opera singer based on the bands, but now that I think of, Priest, it kind of goes hand in hand for both, right?
This is callback to KOA 7 game 1 with the GG versus RC, I'm quite sure. So I'm also did the same thing. But you know, we have talked about it throughout the whole yesterday and today. Gamekeeper has not been chosen that much, and we're going to be able to see Gamekeeper round 1 once again for game 1. Does the Survivor have Flywheel, or do they all decide to bring Windows Speedboost here, trying to counter the Opera? Is now going to be the main question.
Yeah, because you can go hard on one strategy, like you said, maybe Coordinator being the main kiter of this team, but then you have to account for Gamekeeper has a different type of playstyle. You need to bring certain builds to just counter this Gamekeeper. So I like how he was building up towards one, then went Gamekeeper all of a sudden, and he didn't make his pick obvious, right? He didn't like ban like Novelist or Entomologist or anyone that can cancel out Prospector as well, that we've seen yesterday with how Prospector is able to cancel out those hooks. But it seems like we are going to get, yes, we called it right, the Coordinator is going to get the last stop, but Lucky is going to be in between Potato and CZ. That means he will go for Psychologist first stop. So, or maybe, I don't know, he might rotate somewhere else, but that's what I think. What about you, Kuro?
Yeah, I think Psycho... The only issue with Psychologist is she won't be able to take the roller coaster anymore if she decides to rotate out. So I do think a really good question is, are we going to enable that roller coaster immediately to allow Psychologist to rotate towards third stop, or are we going to decide to actually rotate into Godkite and maybe disturb Prisoner a little bit with his decoding progress?
All questions will be answered here, folks, as we enter the Moonlit River Park round number 1, first half for AW, the Goliaths in this matchup versus Infinity, the Davids. So who do you think is going to make it out of this matchup? We'll find out in just a bit. That's Kuroshiro. I'm Potch Spice. We are commentators for round 1, first half.
Let's see, it's going to be... So CZ is going to decide not to actually take the roller coaster here because they were a little bit too late. That's going to be a trap deployed down immediately. So coaster will now be disabled until someone comes and take that trap or dismantle it. CZ, once again, being able to rotate in towards Gawkite is already really good, simply because of the fact that now the hooks on this Gamekeeper, it will take a little bit longer to actually get a successful hook on towards Psycho to land the hit and to start the stress cooldown. But it seems like for Lucky right now, we're going to lock that Godkite Padish and we won't be able to get a mind game.
Good, I would say, discipline on CZ's side, just conservatively just hugging the walls, making sure he's breaking that line of sight, making sure that he kites for as long as he can just so MX can continue on that Cypher progress. Seems like CZ now sidestepping left and right just so he doesn't get in range of that hook, forcing out the basic attack here, and now he's just continuing on. So relatively good start for him. It's already been a minute, so now we see the hooks coming in, so he has to be very careful to play behind this pallet.
Wow. Ooh, we missed a hook there though. We wanted to play a little bit of mind game here, as we see as well. Lucky has Warp as his main trait, which means his hit might be a little bit slower compared to usual. Wow. We did not manage to win the pallet mind game there, as we did got our second hit on, but seeing the Cypher Machine decoding progress here, because of Prisoner, we're already starting to force Cypher too.
Yeah, it just seems like they're really good at with the Cypher Rush, and now MX's job inside the 2-story has been completely done, so he can actually rotate, but able to actually snipe out the Psychologist to down her right away. So excellent stuff on the side of Lucky, but the trade-off is that some Cypher progress has been done already. So now the rotation is going to happen from Mercenary Potato to make this rescue happen, but with a basement, that's going to be a lot harder.
Yeah, it might be a little bit clutch here for Lucky, because we did walk quite a long distance. We are going to be able to get it. I thought we would be able to struggle free, but that's still okay, because Prisoner's Cypher Machine has been linked with a connection, which means someone can just finish it for Prisoner here instead. Now, if Mercenary here can get a no damage rescue going down, it will be good, but if he gets hooked, then it will be a double down situation here, Posh, because there's a drop down area. No Mercenary coming in. That is very swift movement in. But
Blink
sadly
and you
for
miss
Lucky
it
Kid,
moment. So now we're gonna see him go for the drop down hit. Nice avoidance, but no, Mercenary actually got hit. Psychologist will have to carry the last effort for her to get out of this basement. While the Cypher progress is still moving along quite well, so I'd have to say still an excellent job on a rescue attempt there, and a successful rescue for her to get out of the basement. So now we're at 3 Cyphers remaining, but all of them have so much progress on them, Kuro.
It's especially with the fact that there's a prisoner out on the field who's currently decoding the last 2 Cypher machine here, it seems. Yes, we're going to destroy the connection, but even if you do, there's a coordinator here with a gun, and Cody can just continuously body block without any problems for this psychologist prisoner. Rotating towards coordinator Cypher machine right now, we're going to have to be very careful in case we hook the chair. If we can get a terror shock here, it might change a lot, but that's going to be really hard.
Yeah, I love the patience of the coordinator. Just playing the mind games, just gonna shoot right away. I don't want to play your games. We ain't playing games, gamekeeper. And now we see that the prisoner is also here to body block. We have a train going here just to protect the psychologist, while the mercenary is gonna get teleported on. So Lucky not even using that warp just to guard the last Cypher. And now he's able to hook the mercenary.
In this case scenario, yes, we're healing the psychologist, but the thing is, Gamekeeper is still a little bit of a disadvantage here. Why? Because he doesn't have any teleport remaining. Even if he does manage to teleport, even if he does manage to know where the Psycho is, he doesn't have the resources to go there, because that 75% Cypher machine on the Mercenary is more than enough to be primed. We do see Psycho rushing straight to behind the tent. It seems like she is pushing the Cypher machine outside of 2-story. And if that's the case, Corey can't really just take her time to come in to rescue.
Yeah, coordinator has to be very careful coming into this. So now Cypher looks like it's about to be primed. He's gonna get caught out in the open if he made that left turn. But now the coordinator just can take her sweet time, because the mercenary, one of the buffs is that he stays so long onto that rocket chair. So now Lucky has to have nerves of steel here to try and get a terror shock, or just to force a pop to happen before the rescue does commence. But now we're sitting at a 99% Cypher and one at 37%. I believe Prisoner is already at the exit gate, so they have prepared for their endgame strat here. Oh no, Prisoner's not at the gate. He's actually here.
They want to go for a little bit of a safer rescue here. Prisoner, nice stun. That means Coordinator can come into rescue right now. As Cody getting no damage rescue here, that is all what we needed. But can we buy a little bit more time here for Prisoner to actually get towards the gate? We'll try to drop down here. There is no edge on towards any of the survivors. Can we get a contact here on towards Cordy? We can, but even if that's the case, Mercenary does have 1 level pad remaining. We can't pop here just yet as Cordy gets hooked. That's no problem. We just have to wait. That's no attack recovery animation once again. Very nicely done by Lucky, but all survivors are just way too far away right now.
It's a 4-person endgame. You gotta give it up to Lucky for the drop down hits. All the hits were actually connecting, but it just seems like the survivors have put too much pressure and have invested so much in the mid to late game. Teleport is going to be used for them to cut off the exit path of the end game here of the last stop, and Psychologist will be falling down. So now at least Psychologist will be downed here. So it's looking like a 1-person elimination, Kuro.
Yeah, honestly, if Mercenary wasn't near the gate, we definitely could have been able to make it, to prevent the survivors from actually getting out. But in this case scenario, sadly, we didn't really push Mercenary our way, and Mercy was trying to stay at floor stop to actually force the Gamekeeper into catch him off guard. Because, you know, Gamekeeper did put a trap down near the coaster, and that's what Mercenary tried to do. Mercenary tried to play the mind game, or trying to trick Gamekeeper into thinking, oh, he's going to take the trap, and when he takes the trap, I'm going to be able to land the freedom on him anyways. But it seems like it wouldn't be possible anymore here, as we're going to be able to see a 3-man escape here from 4AW Survivor side.
Yeah, I would have to say that I wanted to see the Gamekeeper. That was actually an excellent choice. You know, they were expecting an opera singer, and that's why 4AW is one of the teams to look out for here, folks, that they were still able to, you know, recuperate, change the plan from plan A to B. If that doesn't work, they have the rest of the alphabets to work with. And it all started with that excellent Psychologist kite. We were saying, like, oh, who's he gonna go for? Like, coordinator first stop or coordinator 4th stop or psychologist first stop. Seems like psychologist was the main target, but yeah, that bought so much time, especially if you have a prisoner on your team. The Cypher progress was moving way too fast for him to kind of get the reins of the matchup.
Yeah, and I do think it's also with the fact that Lucky did want to get the lockdown on towards Psycho immediately, but then I do feel like the moment we drop down the trap, maybe we could just hooked immediately outside instead of getting on towards the coaster first and then hooking. Because, like, during that 2-second Psycho was able to easily rotate in towards Gakaish, and that's where you know, oh, this is when the containment started. This is how much time we actually lost because we didn't hook immediately right after we dropped down the trap.
Yeah. I would say, you know what, Lucky still had an amazing performance. It's just that for AW, the rotations were just on point. They really knew how to counter and they knew how to stay out of range. Traps were non-factor, like you said, that he wasn't able to cut off any routes because they had 2 or 3 other exit strategies for them to kind of rotate away from. And ultimately, they really played the numbers game on him. When he thought he had an advantage with the basement, someone went for the distraction for the easy entrance, and they really covered all their bases. So it was never a 1v1. It was always a 2v1 or 1v1, but then, you know, it's under a time limit because of the decoding.
Definitely. And I do think, like, you know, with these teams, with these Southeast Asia teams solidifying Prisoner's stance for Game 1 against, you know, Opera, against IVs, and this time against Gamekeeper, there were also questions talking about, hey, why aren't we using Gamekeeper anymore? And I think this might be actually one of the reasons, especially with the fact that we always think that, oh, you know, it's Moonlit River Park, it's a map in which Gamekeeper excels at, but this time it seems that, oh, maybe it's not the case now, simply because of the fact that we now have a Prisoner. We now have, you know, Composer has been recently buffed, but we aren't seeing Composer being played out against Ivy, but instead Prisoner this time. So then it's kind of the question in which we're saying, okay, is this current day meta now, is Gamekeeper worth it anymore, or is he still maybe a Game 2, Game 3 hunter instead of a Game 1 where survivors have so much leeway to play around against him too? Now, of course, you know, for Lucky's hooks, it was really good. Like the long range hooks, it landed the way he intended it to land, but it's the way that survivors managed to tight cash against the Gamekeeper is what really brought out the really long containment times from 4AW.
So, oh, I'm sorry, I'm just going to harp back to the Prisoner pick, right? So the Prisoner pick you're saying was supposed to counter the Opera Singer, but it's utilized enough for it to be actual counter also the Gamekeeper?
Because I do think, right, with hunters that have high movement, we usually would like to rotate around a little bit. And with the rotations, you don't decode early game. But if you decide to spawn Prisoner in a really good area to contain it, he can just immediately start off Cypher Machine, finish off the Rescuer Cypher Machine. So then no one necessarily has to go back to the Rescuer Cypher Machine and decode this. Rescuers can just decode a new Cypher Machine themselves. But there's less time wasted on traveling. And of course, when it comes to Opera 2, now of course it's not as good as maybe Gardener, it's not as good as Coordinator, but Prisoner still does have the chance of electrocutioning the Opera during her mid-kite dashes to put it into 9-second cooldown. And then, you know, okay, we get a 9-second free containment. Yes, it doesn't seem like it's a lot, but like from Opera's point of view as well, the moment Prisoner connects a Cypher Machine, you can just get your survivors to push off the Cypher Machines instead in really, really, really bad areas. So like for Opera, it's like Dream Witch. You're scared of 3 Cypher Machines that are very close to each other, so Opera can map control, but if they're too far away, there's nothing an Opera can do at the end of the day.
Thank you for breaking that down. So just a masterful stroke, the way they were able to play that pick and ban, even though there was that surprise Gamekeeper round 1. It was a really good pick on the side of the survivors. So that's 4AW in a nutshell. So now, hopefully, we will see that same stroke of genius on the other side of the picks and bans when the survivors of Infinity take the gauntlet here in Moonlit River Park, and I believe it's Zen or Hushin that will be hunting on the side of 4AW.
Definitely. But you know, just back to the Prisoner, prime example was really just Psycho rotating towards the back of tents and decoding the Cypher Machine at 2-story. I do think that's really good prime example, but this time with Heshin coming out, maybe we can play, you know, since it was a 3-man escape, we probably want to solidify it with another Opera Singer, as we do know he has a really good Opera Singer. But I guess, look, moving on forward, Infinity Survivors, let's see what they bring out. We really have to see what they will bring out onto the table against, you know, this really strong competitive hunter.
Yeah, so just seems like the 3-1s continue on the survivor side. Hopefully the 4Ks are going to stop with the hunter side, because the survivors need to be able to get it. And I believe in the previous matchup, it was a survivor to get the MVP. Was it Tofu? Was it?
It was, yes. Tofu, Priestess MVP.
Let's go. And I think Nell brought it up that it was a hunter that constantly get 4K, but it is Tofu to get it. So I'm excited to see how survivors kind of get the spotlight in this day, or this day number 2 of IVC 2024. Even though hunters are usually the MVPs, and survivors could definitely get the job done as well.
Yeah, of course, and from Infinity Survivor side, we're probably going to be looking for more of a tie game here. The Hunter did decide to choose out the Gamekeeper. It was a surprise pick, and from the Survivor's point of view as well, they didn't have any flywheel. But I do think, right, from 4AW, they're going to solidify the Opera Singer still. So from the Survivor side, Embalmer still wouldn't be a bad pick. Embalmer works pretty well now in big maps like this against Ivy. Yes, he can get the Revelation stacks right after he gets Leech when he uses his Rebirth, when he uses his Coffin. But it still takes Yiti and the Phantom a little bit of a longer time to catch up towards them anyway. So like Embalmer can be a really nice fallback strategy when it comes to, okay, let's just guarantee the tie here and see how game 2, game 3 goes on forward. But if we get 4-man eliminated here, it's an 8-1, which really isn't favorable at all. Right, and like we have seen some of them having a Weeping Clown.
That's true. And we talked about the Weeping Clown changes as well, sort of. And I would definitely love to see how a Weeping Clown would do, especially in a big map like this. So, yeah, I would say now maybe I think maybe I know you said play it kind of conservatively, but at this point, why not double down? They tried surprising with the Gamekeeper pick. Why not keep going with the Survivors? Who knows, right?
Yeah.
Because with a team like 4AW, they're seasoned veterans, if you think about it. So they've seen the meta, right? And you can kind of cheese them out of it or beat them at their own game, but you're going up against an experienced team that have like years of experience and years of synergy. So you kind of have to pick your poison here if you're Infinity.
Definitely. But like it's also with the fact that Infinity, with their Survivor pool, right, they have a lot to play around. Maybe they can get the, Weeping Clown and Embalmer combo there right after Rebirth. Pull more distance, just waste more of the Hunter's time, allow your Survivors to decode even more. But like, yes, there's a lot of strategies in which Infinity can use with their Survivor pool. But of course, from Hessian's point of view, maybe we'll bring Warp here instead this time if there really is an Embalmer. Since it does hurt Ivy quite a lot if you want to move with your Phantom, it does feel really, 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 really slow now. But even so, right?
I was gonna ask, since we're on the Embalmer talk, actually, I also want to bring out Prisoner in this current meta. How would you? I'm gonna bring out the content side of you, but where would you put them in the content tier, like in the tier list? Those two Survivors.
I'd say Prisoner more or less. Prisoner's only round 1, like to put him into permaban, but Embalmer can be used anywhere. So you usually would like to prioritize Embalmer, is what I would say, into like saving it for the Divine Saving Grace of game 2 and game 3s, instead of putting him in towards permaban.
Okay, so in a tier list, he'd be like what, solid A, B?
Yeah, he will probably be like, Embalmer is always a really nice backup plan, a really, really nice backup plan. So with that in mind, I'd say Embalmer is a pick 3, pick 4. Meanwhile, Prisoner is only game 1 Hunter and just throw it out. But
Gotcha.
Of course, that is all for me. Posh will be pushing Eli out now.
Yeah, and not the Seer. We will have Eli O on commentary now. So Kuro, big shout outs to you. Thank you so much for filling in. We will be looking at the picks and bans as we speak, because we have a Puppeteer to come in along with a Gardener, and third pick is the Mercenary. So it seems like the Seer has been banned out, but it's all right. Eli getting banned out. We have another Eli coming on in. Eli, how are you feeling, man?
Pretty good. Unfortunately, we had some technical difficulties on my end, even in the modern day. That still happens apparently, but it's all been resolved at this point in time, so hopefully no more of that. But anyways, getting into our match here. Yeah, we do have we're seeing Puppeteer here and the Gardener early on. This is very common for round 1. The reason why is both these characters are considerably strong against Opera Singer. Talked about this time and time again, but Gardener, of course, being able to have that bubble, guaranteeing that first hit as a free absorbing of damage, and Puppeteer, who can actually guarantee 8 seconds every time using that puppet ability. We also see the Prospector, and the reason why we see Prospector actually is for Ivy. Prospector's been a character we see used against Ivy, in that it's not only a good kiter against Ivy, but a very good support character as well. Ivy on the main body can be a bit fragile at times, so any of those stunning characters such as Prospector can be quite effective. So they're really trying to cover all their bases. We see Gardener and Puppeteer mainly for that Opera Singer, and the Prospector here for that Ivy. Just, you know, trying to prepare for every possible situation.
Yeah, especially since they're going up against Hushin, a very seasoned hunter, and for sure he is known for his meta characters. And also a little bit his round 2 and round 3, he can go deeper into the hunter pool. So the Opera Singer will be coming out, so hopefully we get to see some excellent rotations for in Infinity's side, because they need to at least get a 3-person escape just to tie things out and at least guarantee that round number 3 coming into this. So when it comes to the spawn locations, Eli, what are we thinking here with this Survivor lineup?
Well, the Prospector is the easiest chase for the Opera Singer, so you're going to want to prioritize Prospector being in a relatively safe area, so definitely not 4-stop. We'll probably most likely see 2-story or 1st-stop spawn for the Prospector. The reasoning for this is that 2-story is quite strong in that, you know, obviously, put it over. That is going to be the case here. And we also have, let's pick around the Puppeteer at 4-stop. This is really good in that Puppeteer is a strong kiter against the what do you call it, Opera Singer. So
it seems like the Prospector is going to be safe and sound in the 2nd story, while the rest of the the rest of the survivors will kind of have to deal with the wrath of Hushin's Opera Singer. So now, folks, we're going to head on over to round number 2, 2nd half at Moonlit River Park. We have 4AW kind of chasing after more points. Oh no, actually leading the pack here, while Infinity is chasing after some points. I'm one of your commentators, Poch Spice, along with Eli O, and we're going to head into round 1, 2nd half.
Hopefully that's the end of the Eli O internet problems. But anyways,
oh no,
yeah, we jinxed it, bro. We already know what's gonna happen. But anyways,
right.
We're gonna do our first chase. This is gonna be on Team Puppeteer, which is probably pretty good for the survivors. Obviously, the Puppeteer we talked about, a strong character against the Opera. Gonna use that ability to avoid giving the first hit. And he actually just he could have waited out the puppet there, but he actually goes for the hit there, which gives time for the Puppeteer to transition to a new area. The Puppeteer actually cannot vault while in puppet form, or the Terror Shock will still register. And we're going to see the 2nd puppet getting used right away here.
Okay, we're seeing Hushin also bait out some hits here in Shadow Dance form. He's going to try to hug some pallets out of the puppet form, so now in the mind games possibly, but no, he's actually going to continue on rotating around, so still buying enough time here. Like you said, can't really vault, but still hugging this pallet, and now the window.
And we're going to see him continuing in this area. Does not have any more puppets. We're going to see the blink, and that does secure the down. Actually, this is a pretty good first kite against an Opera Singer. Usually we see the Opera Singer able to secure down within, 2 Cypher machines. The Cypher's only being around 50 or 60. We see 80% on 2 Cyphers, plus the Rescuer already at 68. This is relatively farther along in Cypher progress than we usually see against an Opera, and the blink was also expended. So this is a great start, but Mercenary does get cut off from a distance, and there is a Shadow waiting close, but not close enough. I think Mercenary can maybe get this without getting a double hit. It's going to be really close here. Elbow padding away, so he's able to get that rescue. So nice job from the Mercenary there.
Yeah, relatively conservative, but Hushin now, he's going to make it hurt here, trying to go for that Mercenary. So Mercenary, unfortunately, might have to spend the 2nd elbow pad, but able to get it. So now, kind of a costly one, but at least it's not a double down. So now, Maumi, the Puppeteer, going to the corner here. So all things considered, his first kite was actually really well. The rebound kite, he had to play it very conservatively since the Mercenary was spotted out early. So now, mid-game point, still up in the air for both Survivor and Hunter, but this is looking kind of like an Opera-sided match here if things don't go well for the rebound rescue.
Yeah, having these 3 elbow pads for 1 rescue is really not ideal. We're going to see the rescue again, and see, this is what happens, right, when you use those elbow pads early. Mercenary has no way to avoid this hit. We're going to see Prospector come to the rescue, using an early flywheel here to avoid the hit. Going to get to the pallet, does get the drop, and he is going to take the hit. Puppeteer does have one puppet to work with since there's no tide turner in play. He can go ahead and use it now. And he hits the puppet again. He actually is not waiting for that to run out. Just gonna, yeah, get rid of that ability and continue to chase here.
I see the Prospector trying to go for that support, but this is the down of that Puppeteer. In that 1 minute, we saw the injury of the Mercenary, the Prospector, and now possibly the elimination of the Puppeteer. Prospector is nowhere near for that support stun, and now we have our first survivor out of the game. They have their last Cypher, but it's not looking quite well since they are less than 20%. So far, Hushin has put some damage on the board, and now Cold Snow is his next target here at the 4th stop area. He's got some magnets to work with, but let's see how they're going to come into play.
Yeah, we're going to see one magnet get dropped here. He still has one more after this, but, you know, Prospector against the Opportunity can be quite difficult. See, that's the reason why. He's just going to go ahead and break the magnet, gets the hit without even the magnet being able to activate. That's just the speed of the Opera Singer. You usually can get the hit as Opera without the stun being activated. Even if you did get the stun, the Opera can still continue to chase really fast afterwards. So in reality, while Prospector may be a good character against Ivy, it's very weak into Opera Singer, and you know, it's really showing at this point in time. Mercenary, again, no elbow pads to work with. He did have to use 3 for the first rescue. It's going to be quite easy for the Opera Singer to get a double hit, unless we see a backdoor rescue, which is Gardner here. Prospector, again, has 1 mag to work with, but unfortunately, again, against Opera, it's not quite as strong as it would be against other hunters.
True, but now we see Hushin trying to snipe out his target here. We're going to see him hug the walls. Open vaults a little too early, and Prospector does fall down, so it's quite unfortunate. You got to admire that rescue, that backdoor rescue. I thought the Mercenary was going to get hit at that same spot. He got spotted out for that early rescue, but Mellow 20 still on the case here, but IDV math dictates that this is not looking too well since the Mercenary is the only one decoding. Well, Gardner has to go for the last rescue. We're going to see a bubble form just in time for her to grant safe passage for this rescue, but nice body blocking on Hutchin's side to buy enough time. Wow.
Yeah, he's really get the hit, so that means that Gardner's going to be injured on the rescue. And the problem here is that Prospector does not have borrowed time, so even if they do, even if they are able to body block for a while, Prospector needs to last until the Cyber's primed without even getting hit. And it's 43%, and it's a Mercenary on the Cypher, not even at the Cypher machine yet, so it's going to take a lot of time. Is able to get the stun, but again, you see, that's exactly what happens. Oh, he actually swung a second late there, so he stays alive, and he misses the dash as well, so there's an opportunity to kite a little bit longer, but again, 50%. Mercenary keeps backing off the Cypher. I'm not really sure. I think you just have to push it here.
I know, flywheels just to get through the pallets, so the Prospector's doing an amazing job so far. Mercenary now pushing that Cypher. Gardner might be forced to use up the exit paths, but we do see now that the Mercenary keeps going back and forth, so we're still stuck at 51%, so kiting of this Prospector is actually going to fall down here and now while we're still waiting on that last Cypher to move on.
Yeah, we saw the Gardner break the chair. I think 2 chairs are broken here. He's going to balloon hit the Gardner, but I don't know if Prospector struggles free. He has to have struggle. If he has struggle field, there's a chance of a struggle free here, but it looks like no, that's not going to be the case. I think Gardner at this point in time needed to body block instead of breaking chairs. But unfortunately, I understand what they're going for, but it did not quite work out here. Gardner does not have self-heal, so now it's very simple for the Opera Singer. As long as they're able to find the Mercenary before the Gardner gets picked up by the Mercenary, this will be a 4 elimination.
Yeah, it was just a little unfortunate that they weren't able to prime it in time. The Prospector is doing an amazing job. You know, after he flywheeled towards that pallet and continued on, got the 2 magnet stun. Well, he dropped down 2 magnets for him to prolong the chase, but now it's only a matter of time. Mercenary, no items left. We'll be just slugging him, and we can call this match a 4AW 8-1, folks. So, yeah, it's only we're just doing this out of necessity here. So Hushin, you know what, garnering so much points on this team. But Eli, let's talk about how this matchup came to be. This score. You know, how would you want to break this down?
Well, something we got to say real quick is it's technically not over in that the Opera Singer doesn't realize Gardner doesn't have self-heal. So they're actually going to go share the Gardner first, which means Mercenary could get up if they share the Gardner. Because Mercenary does have self-heal still, so I guess it's technically not over. There's also no chair nearby too, so maybe Gardner could struggle. So there's I guess it's technically not over yet. Let's see. Gardner is gonna get shared here. Does Mercenary get up in time though is the question. He does get back up. So I guess if Mercenary can hide until the Gardner expires, he could get dungeon here, but no, he sees the trail of the Mercenary, so that will be a 4 elimination here. As long as, you know, Mercenary doesn't kite for the next 2 minutes somehow.
Yeah, so let's talk about the start of this match. We noticed that Hushin was actually getting very adamant about hitting the puppeteer, right?
Yep.
And it was actually kind of a relatively okay start, like the puppeteer having a good kite at the start. But at what point do you think this match started to turn in favor of Hushin?
Well, I think the survivors was quite good. The problem was that Mercenary had to use 3 elbow pads for 1 rescue. And then at some point they tried to go for another rescue with the Mercenary, but the issue is that he didn't have any items. So Mercenary gets cut off from a distance, then you can no longer make the rescue because you don't have any items to work with. And then they had to go for a backdoor rescue. I think it was with the Prospector, maybe, for the second one. And then at that point in time, it's kind of just like Mercenary gives a free hit, and then once you get free hits to Opera Singer, it's sort of like a Dream Witch game where it really kind of snowballs. So then he was able to get the Prospector down quickly because Prospector doesn't have great kiting potential against an Opera Singer. But the Prospector actually did a great rebound kite at the end, towards the end of the game. But the thing is, the Mercenary kept backing off the Cypher Machine. I guess he was worried maybe the Opera Singer was going to go to him. And then because of that, they didn't have the Cypher ready by the time the Prospector was knocked down.
That was quite unfortunate. Yeah, we were kind of... It was looking like a 30-second, a 40-second kite on the Prospector side without the magnets, and we were kind of stuck at the 49-51 range of that last Cypher. So just a little unfortunate. I think, yeah, and that was that instance also where Gardner was breaking chairs instead of body blocking and supporting, right? So just a little bit of fine-tuning, and then they could have changed the results of this match, but these are the match results, folks. Hushin staring down the barrel of 5-0 for his team. So congratulations for AW in round number 1. It is an 8-1 lead on their side. Infinity still on the board, but that's kind of been the theme for today, Eli. Like it's all been 2-0s so far, and the veteran teams have been showing up as of late.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is one of those things where, going into the first round, you want to win the game as Opera Singer. If you're able to win the game as Opera Singer as the Hunter side for your team, that sets the tone for the match. I think we've talked about this before. We've talked about this in past events. This first round is always so crucial. When you're able to win the first round, especially with a 4-kill on the Hunter side, it really just starts to give a huge advantage. And again, I think the team comp was actually correct. Like, I actually don't disagree with Prospector. I think that's perfectly fine. You don't want to play too hard into Ivy, because if you think about it this way, right? Gardner's not very good against Ivy, because Ivy can just teleport to the Gardner once the bubble expires, and it's like not much you can really do there. And against Ivy, you also want to be transitioning a lot. You don't want to be standing still to get your bubble, because then you get moving on you, get the stun, things like that. So while the team composition for the first 3 survivors is Mercenary, what do we have? Mercenary, Puppeteer, Gardner. I'm not sure if it was in that order, but you have those 3 characters which are very good against Opera Singer, but then you have to have one character which is good against Ivy, which is the Prospector. But you kind of see the problem with that Mercenary. I think the biggest thing was just using the items. The Opera Singer was able to get so many items out, and that's why we see characters like Wildling instead. But yeah, Mercenary.
So if we could rewind time in that instance when Mercenary got caught out in the open, do you think like he should have just backed off the rescue and just like maybe have someone else rotate for the rescue, or still kind of double down? What was in hindsight, what would have been the more optimal decision for him, to keep his items or to still force the rescue to happen?
So I think for the first rescue, maybe it's better to leave. I understand that the Mercenary thinks they can elbow pad close enough to share to get the save. I think the problem is that when you're playing a non-Wildling rescuer against Opera Singer on a large open map like Moonlit, you have to go set up for a rescue a lot sooner. Actually, you have to go set up for a rescue right when the survivor is getting downed. What a lot of rescuers do, and I think what the Mercenary was doing, is trying to get as much decoding progress as possible. So you kind of wait until the survivor was chaired and then got off the Cypher. As soon as the Hunter sees that Cypher Machine stop moving, they know that's the Mercenary coming for the rescue, so they can immediately go cut him off. And that's exactly what happened, right? So as the Mercenary, you need to position yourself closer to the chair as the survivor is going down. And then while they're getting ballooned and taking the chair, you need to position close to the chair so you can get the rescue with maybe only one elbow pad, and you don't get cut off from a distance.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, that's just some excellent. Bringing down to 1s and 0s. So it was just really unfortunate that did happen. So it was the more optimal decision would have been just not decode and just already position yourself for the rescue, since the teammates are kind of telling you what's been going down, or if like they can continue on the chase. So
Yep.
It's unfortunate that it just came down to that decision making that led to this outcome, because you think it's just okay, it's just one decision that we'll be able to kind of counteract, but looking at the game, that is how Opera Singer was kind of able to get a chokehold onto this match and continue on her dominance for this 8-1 lead on 4AW.
Yeah, this is a really good start for 4AW. Again, winning round one is usually gonna put yourself in a position where you're we almost never see teams come back from round one losses in this current meta. In this current meta, it's very hard to come back from round one loss. I think we've seen it only once or twice over recent events. So I think here it's kind of like, especially in 8-1, I mean, that's a huge deficit. So for 4AW, I mean, obviously they're gonna want to try to win the next two rounds, but for Infinity, they're gonna want to try to win the next two rounds. But yeah, the way things are looking right now, I think 4AW is definitely well positioned to win here. So yeah,
I'm thinking at least I forget who got map selection. So saving grace, maybe Infinity is going to go to a map that they're secure with. We're just going to see. Hushin is going to be subbed out for Zen. So Hushin probably being the point hunter, being an Opera Singer hunter, because Zen probably having a better... I mean, I've known him for his Geisha and his other off-meta hunters. I think he is also really good Bloody Queen, so maybe he wants to flex that out. So yeah, it's kind of looking... The trajectory of the matchup now is kind of going for AW's way.
Yep. Yeah, Zen was my pick for the what was it that we were doing?
The caster talk, the one that
yeah.
Oh, sorry, because I stole your pick. My bad.
Yeah, I was gonna pick. Who was I gonna pick? I was gonna say Godjay, right? But
and Panda.
Poch literally took the exact two people, the exact two players that I was gonna choose. Yeah. I was literally thinking like,
yo, okay.
when Noah was talking, I was like, okay, yeah, I'm just gonna do. I think Panda and Godjay. I know what I can say about them. And then Poch said Panda or something, like, okay, I gotta think of a new survivor. And then Poch said Godjay, and I was like, bro.
Dude, sorry. Like I literally just jumped in because after Nell answered, I'm like, let me just answer it first before I was kind of dictating everything. So that was my bad. Next time I'll let you speak before I do. But thank you for allowing me to have those answers. So I think you went Zen, and did you go MX, or who'd you go with your survivor? Yush. Yeah. Oh, thoughts on Goatman? What do you think of him?
I don't really know what he does. So.
Oh.
When I think of Goatman, I just think of like
LeBron. I'm kidding. What? Sorry.
No, I just think of like
reverse BQ.
No, I just think of like throwing like the goats at the survivors, and then maybe it stuns them, and then I don't really know how to explain.
I was definitely, but you saw the trailer, right? What his skills are? Oh, so it seems like Lady Gaga's coming in instead of Lucky. But did you see the skills, like what he does?
No.
Oh, okay. I'll just Nell. I also explained this to Nell. So I actually thought he'd use his horns more, but he doesn't. So what he does is he puts up like walls, but it's circular walls. And if a survivor runs through, like let's say the top wall, he spawns right. It's like a portal basically. So if you go in the north, you end up south. So it kind of encloses you like in a dome, right? And then it takes like 2 seconds for you to break it. And if you don't use the wall, when he hits you, it's chip damage. So he's encouraged to use the walls, and basically he walls you.
I feel like you just throw goats at the survivors and stun them.
Yeah, throw the goat man.
He does
summon goats, right? A lot of people really like his design. I was terrified because I thought he was gonna be like a clown, right? He's gonna charge at you or throw goats. I mean, I never thought of that, but I kind of want that. Like, as a what, he literally throws the goats? That's what you're thinking about, or like got a gun? Or
I feel like you can make it like a Kobe thing, where like you make where it's like it shows like a circle on the ground where the goat's gonna land, and you have to like aim it, and then you throw it, and if it hits the survivor, then they get Kobe'd and stunned, and then you can just hit them like that.
So it's stunned, not hit. It's stunned.
That would have been my idea for a hunt.
Okay. So it's a play of Bonbon then, I'm guessing. So it's just how you.
Yeah, but like it's like slightly different because like.
Okay.
Bonbon is like you have to chain, you have to like chain the bombs. But like with Goatman, if you throw the goat, and think of it like a baseball, right? Okay, you have a baseball, and you throw it, and it lands on the survivor. Then they get stunned, like kind of like that.
Okay. So are you saying the throw has to be like an arc or like a?
Yeah, like an arc. But he doesn't actually throw it. He throws it like this.
Oh, I thought like an underhand toss. So this is like
no, like
goated.
Like he pulls up from deep, like he pulls up
fade away, boom,
from way downtown. Yeah.
Okay, wow. IDV developers, take down notes. Next survivor is gonna It would be a 3-point shooter. There you go.
Yeah. He hits a step back, Chef Curry over a double team for the put him to sleep. You know.
So you're saying that it's just gonna stun them. It's not gonna hit them. Like it's not gonna like chip damage. It's a stun, and then they can come in.
I don't
for
know.
the
That'd
hit.
be interesting. Maybe chip damage would be better. Actually, chip damage would be better. Like an Axe Boy Flame or something. Really.
I think maybe not chip damage, but a hole damage. I mean, it takes a lot of skill.
Or yeah, like a hit. Like an
or
Axe Boy
how about
Flame,
this? The further he is, he like if it's a 3-point range, then it's more damage. If it's a 2-point range, it's like chip damage.
Yeah. Or maybe if it's a 2-point range, they're just stunned. So then they have to do attack recovery. But if he hits it from way downtown, then
3, you're down. You're down.
Yeah, you get a hit. Yeah.
I want to put a pin on this because I wonder what it's gonna happen. Like, there's a shadow, they have time to run away, or it's just instantaneous.
Yeah.
But
I'll just real quick. I'll explain because if people don't know basketball, you guys probably have zero clue what I'm talking about. So when I say way downtown, that means like when you like make a basketball shot from like really far away from like from the hoop. That's what way downtown means. Yeah, it's a basketball term. So, anyways,
hey, that's some content you can tell us about English basketball terms. I didn't know that. I thought like downtown's a whole court shot.
It's like when Steph hits a deep 3 from way downtown. You know.
There it is.
Yeah.
All right,
Anyways,
cool. Put a pin on that. That $1 billion idea there.
We're gonna have some our band pick here for round 2. Looks like we're gonna have Seer and Priestess first, Puppeteer and Gardener already banned. So for the Survivor side, they're actually going to ban. They're gonna ban the Opera Singer here, and they don't really need these Opera counters anymore with Puppeteer and Gardener. And so now they're gonna prioritize playing against a Ivy. We're gonna have Acrobat here, very versatile all-around character, Cheerleader as well. Being able to transition against Ivy is pretty important. Also, there's a lot of good combinations you can play. We've seen a Composer and Cheerleader strategy against Ivy, because Composer is actually quite good because, again, transitioning away from the teleport. When the Ivy teleports in, you want to transition away. Composer is quite good with that. Also increase decoding speed. And then on top of that, Cheerleader can make the cooldown shorter for the Composer speed boost. So maybe we'll see that here, maybe not. Let's see what their 4th pick would be. Some character I would imagine that goes well with Cheerleader. Looks like it's going to be Prospector. So, just having that Prospector for the Ivy matchup.
Yeah, so doubling down on the Prospector from the previous match. So Infinity kind of warmed up, hopefully, on this Prospector. But like you called out, the synergy is definitely there with that Cheerleader, and any Survivor that could pull distance away from Ivy, especially in her territory, just to get the scares out of the way, would be really good. But the problem is Zen has a lot of hunters. So if he doesn't feel like using the Ivy, he'll pull up something else. But it just seems like Infinity is expecting an Ivy, so we just have to wait and see if Zen will be obliging with this Shadow pick. So only time will tell. And yes, he will pull out his calling card of a character. I'm so excited because we're going to see his Geisha.
Yeah, Geisha against this team composition is actually I think it's still not that good, though, because Acrobat is pretty strong against Geisha. If you're able to grab a Butterfly, you can hold down your bomb to cancel the skill, to skill check and cancel the dash. And then if Geisha does dash towards you, you can just bomb away. Prospector is pretty good as well, same thing. You grab a Butterfly, you can infinite skill check holding the magnet and looking at the Geisha. And Cheerleader is not great against Geisha, but there is some strategies you can use. Like, for example, when she dashes, you can speed boost away to try to avoid getting hit from the dash. So I think overall this team comp is actually pretty good against Geisha. So I'm not sure how this will work out here, but let's see what's going to happen here. We do have Mercenary as the main rescuer here. I think the best chase target, probably Cheerleader here for Geisha. Going to Acrobat's not good, and Prospector's not great as well. So definitely going to prioritize this Cheerleader, I believe. But yeah, here we go. We're getting into this is the first half of the second round. This is the Infinity Survivors versus the 4AW Hunter. And this is IVC day number 2. I'm Eli Ojoin with Podplay, so we'll be bringing you live commentary on this matchup.
All right, folks, Zen OWO with his calling card of a character. Doesn't matter if this is a bad matchup. He wants to bring out that geisha, and let's see if he'll be able to kind of tell us that he doesn't really care for the meta. He's just going to go for it. And now it seems like he's going to play the mind game here. Able to actually get a short butterfly just to get an early hit onto Mellow 20. So it seems like Cheerleader, like you pointed out, Eli, will be the first chase for Zen here.
Yeah, an early hit here, really early hit. This is great for the Hunter side. We're going to see another butterfly just to close the distance. Does miss the dash a little bit there. And we're going to see the speed boost relatively early. I would have liked to see maybe conserve that a little bit longer until the next dash is available. Goes for the charge attack. Oh, just misses out of the pallet there.
Oh.
And Cheerleader, unfortunately, a little bit of a misstep there. Goes to avoid this hit, but I don't think she's going to make this window in time. And we're going to see the first down, very fast down for the Geisha here. This is already a really great position.
Yeah, and not to mention also disrupting the Cypher that is over here at this 11 area. So now, seems like lower left side of the screen does see Prospector over there at the graveyard. So that is the main stunner. Acrobat does have Wanted Order. We're going to throw a Butterfly just to make sure. And now he's actually going to catch the Mercenary early on before the rescue can happen. So Zen now just being far camping this chair. Let's see if the Mercenary can close the distance to make this rescue count.
Yeah, looks like Mercenary is gonna maybe go after half. No, we're gonna actually see a pause. This is the Prospector who did go for the pause here. So yeah, whatever the issue is. Huh?
I thought you said this is a pause.
I said the Prospector that did the pause. That would have actually been a good idea. Dang.
Yeah. So it seems like the Mercenary went the longer route, but yeah, it was just a little unfortunate because now it's Cheerleaders that it's past the halfway mark already. So she's gonna have to cut. The rebound kite really needs to last a lot longer, and unfortunately, the Cypher progress isn't too intimidating for Zen to worry about since the chair was at a Cypher that someone was working on. I think it was the Acrobat Cypher. So yeah, looking real good for Zen so far, downing that Cheerleader.
Yeah, definitely a good start here. Still has Trait to work with as well, so plenty of opportunities to win this game. And yeah, I mean, the Cheerleader first is definitely the correct play. We're expecting potentially Ivy, but
where would you
categorize
Geisha in a tier list now in this current meta?
Geisha's still like A. She's not like S or anything like that, but she's like
mid A, bottom A.
Yeah, like mid. Not mid A. Yeah, middle A. Yeah.
Middle A. Okay. And what are the hunters that are above her?
I would say probably Ivy, Opera Singer, Dream Witch, and Wax Artist.
Wax Artist, really?
Okay. Yeah, Wax is pretty good. Maybe Night Watch.
Yeah,
probably.
Breaking Wheel? Below, above?
Nah, below.
Below. Okay.
Yeah.
Still an A or B for Breaking Wheel?
Breaking Wheel is like A minus because Breaking Wheel is super map dependent and can get countered by Flywheel. So I mean, Breaking Wheel is like a really high risk, high reward hunter. Like it's a good if you need to get a 4-kill, then playing Wheel is probably good, but it also runs the risk of losing. So it's Breaking Wheel is very inconsistent.
Okay. Would that still merit? Again, I feel like I'm prodding here just as we wait for the thing, but would it still merit an A minus? Shouldn't that be a B then? Or is B reserved for a special type of hunters that it's not even
B tier is B tier is usually just not very good at all. Oh, Gamekeeper is also maybe better than Geisha, but B tier is like mid hunters, like
mid.
Like I don't know what's mid.
Ripper,
Violinist, Feaster. Actually, no, Violinist is like C tier. But Feaster,
okay, there's C tier.
Wu-Chang.
What's the lowest tier in your figuratively tier list? Like is C the lowest
D.
or like there's D? There's a D tier. Okay.
D tier is Nightmare, and then C tier is C tier is like Ember, Vile, Ripper, and then D tier is like everything else that's kind of mid.
Okay.
And then A minus tier is like Wheel and Axe Boy, and then S is like Ivy and Opera, and then everything else is A.
Okay, gotcha. So it falls into that range. Since we're just still waiting and we're kind of in this land of like talking about hunters, You know what content creators do is like they give like one buff to like certain characters or hunters or survivors just to change them. Oh, actually, we are gonna go straight into it and put a pause on that because it seems like Zen is still guarding this cheerleader while the mercenary is taking the scenic route to go and get this rescue going.
Yeah, mercenary's gonna maybe go after half here, but
way after
I feel
half.
like, yeah, I feel like maybe they should go for one rescue here. I think for sure. Mercenary's going to continue to hide. If they want to get this rescue, that Mercenary is going to come down for the rescue. There's the hit and the rescue onto the cheerleader. Also going to see some Prospector support as well. Does miss the stun there, and this actually allows the Geisha to catch up, and she's not able to use the speed boost in time. As a cheerleader player, you have to grab the butterfly and then cancel the skill check mid-dash. Gonna blink, but misses the blink here, actually, and still gets the hit onto the Acrobat, though, so that's going to be multiple injuries on one play here. This is... yeah, it's a really good position for Geisha.
Yeah, just in that exchange, right? Even though the blink was not a blink hit, I think the pallet dropped there. Where the exchange really went in this favor of Zen, and now this is the first survivor out of the game. There are 3 ciphers that are close to popping, but you still got that last cipher that's still sitting at 7%, and injuries are stacking up on the board. Luckily, they do have their items about them, so now the mid game is really going to be very dependent on who the next chase will be, and it seems like Zen has his sights set on this mercenary.
Yeah, we're going to see, trying to throw a butterfly into the mercenary, but he's going to go ahead and use an elbow pad away. We see 2 ciphers. We see the dash and the hit onto the mercenary. Mercenary going to go down with 2 elbow pads still remaining. And 3 ciphers with a lot of progress here, but mercenary, I believe, is dying on one of them. And they still need to do the last cipher machine after that. So...
not looking too good for our survivors here, so let's see how they're going to navigate through rough waters. So Zen really putting a lot of pressure onto these survivors. An excellent, I would say, confidence and just, you know, wherewithal with how he's been piloting this Geisha. All the butterflies have been very on point. And now we're going to have to see how this Prospector will manage this rescue situation. He dropped the magnet down, I believe, but now we see that we're going to go for a drop down here. Cold Snow. Able to get it.
Yeah, that's a great play. We're going to see the charge attack and gets the hit onto the Prospector. What he did there, for those of you who don't know exactly what happened, basically he throws the butterfly through the wall, and you can't dash through that wall. So what's going to happen is you're going to continue to dash with the butterfly until it goes through the wall, and at that point the dash stops because you're no longer looking at the butterfly since it's going through the wall, which causes you to just drop down from whatever position you're in. And then that can go. You can use that to go for a drop down hit with no attack recovery. So an excellent game sense play from Zen there. And just like that, a stuffed rescue, still 3 ciphers remaining. This should be a 4 elimination.
That's a mark of a true veteran and a loyalist of Geisha for him to be able to pull off that play, that attack recovery that got canceled from that drop down. So now Zen is going to reap his rewards here to get that 5-point game. So now it's going to be hard. I don't know who's going to be MVP when it comes to the Hunter side here, because Zen is going to go toe-to-toe with Hushin here with a 5-point game. Able to down the Acrobat. Prospector is the only one left because he used this exit path, so it's really a battle of the exit paths at this point. But Zen doing an amazing job cleaning house here.
Yeah, with 3 ciphers remaining, a lot of space to work with. We're going to see Prospector going to go ahead and use the magnet. And, you know, that's why Prospector's good against Geisha, because, you know, when you go for a dash, if you have magnet on the Hunter, you can push them back. Prospector does have flywheel. He's going to have to time the flywheel and then use the magnet afterwards. We're going to see the flywheel. He gets a magnet speed boost from the locker there. And I think Zen's just going to try to break the magnet. No, it's going to go for the stun there. Acrobat does get back up here, but it's now used their self-heal. So now he just down Prospector and then go for the Acrobat afterwards.
Yeah, Prospector, able to juke. So nice job so far, just buying enough time. Acrobat still making that rotation happen just so that they can prime a couple more ciphers out in the open here, getting that push for him to rotate. But luckily the pallet was there and the structure was there for the Prospector to grant safe passage into the graveyard area. Acrobat is pushing the 3rd cipher here, but Prospector unfortunately has no more magnets to work with. He's gonna try to bait some activity out. We're seeing him actually do a pallet mind game here, waiting for the butterfly to be teleported on, or if he's actually gonna break down this pallet, he's just gonna go straight and teleport to the last cipher here, and now drop down hit to the Acrobat, and now he's gonna go for the Prospector.
Well, he knows the Acrobat doesn't have self-heal, so if he's able to down Acrobat, this is perfectly fine. You also can't really I mean, as long as the Prospector had that skill check mark, you know, held down there, then it's hard for him to get to that dash. I guess he could have just broken the pallet, but anyways, now he has all the time in the world to work with just to down this Prospector. and this will be game ending at this point. Prospector is going to try to kite as long as possible. Prospector actually doing quite well, but yeah, again, at this point, there's no... this doesn't do anything at this point in time.
Nice skill check there by Cold Snow. Just put it on a show for everyone. Again, if you're not getting the victory, get that moral victory, right? Just go the 1v1 with one of the veterans here. Goes for the dash in. Prospector does fall down, and that's going to be checkmate for 4AW, and they will be going with another 5 points into the second half of round number 2. So excellent job on Zen's side. Your pick for one of the hunters to look out for here, Eli.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we were surprised to see Geisha in round 2. Not really a hunter we would see get used in round 2. Again, we usually see Ivy and Opera in the first 2 rounds, so Zen picking this Geisha a little bit by surprise, but actually works out quite well against a team composition that isn't too great against Geisha. I mean, it's not too bad, but able to go for the cheerleader first, which is the optimal chase target. Able to find her early, which is really good, and yeah, everything worked out quite well.
Yeah, it was actually when the mercenary went for that like really close rescue towards the end there, the way he was able to rebound, stuff the rebound kite of the cheerleader, also hitting the acrobat, even though the blink was not really the most optimal blink. Really able to handle the scrambly situations very well. That's Zen in a nutshell. But big shout outs to the survivors trying their best, especially Cold Snow. That is actually a lot of containment time that he was able to get. Unfortunately, it was Zen to get the victory in the first half of round number 2 of Ever Sleeping Town. So it's looking like 4AW is going to take this one. We're still going to play the second half. So it's the Hunter's turn to be able to kind of showcase his skills. Once again, it's there are some of these matches wherein, you know, the veterans will go up against the new names. So the mindset here is just to gain as much experience as possible.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, 52 seconds. He was able to keep the cheerleader to only 52 seconds, so that was with 1 rebound kite as well. So excellent job there. I do think that I know this may be not like what do you call it when like a lot of, I'm not thinking of the word here. What is it like when people don't think like the same? Like most people don't think the same as someone else when you're like say like. Was it like contrary to popular belief or something?
Oh yeah, like an unpopular opinion or like okay. Like,
yeah, the cheerleader skin is actually like the Nagito Merc, right? So if you use that cheerleader skin, you're putting yourself at a disadvantage. But
because you get easily spotted, is that why?
Yeah. And also it's just Nagito Merc. I don't know how to explain
Hot takes by Eli, but yeah.
Also, it makes like a noise, like a rubber ducky noise. You know, like when you squeeze a rubber duck, and it makes like the squeaking noise.
Yeah, it does.
For some reason, that cheerleader skin does that as well. So it can also like give away little hints. Like,
well, Eli's all about the functionality, folks. That's why when your skin stands out or makes weird rubber ducky noise skins, Eli's having none of it. So we are gonna look here at the victory conditions. It's 4-man or nothing on the side of the Hunter of Infinity, folks, because any other results would lead to 4AW's victory. So what a turnout 4AW has been giving us, what a show. But yeah, in Infinity side, hopefully they take this, you know what, as an experience. They are going up against a powerhouse of a team. So I'm going to ask Eli here, like, put your coaching hat on. What do you think they should be doing now? Or what should the Hunter be thinking about coming into this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, you know, we'll see Opera Singer or Ivy get banned most likely, just because the survivors don't want to run any risk of a 4-kill Hunter coming out. And then you got to play some 4-kill Hunter. The thing is, even if this is a 4 elimination here, it's still going to be an 8-1 lead going into the 3rd round. So for Infinity, even if they get a 4 elimination, they still have to win the last round by 8-1 or more, which is, I would say, very difficult to do. So it's pretty challenging for them here. I mean, again, you have to play some sort of 4-kill Hunter, but it's really hard to make a comeback from this position. Now, I do have a question.
Sure.
That thing above your head, is that supposed to be an opera, or what is that?
This thing?
Yeah,
that's the Opera Singer.
Wait.
It's our background, my guy. I thought like above my head, like there's something. Is our ghost? But clearly
really
it's the
like
Opera Singer. It's when I think she's in her shadow dance form. So there you go.
Oh. Okay.
Well, you actually have a light above your head, so it's like you have a halo. I have this ramp.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna have this light. Let me see if this light is. if anything.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
It's better. Okay.
More dapper lighting. So yeah. So there you have it, folks. I mean, I was expecting like an any given Sunday speech that you were going to give, like to the hunter that the team that you're going to be able to coach here. But it is, if we're going to look at the ones and zeros of it all, it looks a little dire on the side of Infinity. But if they're listening right now, you know what? You got nothing to lose, everything to gain, because 4AW is one of the teams to. I mean, all of them, if not all of them, have already made it to like the top 4 of IVC or haven't seen the bright lights of a Call of the Abyss. So now really is the time for you to, I know, like, try to aim for a 4K, but at this point, maybe just showcase what you've got. Like, if you want to go off meta, go for it. If you want to go in the meta and you think you're confident in that to cement your position, go for it. Because again, you made it this far, might as well have fun and try your best to get as much point or as much mileage out of this moment that you guys are having. So fingers crossed, guys, on Infinity that they go out with a bang for this second half of round number 2.
Yeah, it's like that one song. What's that one song?
Oh, Sunflower.
Where it's like,
Okay.
no.
I don't know.
Wait, what? I don't know.
I don't know.
Where it's like, what does it go? It's like, do it tonight, and it's like,
is that a Pitbull song?
I don't know, maybe.
I thought it was Chocho that can't name songs.
It's like,
give me everything tonight, for all we know.
We might not get some.
Okay, we can't sing too much because our voices are too good. That DMCA strike. Who knows?
Oh yeah, you're right.
But that's Tonight by, I think that's Pitbull and Neo.
I don't know, but yeah, basically it's like this for the match. This is like the perfect example. Don't worry about tomorrow. Just worry about the match right now.
That was the same song that Pitbull rhymed Kodak with Know That. Ooh, rhyme. I mean, like, that's a really weird rhyme. But shout out to Pitbull fans, because we are going to see a batter and a mechanic to get picked up first here on the side of 4AW.
Yeah, absolutely. Not two characters that we don't really see being used in competitive, but it looks like we're going to see 4AW trying a little bit of fun with this match here. Let's see, the next band is to be first officer. Yeah, IV band. So limiting one of those 4 kill hunters. We're going to see Ford as well. So we're going to see the double support here with the mechanic. I guess it's just like keep away from the hunter by supporting the mechanic or something. I don't know.
Protect the mechanic.
Yeah, protect the mechanic. What is it like when you like tarot mode or something?
Tarot, yeah, where you just protect the king, but our king is mechanic now. So what? Coordinator's band. We have Prospector band, Antiquarian. No, the Weeping Clown, a character that we haven't seen at all. Yeah,
another stun character. This is basically Terra mode at this point. This is protect the queen.
Exactly.
You
know what? Might as well. I wish MX played Mind's Eye. So really showcasing so everyone was technically a stunner, but now Lady Gaga has a chance for her to make him history here, because this is when 4AW, you know what, they went off meta. So I think this is their chance. This is maybe Lady Gaga's chance to try to capitalize, maybe making a good show for everyone to see how many survivors she can catch here.
Yeah.
With a name like Lady Gaga. Oh, sorry, go.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was also told, someone told me to say something about William, but I forgot who it was, and I also don't even know who William is. William the forward?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, something about William that someone told me to say that I don't remember. So shout out to whoever said that.
Wow, that's just an amazing shout out. You should do this for a living.
Yeah. I don't want to relive the batter is hot moment, because
that's clipped.
I got sent all over Twitter. And
my god,
that was a whole.
That's fine.
Thing, so.
Shout outs to whoever William they asked for it, but we are going to see a clerk. So this might be there's a lot of stunners here, so it might be very scary. So hopefully Lady Gaga here we'll have our hands full with a lot of stunners, and they has to just worry about one main decoder being that mechanic. But if you get a lot of injuries on the board, there will be a lot to pay for here on the mechanic side, because she will be heavily nerfed when it comes to the decoding department.
Yeah, as long as the clerk's able to avoid the harassment characters, she should be okay. Basically, you just want to avoid having a bad romance with any of these harassing characters, and should be okay. Yeah. Just
go for you with the Lady Gaga.
I was thinking about what I could say, and I was like, you know what? That seems pretty good.
That's cool. Let's see how much Lady Gaga references we can get into this match as this goes on. So your bet is that she'll go after the mechanic first before anyone else? Okay.
I mean, there's no reason to even go for any other survivor. Walk straight to wherever mechanic spawns.
Let's see if she'll spawn at the edge of the map or at the edge of glory. What? That's 1-1, Eli. We're referencing Lady Gaga songs. All right.
I gotta remember the other. I'm trying to remember other songs. I don't. This is gonna be tough. Okay, I think I remembered another song. I'm gonna try to figure out how I can incorporate that into this conversation.
Cool. So it's very interesting because I'm used to seeing MX go for stunners or those cheeky like characters, but it seems like MX wants that smoke. He's not spawning at the edge, but right at the middle here, and Lady Gaga has line of sight set for MX.
We're trying to catch hands.
Exactly.
Yeah, so this one also is not too good as well for the survivors because, you know, even if mechanic wants to drop the doll, it's just going to be dropped straight into the clerk. So, yeah, I mean, you know, obviously, you know, Infinity's in a really tough position here, but, I mean, if anything, this is the best possible spawn for IFN, the best possible situation, I would say, based off of this ban pick. So we'll see if it actually does work out. And again, there's not going to be much places for the mechanic to drop the doll anyway, so that could be pretty good for the Hunter side. But yeah, this is the second half of the second round of the Infinity Hunter side versus the 4 AW survivors. Searching for a 4-kill here. Elio joined with Pod Spice, and we'll be bringing you the live commentary of this IVC Day 2 matchup.
All right, folks, Lady Gaga here making her way towards the center of the map to find MX, but it seems like MX has already rotated towards the graveyard area, and now Potato is right at the center here, but it seems like Lady Gaga has found her way to the graveyard to catch MX here, and MX realizing, all right, this is not the great rotation, let's double back, and now we're just going to kite here in this tight spot.
Looks like we're going to see transitioning towards the trim as well, so we actually see the
Potato
rotating through trying to find a cipher machine, but something to point out is the survivor drops the bot and goes to the trim. Clerk see the bot here. Nope, is actually just going to get on the trim with the survivor here. I wonder if there's a support character on the next at the edge of this this trim stop here. We'll see. Is there anybody? It looks like no. So yeah, mechanics gonna have to kite by themselves at this point. But yeah, let's see what he's able to do. Bot was dropped as well, which is not something we expected to happen based off of that spawn, but he was able to get it down. Now it's gonna be a mind game with these pallets. Walks through the first pallet, drops the ball to the second pallet, but gets the stun there. And off to a pretty good start, but a charge attack missing. Mind game again, gets the drop, does get the recording, and does get the hit onto the mechanic, but already wow, pretty good cypher progress right away. The bot's in play as well. We're also going to see some support, I would imagine, from whatever survivor is over here. Looks like it's the forward. We'll see what he's able to do.
Wow, okay, some recording is happening. Lady Gaga making sure that he has her grounds covered here, but you know what? We do see that MX is doing a great job just breaking that line of sight. So now just rotating towards the center where the batter is at. So the support is going to come in here. So Suchian is going to have a field day here. If we walk straight, we're seeing some drop down pallets here. I like how these preemptively dropping down these pallets so the recording doesn't happen. So now MX doing a great job so far. And now batter support coming in. Let's see if it'll happen.
And, you know, it's really not easy for mechanic to kite against a clerk. You see the batter support as well. Excellent job there. MX going to continue to kite. Really doing a great job, Poch. I mean, all I can say is, you know, he was just born this way. So,
catching these
another
hands.
pallet stun.
That was a good one. That was a good one.
Did you get the reference?
Yeah, I did. I definitely did. Okay. I got thrown aback there when the warp came out. I was like, oh, shoot, we got the board this way. Okay, got you. So now it seems like he has his first survivor down, but the mechanic, it's all good because the doll is still in play. So decoding is still going to be there. And now we're going to see a bit of mind game. Nice bat hit for him to be able to let MX out of the balloon. So no chaired survivor just yet.
Yeah, and the bot's still in play as well. So this is the ciphers will get done relatively quick here. Still trying to find a first chair. We're seeing the mechanic gets a pallet stun as well. And this kite will continue now, able to make it over to Corner House, which is a really strong kiting area too. MX just going to try to kite around. He does go to the weak pallet, unfortunately, but the batter is here for support. Let's see, Tram just missing there. He's gonna actually hit the mechanic here, but batter still in the vicinity. And walk straight into the stun here as well. Yeah.
Yo, this batter is doing a lot of work here while MX is still decoding. So Lady Gaga hopefully can keep a poker face as she continues on, because cards are kind of falling down in favor of team. It's 4AW here. So MX continuing the chase here while the batter continues to support.
Yeah, I really wanted to use that one thing. Okay,
Yeah,
I gotta think of another one. But anyways,
fine.
we are gonna see the down onto the mechanic. But again, batter's still here, and I don't think the clerk has fast balloon speed as well. So that's also an interesting. Oh, but Flywheel's too early there. Is going to secure the down. We're going to see the forward come in here. Maybe forward could potentially make it here before the survivor gets picked up. Will we see a stun? It looks like no. I mean, there's no reason to take any risk here. You know, you have double decoding on the last cipher with the Weeping Clown and the bot. We're going to see a chip instead of a recording, chipping the clown, which is
just adding a little bit more pressure. But now it just So now it seems like the forward here is pressuring the rescue. Batter still has exit path to work with, and also has, I believe he doesn't have borrowed time. So now it seems like the batter has to work with exit path, and they could just pop it. It's totally fine. So now forward has to play this one very carefully. Oh, getting the rescue before half, so still buying a little more time. Batter has used up the exit path, and now they will be trying to harass this rescue or this chair.
Yeah, 90% on this. Yeah, mechanic does have. Yeah, so mechanic does have borrowed time. We're gonna see forward. Cypher's primed here, so let's see. Could just wait for. Yeah, I mean the clerk doesn't really have much option. They have to go for the balloon, or forward can even just eat a hit. We're gonna see the stun. We're not gonna see the pop yet. I think they're gonna wait for a second here. Maybe go for the pout stun. Isn't able to get it. They're still not gonna pop here. Oh, we're gonna see another vault here. Forward's gonna stand in the pallet.
Oh my god.
Ideally the forward. Oh, and Wait gets the warp out as well. That's really optimal for the survivors here. And Cypher Machine, yeah, again, just waiting for this pop. Not sure what Clerk's waiting for. Maybe more recordings, but there's the down and there's the activation.
Yeah, so now it's just the exit gate war here. There's already a survivor onto that exit gate, but they're going to get a recording just to stop it, while the other exit gate is moving along quite nicely. So MX, we're going to see actually the Whipping Cloud with the sidestep for him to get that avoidance, and now we see that MX able to actually use these pallets. Let's see if it's going to happen. Nice mind game that MX is playing, but now you go just the walk through, the step back, but we do see that the batter is still here just to provide a little bit of that support. MX still has his exit path to work with, so Lady Gaga can't be too tunnel vision here going for this batter.
Yeah, they're going to go for that quadruple escape, but we're going to see the flywheel able to avoid the hit. Does batter have another ball? He does, but wasn't able to use it in time there. And I mean, again, they only need one survivor to give, but the forward is also here, so the mechanic continues to live on here and does get down again for the 10th time this game. And forward again for the stun.
Oh my god!
As well. And again, you really see the downside of not bringing the fast balloon speed.
Yeah, the forward is like uno mas. Let's go again. So let's see, the forward is still here, folks. And now we see that MX dropping down the pallet here. Someone needs to heal up the batter. The batter is already healed up, has one more to work with. So now continuing on just the onslaught of harassment. So let's see how they're going to play this one out. They can actually go for the chair. And now it seems like the mechanic is not yet out of the game. So they're still trying to go for this rescue.
It looks like, yeah, I mean, do we still have... We do have a tide turner of the Weeping Clown. I think the problem here... We're going to see the sun here. Does Weeping Clown get the sun? Gets the sun and the rescue with tide turner! Although forward needs to be careful because the tension is still available, but I think with this batter stun as well... Oh, no, we still have warp. We still have warp here. They're not going to... the tide turner survivors will make it out. The batter and the forward are not yet safe, though. And I think he's just going to tunnel on the batter. Try to get at least one kill here. The chip is a reverse, so it doesn't land... And now forward can body block because the tension has expired.
Nice. Wow, what plays here. We do see that he's going to hit him out of that warp. We're seeing also some healing factor happen, but like you said, there is no more detention. So now he can actually force attack recovery to happen. They can actually go for another one. They're going to go for the rocket here just to add a little more. And now that's going to be a 4-person escape, folks, from 4AW side.
Is dungeon there? Yeah, dungeon is there. That's going to be batter getting out the escaping through the dungeon here. That's going to be 4 escape for the survivors. And that's going to be a 18-1 victory, right?
Wow.
18-1. That's a 10-0 for this round, and it's 8-1 for the first round. So 4AW in very convincing fashion. will go on to win this match.
Yeah, it just showed that not just the hunters can get a perfect score, but also the survivors. I know that they just needed at least 1 or 2 survivors out, but I think they just wanted to make a statement for everyone that's watching that 4AW is here and they're kind of shooting for that crown of IVC champion. So it was a little unfortunate that we had to see Lady Gaga go through that onslaught of harassment. But hopefully, you know what, Lady Gaga and the rest of Team Infinity kind of learn from this moment and continue to keep going. And I would say keep joining tournaments. It's just unfortunate that they ran into Infinity early on, but we have so many really good teams that are in the top 16. So it's only a matter of time till you run into someone like a team like 4AW.
Yeah, you definitely got to bounce back from this. I mean, I think there's a few things with that round. Obviously, when you're playing against a lot of harassers, bringing the fast ballooning speed is really important. So I think that was a bit of an issue there, not having that on the Clerk. Also, Clerk is a very fragile hunter. It struggles against harassment and support characters. So playing Clerk against, a team composition with a bunch of stunners is definitely challenging, to say the least. And we saw that be the case here. We see 200% forward decoding. Also, the Clerk was not able to block ciphers during that match. I think
oh, you're right.
Only twice the whole game. I mean, we saw almost no cipher block at all there.
Yeah.
So that was also a bit of an issue too. So the survivors were able to decode for free through the majority of this game.
Got a little too tunnel vision trying to go for MX, and like you said, also I think once he was able to actually drop the mechanic stall and went for the tram right away, it was really hard for the Clerk to kind of get a foothold of the match. So really played the survivor-sided game instead of imploring the Keegan side of the game. So now, like you said, is 18-1 victory on 4AW side. I do not envy the person that has to choose an MVP on 4AW side because all of them perform very well. The hunters, both hunters and all the survivors have their shining moments. So we just have to wait and see who the MVP is. But guys, please give a round of applause for Infinity trying to claw their way to top 8, but this is where their journey will end for IVC 2024. But hopefully we'll find them again in future tournaments. But Eli, let's talk about MX getting that MVP.
Yeah, we do see, we don't have the remaining wait, what was it? Oh no, that was the hunter side. Yesterday we had a remaining decoding progress percentage.
Oh, for hunters.
I don't even know. I was trying to think what that meant. I still haven't figured it out.
I guess that means the ciphers left, or the remaining ciphers. Ciphers remaining.
Average remaining.
Because it's 500. So it's anyway, talk to us about MX.
Anyways, okay. I was thinking about it from the survivor side, and I was like, wait, it was a hunter stat. But anyways, deduction points. 10,552 here. We see overall containment time 147.8 seconds through 2 rounds. So very great here, really from MX. Again, one of the very strong Titan players in this region, definitely deserving that MVP. We talk about a lot of these hunters getting MVP majority of the time, but this time around we're going to see it from the survivor side, and that was actually after both hunters were able to get 2-4 locations. You still see survivor with the MVP here.
Yeah, put his name up there against Tofu and other survivors as well that did get the MVP status. But yeah, that just says a lot that he got more deduction points than the hunters that got the 4-man kill. But guys, that puts an end to the chapter of this matchup. But don't go anywhere because we got our last match on the other side of this. Once again, that's Eli O. I'm Poch Spice. We're commentators. We'll see you after this break.
Successful collection of samples. Begin extracting and separating the toxins. I can finally restart the experiment. The subjects are in position. Now it's time for the second toxicity test. They seem to have different visions. That leaves us with one last variable. It's an honor, Mr. Inference.
Amidst dazzling lights and clinking glasses, this game of suits and numbers is but a simple ruse. Who would have thought the pure white powder would be stained with mud and blood? The trajectory of life seems to drift between containers of different shapes and sizes. And you, shouldn't you all be flowers in a vase? So why choose to betray? I already know where you are. Perhaps I should call you Martha.
Do I ever feel afraid? No. All of this is merely a trial of flames. Just like it was back then, when my parents did all they could to save me.
It's a miracle. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
A miracle? Yes, the temperature lies in those seemingly cruel flames. That's precisely what it is. A miracle. Extinguish. And reignite. It's a weapon. One that reduces all dirty secrets to ashes. It's a test. An impartial trial that tempers the will. It's the tender embrace that binds us to the past. In this scorching heat, miracles are what I shall seek forevermore.
I'm certain she sensed death when her soul left the body. Chaos begets chaotic life, yet the attempt to unravel it becomes a ludicrous theater of absurdity. I must find somewhere far away from the world and the sun. Once the soul and mind can be calculated with accuracy, they can be separated from the body and roam the world. I grabbed onto this last straw amid those ramblings of madness. Like an alien creature possessing my body and covering my skin. In the mirror and under the shadows. My body becomes its vessel.
Goodness me, would you look at that?
Lives with lions. Yes, with lions.
Observe, imitate, communicate. These are the keys that can forge a bond closer than any other. At least, that's what I believed at the time. Animals, much like humans, are trustworthy companions.
Wielder of a mystical power over animals, Jeffrey Bonavita.
Until his eyes gradually revealed an avaricious thirst. Profit is the only shortcut to communicate with their kind. Observe, imitate, strike! Under the cloak of night, the prey becomes the hunter!
A letter from Demori Academy.
Who got it this time?
The mob student.
Did you get it?
No, it's for the black sheep.
Who was the letter sent to?
The swan.
Who got the letter?
Nobody. Quiet. Before we begin, let me introduce a couple of new students.
All of this feels like a never-ending nightmare. Sometimes, I cannot tell if I'm really awake.
A puppet without strings. My proudest.
Matthias.
Thank you for coming tonight. Please come see my next amazing performance with Lewis.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our fourth and final match of day number 2 of IVC. I'm Elio, joined with Pot Spice, and we have our final match. We're through 7 out of 8 of our matches for this first weekend. It's been I was gonna say it's been a long weekend, but actually hasn't. We've had pretty decisive victories for each team that's moved on. They've been showing themselves that they're here to play, and we've had some pretty fast days so far, but still got one more to go ahead of us here. Let's see who's going to pull through. We saw a very exciting matchup previously, a very convincing victory from 4AW there, with incredible Hunter gameplay, incredible Survivor gameplay, but final match is going to be EMP versus SKG here.
It's always been the story of David versus Goliath, the veteran versus the new kids on the block since the start of the weekend, and this last match is not. It's on the same vein. It's taking this the same page out of the book of that story, because EMP, we're gonna have some no names coming out here. SKG, relatively new names in the mix here, so I'm super excited to share the mic with you, Eli, because this will be the last match for the race to top 8, and afterwards we're going to solidify our top 8 coming into it. So SKG, I would just like to say, they have a really funny team slogan. It's die fast and everything will be easy. I don't know if that's a good thing or bad thing, or like they don't want things to be easy, but we have EMP on screen here. Talk us through it.
EMP, this is some of the GH players here as well. We have Momoka, GT, Jalcon, Skyfall, Glucose, and Morant here for EMP. What does EMP stand for? Isn't it like electromagnetic something? I don't know.
Emperors, I believe.
I thought it was.
Yeah, Emperor. We are electric, but as we said before, SKG, I'm not sure what it stands for, but die fast and everything will be easy. That's why they don't want to die fast, and they want things to, be more of a challenge. So we have Yukong, Asama, Minato, Rina, Chopang, and Xiaoju. I hope I pronounced that correctly, but since it's a heart, I'm guessing, what does SKG stand for, chat? Do you guys want to chime in here? Because we're just going to call them SKG, and now we're going to go to the key player stats, Eli.
Yep, we have Skyfall here, 35% escape rate with a 50% win rate. Skyfall, we've seen play a lot of rescue characters in the past, but actually, based on these statistics, does not look like a rescuer set of statistics, so maybe we'll see some other characters from him. We also have Yuan Kong as well here. 36% escape rate with a 64% win rate. Pretty good Survivor win percentage there. So yeah.
I would have to say one of the biggest storylines coming into IVC 2023 and coming out of Koa was the disbanding of GH, right? GH is still there, but I mean, key members like Skyfall and Zhao Kan, Miao Pai have separated and they formed separate teams. Miao Pai joining the likes of FT, while Skyfall and Zhao Kan moving on to EMP. So we've seen a little bit of them in IVA. They are a very strong team. So now we're gonna see how they're gonna carry that momentum in this match. Speaking of Zhao Kan here on that composer, he was relegated as the main rescuer of GH, and looking at it here, it seems like he might actually be more of the kiter, which in his previous teams he was as well. Chopang also here on this Embalmer, 57% win rate, escape rate is at 22% mark. Mainly the decoder since it's above 100%, and we'll just have to wait and see how Chopang, I hope I pronounced that correctly, will fare in this matchup.
Yeah, definitely. Chopang most likely to be the first kiter with the lower escape rate there. We have Morant here with a 23% escape rate, 54% win rate, 68 seconds of containment time, and it looks like decoding progress of 139. Listed as mechanic, not a character we see every day. We have Asama with Lucky Eye, 65% win rate. Again, very strong from SKG. So, I mean, definitely EMP would be the players that are more well known, but SKG seems to have a very strong Survivor side here. So we also have EMP GT here, and Minato again, 63% overall win rate, very, very, very low escape rate. That's usually what happens when you play Mind's Eye. You get downed fast. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, if you use Mind's Eye, you have a target basically on your back. So we'll just have to wait and see. Again, I don't necessarily trust the graphics are just there to kind of showcase, or maybe they choose the graphics, but when we see it put on paper, who knows? But hopefully we haven't seen a lot of Mind's Eye as of late, for good reason. say, for good reason. But the stakes could not be higher for SKG. Let's hope they bring the fire, especially going up against EMP, who have yet to make a name for themselves because, again, this is a newly formed team. Members of GH are in here, and we have Momoka versus Xiaoju on both sides here. So I'm excited also to see if this is going to be a Hunter-sided matchup between the two teams or a Survivor-sided matchup.
Yeah, we see 99% win rate. Wow, is that
like a
correct?
Yeah, I mean, I don't do the maths here, but that's like a very interesting guarantee. Like, it kills 99% germs or something. Survivors, but yeah, there you have it. We see a wax artist and an opera singer showcased on both sides, but I think they might play with the meta here. We just have to wait and see what the map selection is before we talk more about this type of matchup, and it will be, wow, Hospital. Talk to me, Eli. How you feel about this?
Yeah, Hospital, not very common map at all in any round. So yeah, usually banned, usually not. It is open. Yeah, Hospital really good for Survivors, of course, the best Survivor map in the game, so not typically utilized by a lot of teams because you just don't want to put your Hunter in that bad position. But I mean, SKG is known for their Survivors based off of the statistics that seem to be what they had going for them the best. So I guess just trying to boost whichever side seems to be the strongest for yourself, and just go with that strategy. I just put on some cucumber lip balm, which was really not
not
very often.
For popping on nice cucumber lip balm. You don't
cucumber
say.
mint. It was really
I don't want to risk too much when I put on chapstick because my brother had an allergic reaction one time, and then his lips like blew up. So I just go for the regular safe ones. There you go. Get the birthday going on.
Yeah, but it's cucumber, so it's really not that good.
Oh yeah.
It's like the thing is, like, for me, like, I don't really like cucumber, so the fact that when you put it on, you kind of like, you don't taste it obviously like in your mouth, but like you still kind of do. You know how lip balm works? I don't know how to explain it. Like, you do what you don't.
For a reason, because it's in your mouth. Like
you do what you don't, and then you like smell it, and then it's just like accumulates in your system, and it's just like I don't know.
So you're more of a cherry or like strawberry
like,
lip or like mint?
Just like the regular. Yeah.
Guys, chapped lips are really bad. You don't want to get any wind burns, so make sure to always apply lip balm accordingly.
Indeed. But yeah, waiting to get into our match here. Sacred Heart Hospital, not a very common map. Oh, actually, while we wait for the match to start, I actually have a okay, so these are my headphones. I actually have a geisha keychain.
Oh, nice.
For my headphones.
There you go. Oh, careful, your camera might
blow up, but yeah, geisha keychain.
There we go. Definitely A+, mid-A.
It's actually nice. I lose my headphones a lot because I kind of just drop them. But now that I have a keychain, I can kind of just go like this, and I don't have to worry about dropping.
Nice.
It, so it's good.
That's good.
Yeah.
Put a air tag along with it just so you'll be able to find it if ever.
Yeah.
Or I don't know. Can iPhones find earphones? I think they could.
Don't know. You got air tag.
Huh. So, as we talk about this match, this is going to actually be very telling because this is the final matchup for Race to Top 8, and then afterwards we will be over at the group stage, playoffs. So, really interesting to see how this one will shake out. So, I know we don't have predictions, and we'll talk about it soon enough, but as we're waiting for this match, any top 2 teams that you think are going to make it to grand finals, Eli?
Well, I think I think GH is good. I think FT is good. I think Utopia is good. Also MP is good. The thing is, I believe they're all on the same side of the bracket, right? If I'm not mistaken.
They're all on one side, yeah, because on this side of the bracket we have 4AW, RS, these 2 teams. I forgot the first matchup that we did. But yeah, they're all on one side of the bracket.
Yeah, I think they're like based off experience and stuff like that. They seem to be like the 4 best teams. So the fact that they're all in the same group,
it's gonna be gnarly.
Is it's really interesting. I don't know. Anyway, so if I had to choose one of those 4 teams, I'd probably have to go with FT, I guess. And then if we're looking at the other side of the bracket here, looks like 4AW seems to be the strongest. So yeah, if I had to choose based off of the bracket, at least based off what we know about the bracket thus far, I believe it would probably be FT4AW, but we'll have to see. Yeah.
Unless, yeah, there would be some shuffling around, but that's a safe bet to hedge on. If we will see, because FT having a lot of momentum coming into this, defending IVC 2023 champions. Can they make it a 2P? We have to find out. And on this side, it seems like maybe recency bias because of how 4AW performed, but it seemed like they had a very flawless in the match that we did commentate. Yeah, that seems like a very safe bet. I really do want to see if I could write the story of how this is going to shake out. I'd love to see how GH might go up against their former that team also in EMP. That's going to be fun. I know they did run into each other in IVA. I believe EMP did take it against them. So a lot of stories to be written. So we have to wait and see.
Yeah, just waiting to get into our band pick here. Yeah, for Sacred, I'm interested to see if what's the idea here. I mean, typically if we see Sacred, it's not in round 1. It's usually for like round 3. You can pick Sacred because there are some hunters that are decent on Sacred, but not usually for round 1 because it's kind of just like, I mean, Opera Singer can still play on Sacred and things like that. So you would usually see like Sacred being picked in like a later round to make like a comeback or something. So it's because it's an inconsistent map, right? So picking an inconsistent map this early is a bit curious for sure. To say the least, but yeah, I mean, let's see. I mean, again, all the matches thus far, I think have been 2-0, right, for the entire tournament up until now.
Yep.
So now we have a situation where it's what seems to be a very good Survivor side against a very good Hunter. If that 99% win rate is good, but we may, yeah, it looks like the band pick unfortunately can't see it, so we may be going into the game in a second, but. Yeah, I don't know. Sacred Heart Hospital, I wonder if they have any unique characters or strategies for this map. Obviously, there's some characters that can be pretty good. Any character that can transition to hospital can be quite strong, but, you know, then again, you're still got the...
Yeah, I was curious to ask, like, you mentioned that there are hunters that can work in this map. Who do you say is the best hunter on this map, or the best hunters that can be utilized? Again, or disregarding that this is round 1.
Well, there's 2 ways for hunters to be good on Sacred. One is that they have the ability to chase in hospital successfully, and then 2 is they have good camping ability, so they prevent survivors from getting rescued and rebounding into hospital. So I would say something like Bonbon can be pretty good on Sacred because you have very good camping ability, so you can prevent the survivors from getting a rescue and rebounding to hospital. And you know, also hunters like, I mean, Opera Singer and Ivy are still good nonetheless. Dream, which is actually not too bad. Geisha's pretty good because you have pretty easy access into hospital. You can just dash through windows or the God Palette at Birdcage. Bloody Queen's not bad because tie hunters are usually good as long as you can tie in hospital. That's good. So I guess Soul Weaver's not bad theoretically.
Who's the worst in the hospital then?
I mean, Nightmare, but
yeah,
besides Nightmare, yeah. Besides Nightmare, like I would say. I mean, Wax Horse is not very good. Night Watch is not very good.
Wheel.
Breaking Wheel is not optimal, yeah. So Clown, probably Clown, but like Clown, no one's gonna play Clown.
Okay. So we're gonna go straight into the match, like you called out. We have an Ivy, but we also have a mechanic, barmaid, puppeteer, as well as a first officer. We're gonna get a chase already into the shack area. So now we're gonna see the Phantom just roam around here, while the main body is gonna try and snipe out Minato.
Yeah, going for the officer first. No, so not going for the officer. Officer actually is just gonna take 100 vision off to the side, but going for the puppeteer first here. The officer. Okay, never mind. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Going for the puppeteer. We're gonna see the scare onto the puppeteer is able to get that puppeteer at 68% already here. And as the puppeteer player, you want to make sure you use your puppet before. Oh, uses a little bit earlier. I was gonna say you want to use it as you're reaching 100% there.
Yeah. So now this is gonna be a little tough because now we're at 74% scare. And now this is an area, you know, the pallets are dropping down left and right. We do see that the remnant, the Phantom is going to get that scare going and goes for the hit, unable to even use the puppet now. So excellent job by Momoka. One more hit and this puppeteer will be falling down, teleporting to that tombstone just to close out the distance here. And now we're going to try and see a sandwich situation by Minato.
Yeah, I think really he should have, as soon as the ghost was back on tip again, he needed to use the the puppet there, because obviously he's going to go for the main body ghost at that point. We see the bot camping the pallet here. He's going to blink through the pallet and uses that to secure the down here. So pretty good, relatively fast down for the Ivy. And yeah, I think the puppeteer just not able to use the puppet was a pretty big game changer there. Taking the hit without using the puppet ability.
Yeah, that's kind of unfortunate. It could have been time bought, but for him to get that scare, get that hit, I mean, Momoka made a really good decision, like just forcing out the puppet early on. So now he's going to cut off the barmaid, sees the barmaid coming on in for that rescue. We're going to see him try to far camp this ghost to see Chopeng that is working on a cipher here. And now the barmaid has to be very careful, trying to get that possession here. Gets the scare. We're past 50%, gets the hit, and now Puppeteer is out and about.
Yep. We're going to see the rescue barmaid at 82% is gonna. Barmaid can also heal herself. I think just gonna wait to make sure she's not getting chased. Now gonna continue after the puppeteer. Puppeteer does have one puppet to work with here on this rebound kite. This is why puppeteer is such a strong character, because you still have that rebound kite as well. As long as there's no tide turner can use that ability. Can he use the puppet right here? Nope. He's gonna use the flywheel first. And now he's going to go ahead and use the puppet. Going to try to get the 100% vision here, I think. But no, it's not going to matter. The puppet's going to run out.
So far, it seems like everyone's touching some ciphers here. So really spread out while this puppeteer does fall again. Barmaid is already successfully healed and has no possession or no corruption on her desk. So now we see that first officer may have to go for this next rescue. Mechanic has not been found out just yet. We did see her doll, but now Asama is going to get spotted out here in the open, but we will be seeing him camp out in the shack area. So Momoka doing a great job just camping out this this puppeteer for now.
Yep. Yeah, ciphers are not really as far along as they would like as well. Looks like it's going to be the officer, the double rescue. Okay, interesting. Interesting play going for the double rescue. We're going to see the rescue onto with the tide turner, but puppeteer really needed that body block from the officer so they could get past the tide turn and use the puppet effect again. But we're going to see the down here, and this is where things can be a little bit difficult for the survivors. Oh no, puppeteer also wasting the god palette too, so that is really great for the hunter side. That palette is one of the strongest palettes in the entire game.
It is, and now entering Birdcage would be a lot harder for the survivors. And looking at the cipher progress, yes, 3 have been moving along, but they're not quite that optimal yet. The saving grace also for the survivors that they still have a lot of items and there's not that much injuries on the board. So this next chase is really gonna have to matter for either side. Will this be a hunter side game or survivor side game? We're just gonna find out as the mechanic gets this next chase. Gonna get possessed, gets the hit, and now mechanic will be the next target for this chase. But it seems like we're gonna go back and just snipe out the bot. I'm surprised that didn't hit.
Yeah, we're gonna see. Okay, the bot is gonna get down here. Mechanic let's see if the survivors are gonna opt for heal or decoding. We're gonna see abnormal switch here as well. We sometimes see this from Ivy players where they go for abnormal switch and they don't really care about having teleport or anything like that. Is that they can just use the ghost to get around the map really easy. We're gonna see does find side of the barmaid. Is he gonna chase barmaid? It looks like he should put the tombstone on the barmaid, and he actually puts it right on the cipher, which is perfect. You're able to block the cipher with the tombstone, or cover the cipher with the tombstone, rather. We see the teleport onto the officer, is able to get the full presence as well, getting the 100% stun there, and the hit. And with abnormal in play, with ciphers being a little bit lackluster and all these injuries on board, I think the EMP Hunter actually is doing quite well at this point.
True. We do see the survivors. Mechanic was able to get a syringe, but able to actually get the officer fully corrupted for him to actually go get the attraction while he was in that pocket watch form, and now the first officer is down. Both survivors are still trying to scramble to put more pressure onto these ciphers, but like you called out, that abnormal really paid dividends for this hunter, and now it just seems like only a matter of time till more injuries will be on the board for Momoka to really have a foothold into this matchup as the mechanic tries to go for the rescue.
Yeah, we're gonna see tries to go for the scare, is unable to get it. Mechanic is gonna get the save. Actually gonna teleport away onto the barmaid here. Barmaid gonna go ahead and use that speed drink. Let's see if he's able to get the hit. Does get the hit without having to get to 100 here, which means, and the barmaid also continued to look at the hunter a little bit after that as well. Do you continue after the barmaid, or do you go back to the cipher machine and use abnormal? I think you go to the cipher and use abnormal here, and then just try to down another survivor. Actually get abnormal this one, and then maybe teleport to one of these survivors, try to secure it down. Simply get it down here within the next like 20 seconds. I think it should be a win. but let's see. Unable to actually find a survivor, so interesting.
Yeah, he was like going around trying to see if anyone was in that area, but the first officer kind of given a free transition towards the statue area. So now he's gonna see if sees the barmaid here. I like how Momoka is surveilling the area to see the options, but now finds the optimal option here, just really balancing out the injuries on the board here for anyone to have to second guess the rescues. And now Kenji spot out the healing. Gonna go teleport for the healing to be denied, and now hits the first officer as he drops down the pallet.
Yeah, he gets it through the pallet there, and now with everybody injured, barmaid does not have any more drinks available. Mechanics can try to use the syringe. I don't think there'll be enough syringe available to get the heal off. So I think she can get close, but she's gonna have to get the heal finished by the barmaid here. Yeah, and not gonna be able to get it all the way off there. And yeah, gonna just ghost onto the barmaid, maybe changing targets here. I think probably just camp this chair out. Don't, because the hunter does have tinnitus. Don't risk any free rescue on the first officer. Secure the down there, and then you can just go for the last 2 eliminations after that.
Oh, this is tough. I mean, you got to give it up to Momoka putting up this pressure points on both the ciphers and this rescue attempt to happen. Added the injuries on the board, really putting a lot of things for the survivors to worry about, tombstones as well as possessions. And now we see that the ghost has moved on to find his next target. So we're still stuck at 2 ciphers. Abnormal is still in play, so now it's only a matter of time. These survivors are actually spread out, so they can't heal each other up. Now we see a scare onto the mechanic, and the mechanic has fallen down.
Yeah, mechanic is going to get down here. We're also going to see a teleport away towards this cipher. She's going to go ahead and abnormal that, taking down the progress even more. And this should be a 4 elimination here. Even mechanic gets back up. Her decoding is going to be slowed down because of the injury of the barmaid. And yeah, I mean, it's just IV going for the cleanup. I mean, obviously the IV games can be quite long. This is why we're going to see the... I don't think he can teleports to the...
Tombstone.
Oh, I guess to the mechanic, because mechanic uses the self-heal.
Oh, okay, yeah. Good point there. So now we see that spreading his attention in the hospital, the 2nd-story hospital, but now he's going to choose to try and down the barmaid at 60% corruption. So now he's going to go for that scare and that down, so it's only a matter of time. Exit path has already been used on the mechanic, so he will be focusing his attention on the mechanic. So, yeah, I would have to say still an IV match. I'm still honestly getting used to commentating because it's kind of, you have to keep switching your attentions left and right. How are you liking the IV gameplay so far as a hunter? Like, do you like using IV?
Nah, I mean, I don't really play IV that much, to be honest. Like, I mean, obviously IV is very good, especially in rank. It requires a lot of communication, very similar to Dream Witch. I think IV is a great hunter. It's a great rank hunter. It's a great tournament hunter. I haven't personally played IV too much, but yeah, obviously IV is very good. You can see why, just really controlling this map, and there's nothing this far as can do. That's gonna be a 4 elimination on Sacred Heart Hospital. Barmaid's gonna get back up, but we'll just see a teleport back to the barmaid here. And yeah, again, Sacred Heart Hospital was chosen by SKG. They wanted this map for their survivor side, and the 4 elimination, on Sacred is just incredible.
Yeah, just amazing mechanics that are being used here. Gets the scare onto the barmaid. We're looking at 50%, still in the area. Drops down as well, and now flywheels just to transition, and now we see that he really wants to get that 60% up to more. And now that will have, 93%. So only a matter of time. And now Momoka getting the hit onto the barmaid, securing the 5-point game up against SKG in their map choice. Excellent performance so far on Momoka's side.
Yeah, it's not just in their map choice, also on Sacred too. Again, you only choose this map because you want your survivors to go for a win. And if your survivors tie, it's not great. If your survivors lose, it's like the worst case scenario, right? So now you're forcing your hunter to go try to get a 4-hit kill on the best survivor map. And this is why we don't really see Sacred get picked that often. It's so high risk, high reward, and the reason why is like if you make one mistake against the hunter that costs you the game, all of a sudden you probably just lose the round straight up because your hunter can't really 4-kill on Sacred in return. So yeah, just so high risk, high reward, and the risk was a little bit too high here. As EMP is able to start 5-0 on the hunter side on Sacred.
We talked about in the previous match, usually it's the hunter that dictates the pace, or the hunter that dictates the pace is the one that wins round 1. And now that Ivy has been able to establish dominance in a map choice that is very favorable by survivors. EMP is running with all the momentum in the world, so SKG, best case scenario for them is to have the same effort, but I mean, just getting a tie also would be really good. Easier said than done though, because these are EMP survivors. So again, same as always, nothing to lose, everything to gain. Hopefully they can try and bounce back on this one, or at least just give some winning moments. But break it down first, Eli, with how that Ivy match played out, because it was kind of going back and forth there for a while, but usually that's how Ivy matches really go. Like, she really has to work for her downs and her chases.
Yeah, the first down was pretty fast. It's not really ideal. You want your first down as the survivors against Ivy to be after, like, sort of similar to, like, Ivy's early game chase is not as strong as a lot of other hunters in the game. So the early game chase against, because Ivy's map pressure is late game is when it really becomes really powerful at full presence. But you want the first chase to be lasting for quite some time. Puppeteer unfortunately was not able to do so. You have to, as a Puppeteer, you have to go turn into your puppet form like before you get the 40% scare onto you, so you don't so you're in puppet form while it's at 100%. And even if the hunter just waits for your puppet to run out, at least you're wasting an extra 8 seconds for free, right? I guess the idea is that Puppeteer didn't want to do that because we put them at half health and then they can get downed by the Ivy. But it's actually fine, because like what happens is you just go into puppet form. If the Ivy 100%s you, you're safe because you're in puppet form. And then if you don't, as soon as your puppet form runs out, you just go back and puppet again and waste another 8 seconds for free. So I guess they just didn't want to run the risk of getting down quickly because they were at half health. But yeah, the Puppeteer unfortunately against the Ivy was not the strongest start for the survivors. And then once that happens, it's just so easy for Ivy to just go ahead and get more map pressure and win from there. If the ciphers are not almost ready by the time the first survivor's expired, it's kind of like Clerk. It's very easy to just win the game there from the hunter side, or Dream Witch or something like that.
Yeah. So just a little unoptimal chase there on the Puppeteer side, and it led to like a snowball situation for the Ivy to gain that presence, gain that map pressure, and kind of avoid the cipher rushing, because everyone had to scramble to go for rescues and the objectives weren't really focused on. And not to mention also the switch to abnormal really helped Ivy, because we kind of were stalled at the 2 ciphers remaining. I mean, the cipher progress was kind of spread out actually. The first down that happened, like I think all the ciphers were touched, and I mean they were really spreading their attention, right? But just so happens that it was the abnormal that really was the final straw that broke the camel's back in this game. So yeah, it was a little unfortunate to see, but you got to give it up to Momoka. He really worked for that win. He worked for that 5 points, and now he reaps the rewards as he heads towards round number 2. So hopefully we get to see also a little bit of the picks and bans coming into this, so we can add a little more context to how they arrived at that type of lineup. Do you think that that lineup was supposed to be geared towards an opera singer or Ivy?
I mean, Puppeteer would be good for opera. The mechanic is interesting, and the barmaid is also a bit interesting. Barmaid would be more for Ivy. The thing is, barmaid is really weak to opera. Mechanic is not really great, and then Puppeteer is good against opera, but barmaid's good against Ivy as long as you don't get it good. Ivy can just choose not to chase the barmaid. So that's kind of what happened in that situation. Also, the Puppeteer was not really able to utilize hospital. They got down outside of hospital on the first kite. You want to use your time, you want to get to ruins or get to hospital, and the Puppeteer was just not really able to do that.
Yeah, it was just a little unfortunate that he fell right outside of hospital. There were a lot of chances, actually, if I recall. Yeah, he was just sticking around the palleted area, transitioning back and forth. And I think the one time he did go, the mechanic was there. So maybe that they were decoding, but that blink through the pallet just for the drop down was probably the I think that's what they were communicating. But like you said, the hospital is there to help the survivors. So if he was able to transition, we could have been looking at a different story.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, mechanic, you can really see why it's still not a great survivor at this point in time. Obviously, with survivors injured, especially with Ivy, a character that has the ability to injure a lot of survivors and have map pressure, mechanic's main body decoding is going to be very slow, and the bot didn't have too much of an effect on the decoding speed that game as well. You mentioned the Cyber Machines weren't that far along after the first down, and throughout the majority of the game, it seemed like they were a little bit behind. And then once Abnormal came into play, there was nothing they could do, and that's with the mechanic spot being in play at the start of the match. So, yeah, I mean, I think there's just definitely better options than mechanic for decoding. You can at least play like Lawyer or something. But,
Yeah, we haven't seen that much Lawyer, actually. I'm surprised MX didn't bring out the Lawyer. We actually brought out the mechanic. And a lot of mechanics, actually, for the whole day, we've been seeing a lot of. So, kind of interesting that people opt for the mechanic more than the Lawyer. Yeah, I guess people want to live on the edge there with getting that terror shot.
I think the mechanic game against Clerk was kind of just more of a, since they had such a large lead, they were sort of just playing fun characters. Oh, we got another notification. Sorry, that distracted me. We have, they had a lot of leeway, right? They had a lot of space to work with, so they could play these fun characters and things like that. But in this round, yeah, mechanic in round one is a little bit interesting. Again, SKG seemed to have the very strong survivor side in that, they had a really high survivor win rate. They picked a map to favor the survivors, but the fact that the hunter was just able to get a win is great for EMP.
Speaking of EMP, we will be seeing what characters they can't bring to the table here since they are the survivors here. We got GT, Zalcon, Skyfall, and Marin. As the lineup for EMP, while Xiaoju hopefully can start to steer it into the direction of neutrality here, just get a tie, just so that, give a little bit more confidence in his team coming into the next match. But after banning out the Seer and the Mercenary, we do see that EMP is going to lock in a Coordinator and a Acrobat.
Absolutely. Yeah, Coordinator and Acrobat, very standard for early round. Coordinator is considered to be good against Opera and Ivy, and also Acrobat, very good all-round character. Looks like we're going to see an Embalmer ban from Xiaojiu here, which is interesting. But I guess Embalmer is actually does make sense. Hunter does need to go for a 4-kill, and we do have the 2-story middle area with the Embalmer, so that's a pretty good
place
spawn
to put
for
the
them.
coffin. Yeah.
But
this allows them to pick up the first officer, which has been making his rounds as the most picked hunter. Survivor as the rescuer, since Mercenary does get priority banned. So now allowing the Psychologist to get banned. Are we looking at a stunner? Are we looking at a support? Because Cheerleader is still on the table. We also have, if we're looking for transitional kiters, you also have Patient, which we haven't been seeing that much of as of late, but it seems like they will be going for Stunning, which we see the Antiquarian coming into the mix.
Yeah, it looks like Antiquarian as well here. Again, this character being on the table, there's no reason to not play Antiquarian. It's of course, as we know, one of the strongest survivors in the game here. Let's see what Xiaojiu goes with, though, but we have to see a 4 elimination on Sacred here for them to actually just tie up this round, and SKG seem to be stronger on the survivor side than on the hunter side. But again, we will have to see here what this player can do. Looking at this team comp, I think Ivy's a little bit better here. Sacred Heart Hospital, Ivy does have a lot of playability with that map pressure. Also, chasing Antiquarian is easier than chasing with Opera. So I would say that Ivy's probably the best pick here.
The question is Xiaojiu able to actually bring out the Ivy in this matchup, right? Because Ivy is very mechanically demanding. I mean, Opera Singer as well, but I feel like, yeah, you still have to have that Dream Witch mentality of operating piloting 2 characters at one go. We'd have to wait and see. Speaking of piloting multiple characters, a Dream Witch is coming out of Xiaojiu. So not the Ivy, but you know what, the OG hunter that makes you split your brain into like 4 sections here just so that you can pilot it. How's Dream Witch in Hospital, Eli?
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. It's one of the hunters that can actually play on Hospital. Cyber Machines are pretty spread out, so that can be a bit of a problem for Cyber Control late game. But against this team composition, you have Coordinator being a good chase. You can you can go for a double Patroller on the Officer. Also, Officer's not a great rescue against Dream Witch due to the fact of Patroller. But Antiquarian and Acrobat are counters to Dream Witch, so it's maybe not quite as strong as it may look. But yeah, the Acrobat and Antiquarian definitely would be the hardest target. So I think we'll probably see Coordinator spawn like Hospital or some sort of good kiting area.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just give her the tools to just kite, because she is priority number 1 in this, but we just have to wait and see. Again, first officer is going to be has to be very careful in going to the rescue, since you did mention if he does get leached out, it's going to be a little tough. So want to avoid the acrobat as well as the antiquarian in this matchup. So if coordinator goes hospital, where will the rest of the survivors spawn out?
Well, if coordinator goes hospital, we think we would see ruins for the acrobat probably. Antiquarian will be over to the right side. Oh, look at that. And Skyfall will be onto the bottom part there with the officers. So, yeah, so that would definitely make the most sense here. Acrobat and Antiquarian again, very good kiters against Dream, which I think Antiquarian is definitely the strongest. So giving ruins to the Acrobat and giving the best area kiting in hospital with coordinator definitely makes the most sense.
Yeah, so we will see if SKG can kind of hang on to round number 2 or push for at least the round number 3 in this matchup. Again, EMP is leading the charge here and leading this dance. And round number 2 second half will commence in Sacred Art Hospital with a coordinator, acrobat, first officer, and an antiquarian, while Xiaozhou will be on this Dream Witch. Once again, folks, that's Eli. Oh, I'm Poch Spice. We are commentators for this next match.
All right, looks like we're going to see Dream Witch going straight for the anti first into the shack area. I don't know if Dream Witch will commit here. This is not an ideal chase target. Looks like, yeah, just going to go ahead and leave going to hospital. This is the location of the coordinator. And I think the difficult thing for coordinator, though, is it's hard to see where the spawn follower is coming from, but does know exactly where it is as it goes for the pallet break here. And coordinator is actually not even going to drop down. Going to try to go for the trap here, but there's a lot of ways for coordinator to escape the leech trap, and we're going to see using that open window area as one of them.
Ooh, and now we're seeing a little traffic jam situation, trying to find the coordinator, but the coordinator is already out of dodge. Transitioning away from the sandwiched area that Xiaozhou did try to put her in, but now you see Patroller is ready for this Dream Witch to use, and coordinator is here with some of the pallets, but preemptively dropping down pallets, not really wasting any time, not risking anything. So GT doing an amazing job so far, as the Cypher progress on everyone's side is looking pretty healthy, Eli.
Yeah, coordinator's doing really well at this point. Coordinator's usually not an ideal chase target or ideal kiter against Dream Witch, but we're going to see the down here, the flare gun onto the follower. We're going to see the patroller get dropped down here. This will allow most likely for a hit, and it's going to be a spawn follower hit, but that is the main body. Patroller already expired, and we already see about 3 ciphers ready to finish here, so this is a great start here. The goal for coordinator is to either kite the patroller or force a leech hit on this patroller. Just use this window. He's going to get bitten here at the window, but just use this window to cancel the bites over and over and over and try to get leech hit in the process. Oh, but did not actually use the window there to cancel the bite, unfortunately. So a misstep from the coordinator. Well, maybe a 3-cipher kite, or essentially basically a 3-cipher kite. It's still Dream Witch, and the fact that they weren't able to die to the leech does give the Dream Witch a little bit of extra map pressure, so it may not be enough for a win. I mean, again, the survivors just need to not get 4 killed, but still a really nice start, especially considering it's coordinator against Patroller Dream Witch.
Yeah, looking at the map here, Acrobat does have that wanted order. We're going to see Skyfall kind of commence to go for that rescue. We do see that the pocket watch has been used, but we do see that the Patroller has already bitten onto Skyfall. We're going to see this has to be very delicate how he's going to deal with this rescue, but a chair hit for him to get a clean rescue. And now we're going to see a body block happen as well to grant safe passage to this coordinator. Coordinator still has a leech on her, so now can use this tide turn to get to a better spot in this map, in this matchup. So now 3 ciphers looking very healthy now, about to pop.
Yes, survivors definitely can win here at this point with all this cipher progress. I don't really know what the Dream Witch can do to come back, other than maybe the survivors make some sort of mistakes. We're going to see 2 ciphers. They're actually going to leave 1 cipher at 96, and what this does is this does not let the Dream Witch know that the cipher machine is primed and ready, so she's going to kind of not pay attention to that cipher machine, or they're actually going to do it with the 84 cipher, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
Antiquarian is here for some OBN support to try and grant her passage towards the birdcage, and able to actually get a hit here, forced attack recovery. Trying to go for the thing is this is the first time we're actually seeing first officer get an anti-curse, so now they're gonna try to get leeches off. So Antiquarian has fallen down. Coordinator is still out and about. We're seeing the first officer de-leech himself, while Acrobat has still yet to make his presence felt. He is already here, but Zaukon is going to get leeched. This leeches could actually pile up towards the end game, but now Acrobat does get hit. Everyone is injured. Cypher is already primed, though.
Yeah, ideally the survivors would only have one leech in play. He's going to switch to Blink, but the end game Cypher Machine is already ready, so I'm not sure about this, because now the Cypher Machine, they can just go for the pop here. Blink will be on cooldown for the main follower. And I guess they're trying to buy time to get the leeches off. Officer's going to use the watch. Again, even though the Cypher Machine is primed, they're not going to pop it.
Yeah, interesting. Also in that chase, Antiquarian used up the flywheel, so that was a little unfortunate. So now Antiquarian will be put on that rocket chair. We're still sitting at the 99% mark, so they are playing with fire here, because now we do see that the coordinator is leeched already. She has no anti-curse for her to remove the leech. So now, first time on the chair is the Antiquarian. So Zaukon out in the open here has to use the bomb. And now two survivors here waiting for that pop, and they go for the pop. They also go for that rescue. So now it's a 4-person endgame, Eli.
Yeah, I'm almost... I was a little bit scared by that, waiting on that pop there, but they're going to have themselves set up. And we're going to see the slow bomb from the Acrobat as well, able to avoid this hit. And we still have Blink cooldown on the main follower. That's the important follower here. So the fact that that was expended is going to be great for the survivors here to potentially go for a win. They have used up both their tide turners, but a 3-person escape definitely looks to be in order at this point, with only one leech being in play.
I like the discipline. They're not really forcing the execute just yet. They're removing their leeches and forcing them to chase Zaukon. Unable to get it, but still it works out all well. He's already here at the palleted area and now able to play the pallet mind games, but the blink hit is going to connect. Unfortunately for Zaukon, he was not able to use the red bomb, but it's all good because this solidifies a 3-person escape for the survivors of EMP, folks. But it seems like they're healing up at the exit gate. Maybe they want to go for more.
Yeah, it seems unlikely just because that other exit gate is not open and detention's still available. Yeah, so we're going to see a 3 survivor escape, and that's exactly what you want to do on Sacred as a survivor side. Being able to get wins here, you know, on this survivor sided map is definitely what they are looking for in any Sacred Heart map, Sacred Heart situation. So yeah, 8-1 for EMP in round 1. So they're definitely looking very dominant here. And I've already secured what seems to be a great position.
Yeah, and coming into round number 2, EMP does have map advantage. SKG, maybe they tried going a little unorthodox with their strategy to kind of give them the survivors a chance to get the victory, but I think after that performance, it gave EMP the confidence to come into this round, the second half of round number 1, with more fire for them to be able to kind of continue on this 8-1 trend that we have been seeing for this day. So again, SKG, chins up, guys, because you know what, round number 2 is about to happen. Hopefully you guys can shake it off and give a better performance. But we did talk about EMP as one of the teams to look out for, and it seems like yeah, they are really gunning for the top here in this top 8 placement.
I'm really interested who this hunter is for EMP, because you know they had very strong statistics and 99% win rate, and they played a really strong IV game on Hospital, so yeah, it's really anyways. Sorry.
I think Momoka, like that was the name that was there on EMP.
Yeah, I know, but I was just wondering if like we had a like if they had a different name before, they were a player that we know, something like that. But because usually with a hunter with a really high, with a statistics that strong and performance that strong, they don't just appear out of thin air, you know. They've usually been around for some time, but
true,
who knows. Anyways, yeah,
I was gonna say it's a trend of IdentityV players. They just keep changing names. It's rare to see someone just hold on to their name for a long time, but I'm glad that, you know, MX is still sticking to the same name. Who else? Panda's sticking to the same name. A lot of the hunters are sticking to the same name, but I don't know. You're right though. Like no hunter with those stats just appear out of thin air.
Yeah. I mean, we're still sticking to the same name for the last how many years?
It's been a while.
I wonder if we just randomly changed our names. What would people think?
That
would be interesting.
How about you be Chocho, I'll be Null.
I really want to randomly change names for like one tournament and see how people react.
As a commentator or as a player?
No, as a commentator. Like we just have different names for like one tournament. Like just completely change it. Like not even like change names like with like Chocho or Null. Just like actually like change it. So.
What other IGNs did you go by, if you mind me asking?
Well, we could use my Xbox random generated name, Hypnotic Pine 02.
Hypnotic Pine 02. Okay.
Hypnotic Pine 02. Actually, I told I was playing some other games with my friend, and then I saw the Hypnotic Pine 02 name.
Wow.
And they're like, you should have just made that your name originally. That is just way better than Elio. But,
well,
yeah.
So wait, you just randomly generated that, or did you think about it, or that's like this is the one?
No, you know how like sometimes when you make an account for something, you can just you can just say random username or whatever. And my random username was Hypnotic Pine 02.
Because I know you can keep choosing, but you just landed on that and like that's the one I'm using. Or were there others?
I don't even honestly remember, but yeah, I kind of want to change my name to Hypnotic Pine for one tournament and just see.
Please, that's a deep cut lore, guys. If
see the reaction.
Hypnotic Pine 0. Yeah, no numbers, just Hypnotic Pine. EMP versus SKG. Here are the scores so far. 8-1 has been the numbers for the day that we have been seeing. Round number 2 is about to commence, but it's looking like another David versus Goliath story where Goliath is going to end up on top. Hopefully SKG can rewrite that story, folks.
Yeah, SKG again looked to having a very strong survivor side with the statistics, but did have a difficult time in the overall matchup against the very strong EMP Hunter. Again, if anybody watching has any information about the EMP Hunter, maybe it's a hunter that we've known from the past, please feel free to share that, let us know. But for the time being, yeah, getting a 4 kill in hospital, really, really difficult to do for sure.
Definitely. So we just have to wait and see. It seems like SKG is going to be subbing out a survivor, Yuan calling one of the survivors, and Rena will be coming on in to play for the team SKG. So hopefully this change will kind of fix things up here in round number 2, and hopefully
hope.
Whoa! But I'll move it. There we go. I was moving too fast.
Okay. I thought that was me. Was that me or was that you?
That was
okay,
me.
yeah, but
okay. It's all good. Yeah, your internet's been stable, so it's all good.
But yeah, anyways, maybe this will change things up for them. SKG needs to have a really big comeback here. Again, 8-1 is such a difficult uphill battle, but it's definitely possible. But for the time being, I hope everybody is enjoying the match so far. Make sure you have your Takis or whatever or something.
I remember before the past time we were coming up with a chip tier list. Has your chip tier list changed, or is it still the same?
Takis.
That's S tier?
Yeah.
Really?
That's the best one.
It's good.
I have a bag right behind my camera right there.
Wait, there's Takis in Thailand?
No, I bought it from the US. I bought a bunch of big bags. I got one right there.
You got
sitting
stash.
right behind my camera.
Wow, look at you.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure in Thailand there's chips that's sour and spicy, or do they not have?
I mean, I guess, but I don't know if I don't know.
It'd be funny once we commentate and then the camera pans back and your lips are super blue because you had some Takis.
I've actually never had the blue ones. I've only had the red ones. So.
Oh right, sorry. Yeah, the Fuegos are
Fuegos, red. Yeah, I've never had the blue ones before. I don't actually know what they taste like. I wonder if they taste similar or something.
Wait, so you've never tried the various Taki flavors?
I've literally had nothing other than Fuego my entire life.
Wow, and you claim that's the best flavor.
It is actually
it's a bold
statement.
It is actually
the best flavor.
I mean, you haven't tried the rest. Who knows? There's another flavor.
But there's actually no comparison. So.
Yeah. So if you don't try any other, it's still the best. I'm not gonna.
I mean, maybe I'll try the other ones at some point. But the other ones are like cinnamon and like.
There's cinnamon flavor?
There's like some weird flavor. It's like I don't know what's going on there. But
before Takis, what was your go-to chip?
Salt and vinegar.
Oh, okay. Lace or just any salt and vinegar?
I forgot the brand, but it's like a really popular brand in the U.S. I don't know if they have it in other countries. I haven't seen it anywhere else. But
Hers? What is it?
I don't know. Maybe some Kettle.
So popular that you don't remember the brand.
Yeah, I don't know. I just remember it's like a blue bag, like a dark blue bag.
Dark blue bag. Sounds like Ruffles.
No, not Ruffles. It's something else. I don't remember. Ruffles light. I think Ruffles is light blue. But I don't know. I just know they're like kind of expensive for some. Well, I mean everything's expensive in California, but yeah.
True.
Oh, I figured out. I was talking with Chojo. I was like, oh, I wonder if California or Singapore is more expensive. We actually looked it up, and apparently California is even more expensive than Singapore. Isn't that crazy?
Wow, inflation's
crazy, man.
What'd you guys compare? Like food or like?
We compared a lot of things. We compared the value of currency. We compared the minimum wage in both areas, although Singapore ended up not having minimum wage. But we compared like average salary in both places, average cost of living per month in both places, and in California is higher in everything. So
that's really heavy news on your side, especially people live in California. If anyone watching California, that's a big struggle. And also in Singapore. I know like the teams that are playing majorities like in Thailand, so this is your kind of home away from home, or your stomping ground, or your neck of the woods.
Yeah, actually, what is this? There's a random 10 euro cent on my floor.
Why would you have a euro on your floor?
I don't know. I mean, maybe from when I went to Germany, but I don't even know how that got here. Sometimes I just find random coins. I found a Japanese yen coin behind my TV. I found a euro on the floor.
Unlock in random currency. That's a good buff to have.
Yeah, and then I found a $20 bill in my bag that I didn't even know I had. So it's like a US 20. That's pretty good.
Go. At least for your next US travel. So there you go. Yeah. For those of you joining us now, thank you so much. Sorry for the bit of a segue there, talking about random chips and currencies and different places. But yeah, we are already at the final stretch here to make it to our top 8. And SKG is fighting for their lives to stay up here. And it seems like they're going to Leo's Memory, which is a map that I haven't commented. Did you ever commentate a map this weekend for Leo's Memory? Because it's the first time I'm commentating a map.
Yeah, not yet.
For the weekend.
Yeah, first time for this weekend at least. But yeah, Leo's Memory considered to be a pretty common map nowadays, but I haven't seen it too much in this tournament. So yeah, GH completely slayed. GH, what is it that people say? GH ate and left no crumbs. Is that a thing? Something like that.
Well, yeah, Nell says that a lot, but yeah, Slay, Aura. Use Aura now.
Slay Queen.
Slay Queen. Do you know that like people have been using that word Aura, or do you use it?
Yeah, Aura. Yeah.
Pretty good.
It's like when something bad happens, you like get negative aura, and then something good, it's like positive aura.
Positive aura, or just basically it's like like the charm that you're able to do, or like people are saying like, oh, I saw this one video like iPhone cases that have negative aura.
Oh, yeah.
Then
I don't
apparently the one that gives the most aura, not having a case at all.
Oh, right. I mean, I usually don't have a case, so.
Boom, 5,000 aura right there for Eli.
Yeah.
But then, I seen your phone sometimes it falls, right? So please put a case.
Yeah, I dropped it today.
Are you serious?
I did on the flat on the concrete.
Screen face down, screen face
yeah,
up.
screen face down, and it was actually fine. So.
Oh, there you go.
Right now I have like a random like probably like $1 plastic random case thing on it.
Negative aura, dude. Come on.
Okay, well, it actually worked somehow. I didn't break my phone.
Well, okay, so the case saved it. All right, that's cool. At least it worked. It worked its magic. But I remember when we were in Thailand and the first IVC, your iPhone didn't have a case at all, and I was like, and then you kept asking Siri what the currency conversions and whatnot. I'm like, you're not gonna cut your lip with that. There was like a crack on your.
Oh, that's my old one. I still have it. I don't know. It's my it's my extra phone, I guess. I don't know. Yeah.
Okay. How's it like in Thailand so far?
It's good. It's good.
Hot, cold. I mean,
yeah, it's been raining a lot recently, and then over the last few days, it's just been really hot and not raining. So I'm not really sure what's going on there, but that's just how the weather goes. Besides that, I'm gonna be going back to the U.S. in October for a bit.
IDV tour. Let's go. Go back to the US.
So that'll be nice. But yeah, what else? I don't really do anything. Kind of just do nothing.
Well, you go to school, so that's dumb.
Occasionally.
Commentate IdentityV.
I feel like it. Go to school. No, I go to school. Go to school. Been doing some boxing.
How's the streaming going?
Well, my computer has been broken for a while, so I haven't streamed until now. I just got a new computer actually like 2 days ago.
Oh, there we go.
So,
all right, we're streaming IDV. We're going the rank grind.
Maybe something like that. Yeah. I got a. I don't even know what this computer is. Something. This computer.
It works.
Apparently the graphics card is kind of good. I don't really know. That's what I was told.
Nice. Hosting tournaments, IdentityV tournaments. Let's go.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. Had enough of those days, but
I definitely miss seeing some of your tier list ideas. So hopefully we get some of those.
Yeah, I'll
especially in this meta.
Back into it after the semester, I think. So.
All right.
Yeah.
So here we have it, folks. We are gonna go Leo's memory. Picks and bans are gonna happen soon enough, as EMP sees the light at the end of the tunnel. They want to be able to get the victory here, but SKG want to continue on and hang on for dear life here, as Xiaoju is going to be doing the hunting.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see, of course, the Acrobat and Coordinator already banned here. It's going to be Seer and Mercenary as the first two bans. This does open up options like Priestess, Patient, and good characters for Leo's memory. Looks like we're going to see the Opera Singer banned here as well. We did not see Opera in the first round. We did not see Ivy in the first round. We saw Dream Witch, and the Survivors seem to be pretty proficient in that matchup. So it looks like they're fine with having that character come out again here. We're going to see Puppeteer. Interesting, we see Puppeteer here. Puppeteer is considered to be... How does Puppeteer fare against Dream Witch? I'm actually not sure. I've never seen that interaction. I guess it would be fine, but I think maybe not. I think Patroller would have a hard time dealing with Patroller, but we do see the Antiquarian as well here. I think we'll probably just see some Dream Witch characters for the last two. I would imagine something like Psychologist, Seer, Barmaid could be pretty good here.
Yeah, just to cover their ground. So hopefully we get to see that play out. We do see that the Cheerleader is already banned out. So are we going to see maybe possibly like a Toy Merchant or anyone to be able to aid in terms of transitioning, or are we going to secure like a First Officer or a Rescuer first, just to make sure that EMP still stays onto the lead here? Since the first time we're seeing Leo's memory again, this is a map that, if you guys have been following competitive IdentityV, not that much people liked it, but then all of a sudden, like, people started to see possibly because the Hunter started to change in terms of meta, and this became a very viable choice. And speaking of viable choices, we are going to go with a First Officer to be chosen by EMP, possibly on Skyfall side. So now we're all looking at the lower right side of the screen to see the final ban onto the Survivors.
Yeah, we have the last pick is going to be Patient, so getting rid of that middle spawn character. But yeah, I mean, it's still things like, I think Psychologist would be the best character. Psychologist is not only good against Dream, but good against Ivy as well. So they're really just trying to prepare for everything. I'm not sure how much the Puppeteer will be effective here, considering we may see Dream Witch yet again. But let's see if this Hunter opts to mix it up. We saw Shoujo struggle a little bit with the Dream Witch in the first round, so now that the team composition has some good counters with the Antiquarian and Psychologist, I guess in the first round they did as well, but yeah, let's see if they're able to turn things around.
Yeah, I definitely love to see Xiaoju kind of mix it up. Maybe his Dream Witch has already warmed up, or so for him to go for it again, because pretty much like a rematch of sorts. But in this map, they don't have necessarily like a quick transition like you pointed out, the Patient, Toy Merchant, the Grant Safe Passage, the Acrobat has already been used at the start in the global bans. So EMP though, they're still sticking to their strengths. Zhao Kahn not on the Rescuer side, it is actually Skyfall. Zhao Kahn doing an amazing job, like possibly Survivor MVP with how well he was able to kite with that Acrobat. And now he's on the Puppeteer side, so I'm sure that he's gonna have nerves of steel for him to be able to use the puppet to its full effect.
Yeah, absolutely. Still waiting on the Hunter selection. Xiaoju in a tough position because the team is already down by so much. We're actually gonna see Clerk here. This is a little bit interesting. Clerk here is I think quite difficult for the Hunter side. The reason why the Antiquarian is very strong against Clerk, not only for support but also for kiting. Clerk's kind of just a straight up single hit Hunter that the Antiquarian can easily stun. Psychologist, being able to take 3 hits against Clerk is very strong. Puppeteer also can be good against Clerk, just the ability to use that.
Hits,
take the hits. If the if she ever gets a recording on the puppeteer and walks to the pallet, then you can just go into the puppet form and avoid getting hit, and then first officer could rescue her. So I think this team composition is actually quite strong for going against Clerk. So I almost feel like Drimmage could have been better here, but I guess since the Drimmage did struggle in the first round, they'd rather, you know, try to go for something a little bit different.
Let's hope it's not going to be the same case as round number, well, the previous match where 4AW was just harassing. Luckily for him, there's only one technical OB'er here and stunner in that Antiquarian, but now top right spawn goes to Clerk, but we're going to give the factory to the Psychologist. Center goes Zalcon, Skyfall towards the right of Zalcon and Marat, right at the shack area. So it seems like who will be the first chase, Eli?
I think that the puppeteer Psychologist is pretty good, but may have to go for the Antiquarian. I guess if Clerk does have excitement, you could go Antiquarian chase first here. That could be perfectly fine too, but yeah, I mean, again, this team comp is just not easy for Clerk at all. There's a lot of great characters for kiting against this hunter. I'm interested to see if we do have Flywheel or Broken Windows on the survivors here. If Antiquarian has Flywheel, that would be good for the Clerk to chase. But if any of these survivors have Broken Windows, it's not going to be as optimal. But yeah, this is going to be the first half of the second round of EMP survivors versus SKG Hunter. SKG looking for a comeback at this point. I'm Eli O, joined with Pod Spice, and we'll bring you the live commentary for this IVC match.
Not wasting any time, we do see that the Clerk has already transitioned towards the shack area where the Antiquarian is at. Antiquarian getting that first chase. We do see that the puppeteer Zalcon has already signaled to the survivors that he is not being chased. It is actually getting lost here, and it seems like the Antiquarian is able to pull a little bit of distance while the Clerk is still trying to find someone to record. So now this is some time being bought. So far, the chase has not commenced just yet because the line of sight is being broken, but now finally locking eyes with the Antiquarian.
Yes, Antiquarian, does have Flywheel, so that's better for the Clerk if anything here. We should see some stuns pretty soon here. Oh, does not get a stun or a Flywheel or anything, so just a really fast free hit onto the Antiquarian. So unfortunately for EMP, this is that's going to backfire quite a bit here. We're going to see Morant is able to make it to the pallet, does have a flip ability, is actually just going to go for the vault instead. Trying to go for a blink there, but wasn't able to go for it there. Antiquarian needs to stun early so they don't get blinked.
Oh my god, what a start from the Clerk here. So Jen, an excellent performance. I would have to say, yeah, Antiquarian was kind of doubting herself with just the pallet drops, not preempting it. Again, it was a great start. It seemed like Clerk didn't know where to go, but yeah, early hit, and now we see that this is where the Clerk really shines. Once he has the first survivor onto the rocket chair, can block out ciphers, and we do see that the first officer is trying to pop his cipher before going for this rescue. So now Zalcon has to be the one to take this rescue, and it seems like he does have a tie turner.
I mean, just look at the cipher progress, right? Let's think about it like this. If the Antiquarian was able to get any stuns off, especially on that first hit, with that how fast the ciphers were moving along, that would have been a 3-cypher count 100%. Would have put the survivors in a winning position. Now, the puppeteer needs to make sure they get out of range of the Clerk so they don't reset the swing, which they actually did, but the Clerk didn't go for the swing. I guess they thought it wasn't going to be back in time, but now Mind Game here gets the drop. Flywheel, ooh, should have one more stun here. Does get some distance.
Pushes away, gets the drop onto the Clerk. So excellent stuff so far. Good rebound, but now, that was excellent recovery, and the prolonged hit or the charged up attack is going to drop the Antiquarian. So in this chase, we already see that 3 ciphers have already popped, and now first officer can go for the rescue here over at basement.
Yeah, but basement, this is not good for the survivors, especially because, again, with Antiquarian, you have 2 ways to play an Antiquarian rebound kite. You can body block, the survivor can body block on the rescue, or they can just immediately leave, which lets the Antiquarian go for stuns, right? And there will be a long cooldown before the hunter can swing again. But because it's in basement, that's not going to be possible. So the officer should go for rescue. They should definitely go for this save here, considering that the cipher progress is almost ready. And maybe they don't go for it. It looks like we see. Where is Skyfall?
Skyfall's already there, but he's not gonna make it in time. So just an off rotation there, because I was also looking for where Skyfall was, because they're not even opening up another cipher. So this is looking really good on Clerk's side for her to be able to possibly down Zalcon now, because Zalcon is injured.
Yeah, absolutely. We're gonna see. He does have one puppet to work with here, but the hunter does have blink. Let's see if he's able to see this blink here and use the puppet early. He's gonna get the vault off. Does he use the puppet on the blink? He does not use the puppet on the blink here, and that's gonna be another pretty fast down. So while things look really good for EMP considering the team composition, they have not used any of their items, honestly, very successfully against the survivor side. So you saw the quick down onto the Antiquarian, and the Puppeteer unable to use the ability. Skyfall does have Tide Turner. The downside here is you cannot use the puppet with Tide Turner in play, so he's going to have to kite until the Tide Turner is expired.
Trying to go for a charge of attack here. Skyfall has to be very careful, goes for conservative rescue, and now we see that, attention is being brought to Skyfall's side now, so this actually works out quite well, and he notices that it is the first officer, and now has he lost Zhao Khan? Because now he's actually focusing his attention on Skyfall. GT is being chased out of the shack area, and Skyfall will have to take this next chase. We're seeing if anyone is touching that cipher, but GT was able to get off that cipher, so now Skyfall is the one that's luring the attention away from Zhao Khan.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's okay. Like, again, as this hunter here, you really want to try to push for a win, considering the position your team's currently in. So I don't mind going for aggressive play and switching targets here, but Psychologist is going to commit to the cipher, and the clerk does not pull the recording back. Actually, let the recording continue there, and that allowed for the cipher pop. Now the clerk does get a decoding recording because of this, a large percentage, about 5%, which is really good for the clerk. But they were able to pop that cipher machine in time here. The last two ciphers at 70 and 86. So they as long as they do one of these two ciphers, they will be able to pop and go for the end game.
Yeah, so attention is being spread for the clerk here. There are two ciphers he has to worry about along with a psychologist, because now Skyfall is going to be recorded. But we do see that the first officer is still trying to push that cipher. So are they going to go for it? They go for the endgame pop. So a 3-person endgame while the clerk is still trying to scramble. Like you said, wants to push for a win, but it seems like EMP wants to go for that tie. We still have another watch to work with here for Skyfall to continue on this chase.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to record the gate 2 survivors. One survivor trying to take the recording here. The cooldown is still up. They're going to get one back. And yeah, they were not able to use the recording on the survivors at the exit gate here. Skyfall's just going to kite this area as long as possible. The hunter does have trump cards, so they're able to like down officer and prevent the gate from opening, then teleport. There's an opportunity for a potential win here, but it seems very unlikely. Officer doing a good job using the watch to teleport here finally. But gate's not open yet. But this officer could just go to the other exit gate.
True, and now we see that it is going to be the the psychologist that will have to take this next chase. We're looking at, a recording to actually lower the decoding of the exit gate. So now Zhao Khan and a GT are in the same situation here, where we do see a detention clerk trying to go for the chase, and it hits through the window. So now another target is down, but we do see that the rotation is happening towards that exit gate, and we do see that Zhao Khan might have to open up the other exit gate while Skyfall is on a timeout.
Yeah, definitely. Looks like we're going to see trying to push trying to push this gate, but it's only 80%. Survivors can wait detention. So what they could do here is if they manage to somehow get this gate open, they can wait detention, then go for a rescue, and psychologists will get healed because of the stress. So there's still an opportunity for a win. If they play this properly. Let's see if Zhao Khan's able to hide it long enough for detention to expire. 14 seconds, 13, 12 does not see the survivor here. I think they're going to go for this play. I think it definitely makes sense to push for the 3 escape here. Zhao Khan's going to get a recording here. Skyfall's going to search his chest, maybe trying to get some item that he can use to help rescue. Detention has expired, but the psychologist already passed halfway, so they have to make sure they get this rescue soon enough.
Okay, Zhao Khan's being recorded here, but now the exit gate is going to open. But no, actually, was able to actually just dampen the decoding. And now Skyfall is already here, so they have to time this exit gate war very well. First officer has some elbow pads to work with, but psychologist is already healed up. Gate is already open. 3-person endgame, and now it's going to be a 3-person escape, folks.
Yeah, 3 survivors out the exit gate. That clerk unfortunately did allow the exit gate to be opened by the puppeteer there. I think they needed to keep checking the gate, and they looked away for 1 second, and that gave them enough time to do the final 19%. And that was exactly what they needed. They see the psychologist being able to use that stress. They don't even need Tide Turner there. I think what the clerk could have done is, instead of allowing the officer to save the psychologist, he could have hit the officer, then teleported to gate to cut off the officer. Also, he could have hit the psychologist off chair immediately, then teleport to gate. What the clerk needed to do is they needed to hit someone as soon as the rescue happened, then teleport to gate to cut off that injured survivor and try to get the one extra kill that way. But yeah, I think the clerk made a slight misstep, allowing the survivors to just kind of run away and stay at full health after the save, which means they could no longer go for that play, and they all made it out the gate for free.
Yeah, it was just a little unfortunate because, like you called out at the start, the items weren't optimally used, and that was a great start. The Antiquarian didn't really get any good stuns, and considering that this Antiquarian had a full stick of bamboo, then her first down happened. Yeah, it was a little disappointing to see because I was we were kind of talking up like, oh, Antiquarian does really well against Clerk, but kudos to Xiaoju, able to eliminate the Antiquarian, and it looked really tough towards the mid to late game, and it looked like they were just opting for just a tie. But man, it just seems like EMP survivors, when they let SKG kind of when SKG had lull moments, they really made sure to rotate accordingly, heal up, make sure that they're able to prop up the gates and prop up the exits, and really push for that 3-person escape. So dominant fashion. We saw, well, I would say that match was just in dominant fashion on EMP side.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, again, considering the position was not good for them for the majority of that game, Antiquarian going down a little bit sooner than they would have liked, and then the Puppeteer going down a little bit sooner than they would have liked, but I'm trying to think about what the clerk could have done differently. The problem is they allowed one cyber machine to pop for free without pulling back the recording, and then they stopped checking the exit gate for a few seconds, and that was enough for the survivors to get it open. We do see the conditions on the screen here. A 4 escape or 3 escape would allow us to resume, but if the hunter for EMP is able to get the industry draw, then they will be moving on to the next round.
Yeah, so a draw would be victory in their books, and I'm excited to see this hunter because this hunter has impressed us, and I wonder what kind of strategy Momoka, I believe, Momoka will be using in this matchup, because he definitely holds all the cards here, has the momentum, and can kind of dictate with whatever hunter he brings to the table just to get that tie. But we've been seeing in the previous match and the matches before that even though they have the victory in sight, they just don't hold back. Like they don't just go for that tie, they want to push even further.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, things are looking good. I mean, we saw the first round how when you're able to go up with an early lead in the first round, it's very easy to just kind of hold on to that lead. And yeah, I mean, continuation. We saw GH having very good survivor side, and now this EMP team again, GH players playing really well together here. So this is something we expect from these teams, from these two teams, and we've definitely been seeing that. I mean, it's not over yet for sure. The SKG survivors, and we saw those really high win rates, excellent statistics for their team. So these survivors can definitely do something with this position. Yeah, I mean, they did struggle to deal with the hunter on Sacred. Leah's memory also pretty good for survivors, but not nearly as good as Sacred. So if they struggled in the first round, it may still be a challenge for them here.
Yeah. Hopefully they get. I mean, they really did. We didn't really actually see the picks and bans, right? The barmaid was kind of a curious decision that they did pick up, and I believe the mechanic as well. So hopefully we get to see the picks and bans here to see how they will try and counter the picks of Momoka. Do you think this opts for an Ivy ban or a Opera ban on the survivor side?
Well, I think they should ban Ivy. I mean, obviously they had a really hard time with Ivy in the first round, and yeah, I mean, I think you just ban Ivy for sure. Again, typically when you get 4 killed in the first round, especially on Sacred, there's no reason to actually just ban anything else. So I might as well just ban Ivy here, and take the Opera Singer. I mean, again, they have to. I mean, the thing is, it is kind of tough though, because like Opera doesn't really lose that much. Ivy is has high win potential, but is also beatable. Whereas it's really hard to actually beat Opera. Whereas Opera's win potential isn't quite as. I mean, it's both. They both have very high win potential, just not as much as Ivy. But the survivors do need to win, so maybe try to take Ivy. But after getting 4 limbed in the first round, it doesn't really seem great at all.
Yeah, it's kind of a pick your poison type of situation, because Ivy has the potential, but the consistency isn't as refined as an Opera Singer. And do you really want to roll a dice on Opera Singer round 2 with more bans? We didn't really see the global bans on the side of the survivors, but doesn't help their case if they go up against one of the meta hunters that you usually want to ban out in round number 2. So it's tough. Again, I wouldn't want to be in SKG's shoes, but this is the scenario that they have to play out, and hopefully they come out strong in this one, because I'm sure Momoka will not be holding back, and this is potentially the last match of the weekend. So hopefully they end in a bang and really give us a good impression of how they will move forward in this tournament, or move forward as a team, because EMP is definitely not holding back.
Yeah. How does it go? They might not. Something about tomorrow, so you got to do it tonight. What was it? I forgot the exact lyrics, but yeah.
How is your playlist looking so far? We got some Sabrina Carpenter going on. What do we listen to?
No. Not
do you even know who Sabrina Carpenter is?
Yeah, from Disney.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. But anyways, we have.
What do we got on the playlist?
What do we have in the playlist? I don't even know.
The Imagination Dragon.
Yes. AC/DC.
Oh, Old Soul. Right. Soul.
Yeah, we got.
Is this like your workout mix?
No, my workout mix is like Central C, Eminem.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Main character.
AC/DC also, I guess. Yeah, also AC/DC.
So you listen to AC/DC to chill.
Oh, and Imagine Dragons too, actually. Guess it makes sense. Yeah.
No, I'll be honest, I'm not the biggest fan of Imagine. I mean, they're okay, but their songs are so. It's like they can go with anything, like, or commercialized, if ever. It is what it is.
Yeah, I don't know, but I think it's good. I don't know. Anyways, yeah. I don't know. What about your music?
Well, a lot of K-pop.
Interesting.
As of late, just like some good vibes. Unfortunately, a lot of Sabrina Carpenter. Her songs are good. I don't care. Espresso is a bop, but
I've never listened to it.
Really? It's all right.
Yeah.
Chat, let us know what you guys of. Let us know your taste in the music too. Do you listen to music before you compete, or before you commentate to get into the mood?
No. That doesn't really. If I listen to music before I commentate, I'll probably get a song stuck in my head, and then I'll just be thinking about.
I knew it. You were listening to Lady Gaga before you commentated.
No, but I remember Lady Gaga songs, like some of them. Kind of. I know only three.
Did we mention it all? Like
yeah. Poker Face. You
said Born This Way.
And
Born This Way.
Yeah.
What was the second one you mentioned?
Poker Face. No, Bad Romance.
Bad Romance. That's it.
I've been watching the Bad Romance High Note Challenge on YouTube.
Oh shoot! Yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah,
I saw this. Okay, so again, just reminding everyone that this is the battle for top 8. Once we get the top 8, it is already straight off to the playoffs for the next weekend. So hopefully you guys are tuning in, and also staying a little patient, because again, this is the I would say almost the last stand of SKG, because if they can't get more than just the tie, that's gonna be the end of the road for them, while EMP will be moving on. So yeah, I'm excited to see how they will approach this match, especially since Momoka got a 4-0 in the first round. 5-0.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely. I'm starting to feel like I don't know why, but I have like very minimal energy today. I'm not really sure what it is, but
the weather.
I woke up like super early because I was watching the USA versus France basketball finals.
Oh,
and then
did you see the Australia, the hip hop, like the breakdance competition?
Did not.
The Olympics. After this, just watch it. It's quite interesting. I'm surprised. But how did the Olympics go for you?
I mean, yeah, it was good. USA won, so
there we go.
Yeah. And then I had to wake up at 7:30 a.m. for baseball, and then I had to go do a group project for school, and then I had to fix my broken internet, and then now we're here.
Yeah, there we go.
So, yeah.
Yeah, for me, I was just watching the matches, kind of taking down notes, working on a few things, and now we're here, final match. Again, tune in, folks, because next week is going to be a doozy because, yeah, we will see if there will be a reigning defending champion, or we're going to crown the same champion or new champion. This is up until, I believe the finals is on September 1, so do do mark your calendars for that. So again, little technical problems. Once we jump into the match, we won't have any more picks and bans, so it will jump straight into the match. So you got to get ready for that quick start.
Yeah, unfortunately, we won't have the ban pick. Not sure what's going on there, but hopefully that'll get resolved eventually. But yeah, I mean, I guess we could talk about the ban picks. So assuming that we'll have an IV ban probably. I mean, it's tough because you don't want to. Huh?
No, I was gonna say it's kind of hard to do that because we don't know the global bans, too, right?
Yeah, we don't know the global bans, but we do know that either Ivy or Opera will get banned. I would say Ivy would get banned just because of the 4 elimination in the first round on Hospital. But then again, Opera is also very good for getting ties, and EMP Hunter only needs to get a tie or better in their favor. So, yeah.
So if we're gonna try to compose a pick or like a survivor lineup to go up against an opera singer in this map, what are the priority survivors that we gotta do?
Will definitely be Gardener, Puppeteer. I guess like Gardener, Puppeteer, Patient, and then like a Rescuer character would be pretty good.
Whatever left's on the table. But
yeah, something like that.
How's Toy Merchant fare up against Opera Singer?
It's not really that good because the Opera can catch up very quickly. I mean, Toy Merchant on Leo's is obviously very good because you can just jump the catapult and destroy the stairs in the factory or outside the factory near middle, which is pretty good. But overall, Merchant's not great just because, yeah, the Hunter can catch up very quickly. So you don't really have any good kiting abilities against Opera Singer.
My memory, I hope my memory doesn't fail me, but the picks before, there was a barmaid, there was a mechanic, but we are going to see a lawyer that's already injured, and we'd also see a mercenary that's in the mix, and a prisoner, and I believe that is a puppeteer. So now it seems like Asama is going to go fall down to a charged up hit here, Eli.
Yeah.
Relatively
that's an instant down. Yeah, that's really fast. That's already a great position for the Hunter side. Looks like they did ban Ivy here, but the Opera Singer able to get the down here. And usually we don't see Lawyer going down quickly because Lawyer has a map. You can see where the Hunter's coming from. You can rotate accordingly, but I guess the Opera Singer must have missed dash there. Oh, we actually see Peepers as well, which is really interesting. We don't really see that very commonly used on Opera, but yeah, we saw I guess the Opera Singer was able to catch up to the Lawyer very quickly. Kind of the upside of using the Opera Singer is that you can get around the map very quickly. You have good mobility. You can catch up to a survivor and prevent early rotation. Looks like we're going to see a Mercenary coming for the elbow pad rescue here, able to get that hit onto the Mercenary. Will Mercenary use a second elbow pad here, or will the Hunter just go straight for the Lawyer? Going straight for the Lawyer, it looks like. I would like to see the Hunter sort of go towards the Mercenary's direction to at least bait another elbow pad, then go for the Lawyer hit, but it looks like we're just going to see the Lawyer get hit anyways. And yeah, Mercenary's able to get the save with only with still 2 elbow pads remaining, which is quite good, but I mean, Lawyer's already on chair for the second time. There's no cipher progress here, and they need to get a 3 escape or better.
Yeah, so again, conservative rescue on the Mercenary side. Luckily for them that they did not double down on hitting that Mercenary because they were kind of going in the same direction. So like you said, they could have baited out an elbow pad just to expend some resource. We do see that Momoka is overextending here, but can teleport and shadow dance back because the Mercenary is hiding out here. Interesting that not dropping any peepers out in the open to see if anyone is going for that rescue. But we're going to see 2 peepers already ready for him, and Momoka maybe going to use one now or to spot out some far camping. But Minato is playing with fire here. Momoka did not see the Mercenary, so this could be an opening for the survivors here.
Yep.
Oh, actually, no, he already expired. My bad.
Yeah. Also, I just realized the Lawyer didn't spawn Factory. It must have been the Prisoner in Factory, so that's an interesting choice to spawn the Lawyer. I think it was in Shack, which is not a safe area at all.
Yeah, you're right.
So, yeah, so that was also a bit interesting. Also, the Prisoner, of course, as we know, Prisoner does have a delay to getting heartbeat. I think it's like 20%. So, yeah, Prisoner was not able to rotate at all here, getting chased immediately and also trapped back here. Can they use the shock to potentially avoid this hit? We're gonna see the shock. And the cooldown has been activated for the dash ability, so this does give an opportunity for a kite here. We're going to try to see the mind game. Does Prisoner make it to this pallet in time? And looks like we're going to see Flywheel and the pallet drop is able to get it down, but now is going to give the first hit, it looks like.
Able to get the hit onto the Prisoner here while the Prisoner rotates around this area. The electrocution is actually, he's not removing the connection just yet, so he wants to down this Prisoner first, and he will be getting that down. So now he's able to get his second survivor out of the game, not before he does a little bit of cleanup, and it's looking like a tie game at least for Momoka to work with here, which is the victory condition for him. But we'll see if he'll go for more, or if the survivors can get this rescue going. It's gonna be a little tough. I'm not really sure the personas what everyone else has. It seems like the Puppeteer is working on a cipher while Rena's gonna get caught out here in the factory area.
Yeah, we're gonna see the mercenary. Sorry, it's a little bit fast. It gets a hit.
Wow.
Well, before the Elephant's able to fully activate there. We see the last two cyber machines almost done here, but yeah, I mean, no Tide Turner, so, but another missed dash. I think the reason the Operator isn't winning this game at this point in time is just because of a lot of missed dashes here and there. But still definitely tiable and still definitely winnable as this match plays out, as Trump card is still available. Prisoner's going to stop to make a connection. I wonder if he was trying to go for a shock and misclick there. I'm not really sure, but we're going to see the Mercenary gets Terror Shock, actually, and is going to go down there. Going to go back for the Prisoner, and I guess if anything, the Terror Shock isn't bad because it means that the Mercenary's down faster, which means they can start self-healing faster. So I guess the Terror Shock is actually probably a better thing. I don't know if Mercenary actually gets up in time, though. We'll have to see.
Yeah, Minato actually is going to be out in the open, so their Prime Cipher is actually unmanned, and they're actually going to drop some peepers down. Oh, no, he's going to kick it, and now we're going to see the Abnormal in play, so just prolonging the end game and also catching him out in the open. So this could be beginning of the end here for the side of the survivors. You see the Puppeteer is already in the puppet form. Let's try and go for this rescue. You have to be very careful he doesn't get Terror Shocked here. He's going to use the puppet once again and gets Terror Shocked, Eli, and that is going to be a devastating Terror Shock for the survivor side. Mercenary is going to head on up, but Puppeteer has to go for the self-heal.
Yeah, that might be the finishing blow at this point. We'll see the Mercenary try to avoid sight of the Hunter. Do they see the Mercenary's trail? Does see the Mercenary's trail here. Mercenary will not have self-heal, so he's going to be able to get the down here in a moment. Gets the swing and a miss on the Mercenary, but again, this is just a matter of time here. You're going to see the switch and the down onto the Mercenary. Puppeteer is going to get up and try to keep things going, but again, this game is already over here. Momoka already secured 2 elimination, which means EMP is going to be the victors.
Yeah, looking at a 16-2 victory here by EMP. We can congratulate them here and now, because Momoka just needed 2, and he's looking to get 4 survivor elimination, meaning a 5-point game. So congratulations, EMP, moving on. But please give it up for SKG, really pulling out all the stops to try and stay alive in this tournament. Again, going up against one of the best here and against EMP with veteran players. And can't wait to see more of Momoka. Nice flywheel here to prolong it just a little bit. But there you have it, folks. The finishing blow here on Momoka's side. The finishing touches for his opera singer. Even though there were some missed dashes here and there, the fact remains that they are your winners for this matchup, and they will be moving on.
Yeah, absolutely. Excellent job from EMP. Looking really strong here on both the Survivor and Hunter side here. Yeah, great things from the Hunter, honestly. This Hunter, again, Momoka here, we saw very strong statistics from them in the the pregame stats. But but it really showed here with that 4 elimination on Ivy, 4 elimination with Opera Singer here. SKG, which seemed to have very good survivors based off their statistics, was really just shut down by this Hunter side.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to put it, or describe the matchup with the Ivy and the Opera Singer. It was very meta, it was very surgical, the pinpoint precision with how he was able to get the matchup going for himself. And yeah, hopefully this is a learning process for SKG. Hopefully they come back stronger, because even though it was a really significant lead and the point difference is actually very vast, I think experience is the best teacher. Hopefully they stick together, and they did. I mean, again, Momoka is a Hunter that we are not familiar with, but now we will remember the name. And hopefully SKG will remember this match as they continue on, hopefully in their team's lifespan. And hopefully we see them more in future tournaments.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, we were talking about how 4AW might be the favorite team on this side of the bracket, but yeah, EMP also looking really good. Looking into our bracket here, we do have, or we'll talk about our match results here first. We have final score 16-2, EMP being the winner here. And it looks like we have looking into, where is it? Okay, here we go. It looks like we have EMP and 4AW actually play next.
Wow.
If the bracket is how it seems on our side screen here, so that'll be pretty interesting. So the two teams that we thought might be the best, having the best opportunity to make it all the way to the finals, will be playing in the next round. We do have the MVP here. That is, of course, going to be Momoka here with that, 4 elimination. We have 11 eliminated survivors.
Wow,
11 survivors eliminated in 2 rounds. So I don't know if we want to do the math on that one.
Maybe
Not
they
really
count the
sure.
puppeteer as 2 characters. I don't know.
Also, deduction of 9,500 is way too low for 2-4 eliminations, so I don't think that was accurate either. But either way,
remains, yeah. MVP.
Yeah, fact remains is still 8 eliminations in 2 rounds would be the correct number. And
I think they doubled up the mechanic doll and the puppeteer. I'm just trying to make sense of the 11. That's crazy.
Even then, that would be 10. Was there like another one that we didn't think? Wait, I don't know. Something like that.
There we go, folks. Today's results: 2 zeros across the board here. We have NG moving on, RS at 4AW, and EMP. Congratulations to them. But, a big round of applause for MTCYC, IFN, and SKG for giving us amazing matches. Hopefully they stick together and they figure things out as, they stay as a team, maybe participate in community tournaments. But then again, IVC, we want to find the best of the best in Southeast Asia, and we will be doing that by the end of this month. So NG, RS, 4AW, and EMP, congratulations. We'll be seeing you guys for the race to top 8. Well, top 8 continuing on. So here we have it, Eli. Talk us through the bracket.
Yeah, looking at our bracket, we do see, we talked about some of these teams on the left side being really good. We have FT, UTP, MP, and GH, arguably being the 4 best teams going in this event. But we saw some good things, really good things from 4AW, EMP, also RS, and NG, going 2-0 victories in their respective matches as well. So, yeah, definitely some good things there. If we have to call this bracket, I'm thinking it's 4AW or EMP potentially going on to the finals and facing FT, but again, GH is very good,
right.
NP is very good, Utopia is very good, and GH also looking to regain the throne as IVC champion. So, yeah, we actually have a great set of teams here. This has been like very back and forth or not back and forth, but very a lot of strong teams, a lot more than we've seen in the past, I think. So, but yeah, we're gonna go ahead and wrap things up for today, Poch.
Yeah, I'm excited to head into the playoffs, folks. You saw the bracket shake out, and as Eli said, there are a lot of teams, like strong teams, right? Because GH kind of disbanding and also EMP being formed, GH still there, FT versus UTP, that's going to be fire, and there's still RS and NG, but that about does it for us. Thank you so much for you guys joining us here the entire weekend. Again, just follow on the socials, IdentityV, for you guys to stay up to date with everything. Eli, any shout outs you want to give up before you sign off?
Yeah, I'll just I don't have the chat open, my phone's dead, so I can't look at the chat. But I just want to say thank you guys for watching. Again, everyone who stayed positive as always. Go ahead and keep that up. We do, of course, very much appreciate that. And yeah, we're done for this weekend, but we will be back in not next week, but the weekend after, right? Is that it?
Yeah. So.
With the next stage of this competition. So.
Yeah. So again, stay up to date, guys. Follow Eli on the socials. Follow me at Spicy Podge. Follow IdentityV. Keep playing IdentityV, and we'll see you guys next week for the playoffs. See you guys.
Okay, I'm just gonna immediately go to sleep because I'm.
All right, man.
Yeah.